And I'm an assistant state attorney for the 20th Circuit. I'll be representing the state. We haven't had a chance to meet. I'll be representing the state of Florida in this case. Over here again, you had an opportunity to meet Cynthia Ross. She's my co-counsel in this case. This portion of the trial is the opening statement, and this is the opportunity for us to lay a roadmap for you about what evidence we intend to introduce during the trial in this case. I want to thank you for your attention throughout jury selection and for your continued attention as we move forward. In order to tell the story of this case, you have to start at the end and move forward to the beginning. It sounds like a conflict in terms. This case was about the perfect marriage, the perfect friendship, the perfect alibi, the perfect murder. It was almost perfect. The case starts on June 29th, Monday, June 29th, 2015. Dr. Teresa Sievers was due at work at her medical practice here in Lee County, and she didn't arrive. So the staff at her office made efforts to locate her. She had patients. She was a general practitioner, family practitioner, and she had appointments with patients to see that morning and that afternoon. You're going to get to hear that the folks in her medical office reached out to her husband, Mr. Sievers, Mr. Mark Sievers. And he won't be on trial today. Where's Dr. Sievers? People made phone calls to try to locate her. You're going to hear from a family friend, Dr. Mark Petritis. Dr. Petritis is a longtime friend of Dr. Sievers. They're friends and colleagues. They first met when she was doing a medical school internship. Dr. Petritis at the time, he's now retired, but at the time he was a surgeon. He was still practicing medicine back then. He received a call from Mark Sievers, the husband, which was odd, to say the least, because Mr. Sievers didn't really call Dr. Petritis. Dr. Petritis was more Dr. Sievers' friend, not Mr. Sievers' friend. Dr. Petritis is going to tell you that Mr. Sievers said, hey, I need you to go to the house and check on Teresa. It was an unusual request, but it sounded urgent, so Dr. Petritis, at the time, he wasn't far away from the Sievers home. He'd been to the Sievers home before, so he knew where it was. He proceeded to the Sievers home. During the short trip to the Sievers home, he continued discussions with Mr. Sievers, who continued to urge Dr. Petritis to go into the house. Dr. Petritis was a little concerned because, for all he knew, Dr. Sievers was undressed, asleep, indisposed, didn't want to walk into the house and surprise his friend. He also knew that Dr. Sievers had been practicing with firearms, and it wasn't a good idea for him to surprise a person at home who might be armed. Mr. Sievers gave Dr. Petritis the code. Some of us who have garage doors have a little box outside the garage door where you punch a code in and the door goes up. Mr. Sievers gave Dr. Petritis that code, and Dr. Petritis put the code in, and the door went up. The odd thing that happened as the door went up, the first thing Dr. Petritis noticed that the door from the garage door, which went into a laundry room and then another door into the kitchen, was open. And one of the Sievers dogs came running out of the garage. He thought it was odd. The dog ran out into the yard. Probably had to do what dogs do. But it was different. And other times that Dr. Petritis had been to the house, to the Sievers house, he hadn't seen that door open. Concerned for his friend, Dr. Sievers, Dr. Petritis called out to her. No answer. So he proceeded into the home to locate her and make sure she was okay. As he got closer to the kitchen, he saw something on the floor of the kitchen. He realized that what he was looking at on the floor of the kitchen was his friend, Dr. Sievers. As he stepped into the kitchen, he noticed copious amounts of blood on the floor and injuries about her head. She wasn't moving. She was lifeless. Again, Dr. Petrides is a surgeon. He's trained in detecting life. He reached down, put his hand on Dr. Sievers' back. She was cold. She was lifeless. He knew that his friend was dead. The next thing Dr. Petrides did was call for help. He called 911. Even though he was pretty sure that there was nothing EMS could do for her, he called. She had been brutally beaten and was bloody on the floor of the kitchen, so he called for help. Fire and EMS arrived at the house shortly afterwards. I think they arrived shortly before the law enforcement officers arrived. They went into the home. Didn't even really break the threshold of the kitchen, because they could tell from looking at Dr. Sievers that her injuries were inconsistent with life. This was the beginning of a months-long investigation that would result in the arrest of Jimmy Rodgers, Curtis Wright. You're probably going to hear reference to Mark Sievers, Dr. Sievers' husband. The Lee County Sheriff's Office responded to the scene and began the investigation. They weren't able to locate any immediate leads. Dr. Sievers is home alone in her home. She's been, for all intents and purposes, beaten to death. But the home appears to be in good order. It's not ransacked. There aren't any valuables missing. There are televisions in the home. There are computers. Ms. Sievers' wallet's in the home. There are samurai swords on the walls. There's a locked office, which was easy to open, that had money in a big jar, one of those water bottles that you put on top of the water cooler at work. It had money in it, about a quarter of the way full of money. There was a plaque with money on the wall in that office. There was money on the desk in that office. There were electronics in that office. There were gun holsters. The guns were locked up, but there were holsters that would have led a reasonable burglar to know that there might be guns in the house. There was ammunition in plain view. Not taken. There was fine dining ware in the cabinets in the dining area. Not moved, not taken. There was a computer at a desk. Not moved, not taken. There was even a portable keyboard in the living room area of the home. Not taken. Everything that was supposed to be in that house appeared to be in that house, with the exception of Dr. Sievers' lifeless body. Next to Dr. Sievers was a hammer. You're going to get to see pictures of it. You're going to get to see the hammer. It was laying on the kitchen floor just behind her. You'll see it in the pictures. And around that hammer was some hair. And the hammer had a brown substance on it consistent with dried blood. The autopsy would later reveal injuries to the head of Dr. Sievers consistent with impact from a hammer. Possibly that hammer. Probably that hammer. Possibly another. The only thing that the medical examiner could tell was, of course, that Dr. Sievers died from the medical definition of a homicide at the hand of another person, and that she died as a result of being bludgeoned to death. During the autopsy, however, there were samples recovered from Dr. Sievers. There were tape lifts taken from her body, fingerprints, bloodstained cards. Even though the sheriff's office could not find any immediately discernible leads to how Dr. Sievers could have ended up dead in her home, they still continued to gather as much evidence and document the crime scene as much as they could. Because if they didn't do it now, the evidence may not be there later. The gathering of the evidence from the scene left no discernible leads. This truly was a mystery to the detectives. In a case like this, where a young woman is killed in her home, it's natural for some folks to say, where's her lover? Where's her spouse? Where's her significant other? Could they have had the passion to do this? Well, Mr. Sievers was up north with Dr. Sievers' family in New York and Connecticut. Dr. Sievers and her family, her two daughters and her husband, that weekend, I want to say on the 26th of June, and you'll hear from Ann Lisa, her sister, and she's going to tell you what date they arrived in New York. But the whole Sievers family went to New York. There was a celebration up there with her mother. So Dr. Sievers and her siblings and her mother all got together for a weekend of family fun. Also present were the two daughters, Josephine and Carmi, and Mr. Sievers. The plan for that weekend had been for Dr. Sievers to leave Sunday night. And Mr. Sievers and the kids were going to go back to Connecticut with other family members. She was going to fly back by herself because she had patients to visit Monday morning. So Mr. Sievers was thousands of miles away when Dr. Sievers passed away. Again, another part of the mystery. Then a break in the case came. And it came from all places from the state of Missouri. Mark Sievers is from Missouri. So the detectives, the Lee County detectives, and you'll get to hear from Detective Michael Downs, and Detective David Lebed. At the time, Mike Downs was a detective. Now he's a lieutenant. At the time, David Lebed was a sergeant. Now he's a lieutenant as well. You'll get to hear from Lieutenants Downs and Lebed that they took what they thought was going to be a one-day trip to the Jefferson County area in Missouri. It ended up being a much longer trip as they followed lead after lead after lead. And they slowly began to circle in on two suspects, Curtis Wright and Jimmy Ray Rodgers. Over here. Mr. Wright was quickly identified as a person of interest in the case, and their investigation into Mr. Wright led to Mr. Rodgers. On or about July 18th of 2015, we're weeks past the death of Dr. Sievers, the detectives would go to Mr. Rodgers' home to interview him and ask him if he knew anything about what happened to Dr. Sievers. Mr. Rodgers denied knowing Mark Sievers and denied going to Florida. those statements were proven to be untrue. In fact, Jimmy Rodgers had met Mark Sievers. They weren't friends. They weren't even really associates. But they had met in May of 2015 at Curtis Wright's marriage. He got married in May. Jimmy Rodgers was there, along with his then girlfriend, Taylor Showmaker. Mark Sievers was the best man in Curtis Wright's wedding. We've got pictures of Jimmy Rodgers at that wedding. So the notion that he didn't know Mark Sievers was untrue. The notion that he never met Mark Sievers was untrue. He said he hadn't been to Florida. Detectives Levitt, Downs, and the rest of their staff at the Lee County Sheriff's Office would later prove that to be untrue. Guess how? There were electronic footprints. When you step outside your home, folks, you're always being observed. The Sheriff's Office undertook an unprecedented campaign to download video recordings from gas stations between here and Georgia. Jimmy Rodgers is on video at 2 different gas stations in Florida. Folks, he had been to Florida. Then, one of the biggest breaks came when the Sheriff's Office downloaded video from the Walmart. One of the Walmarts here in Fort Myers. Ironically, it's the one on 6 Mile Cypress Parkway. One right down the street from LCSO headquarters. Step outside of the headquarters and you look down the street and there it is, the Walmart, or the traffic light to the Walmart. On that video was Curtis Wright and Jimmy Rodgers on Sunday, June 28th, walking around in the Walmart shopping. Clear as day. So, Mr. Rodgers had been to Florida. Further investigation into Mr. Rodgers and his place of employment would also reveal that he had actually told an employer that he needed time off from work. Why did he need time off from work, ladies and gentlemen? Because he had to go to Florida. Another tidbit, another piece of the truth. Both Curtis Wright and Jimmy Ray Rodgers left digital clues. When I say digital clues, I'm not talking about these digits. I'm talking about electronic clues behind, in addition to the videos. An examination of Curtis Wright's cell phone. The Sheriff's Office seized his phone. Got a search warrant. Gave it to a digital forensics examiner at the Sheriff's Office. They plugged the phone into a computer and they downloaded the data out of the phone. There appeared to be coded messages between Curtis Wright and Mark Sievers. Between the day of Mr. Wright's wedding, when Mark Sievers was in Missouri by himself, without his wife, without his children. From that date forward, there were coded messages. And those messages led the investigators to believe that there was an other phone. And you hear the significance of the word other when you get to hear from the witnesses in this case. Mr. Wright was, as the investigation continued, the investigators did discover that Mr. Wright had been to Florida sometime after June 30th to come to the aid of his friend, Mark Sievers, whose wife had passed away, and to go to the funeral. There was a rent-a-car that he and his wife, his brand new wife, Angie Wright, had driven down in. That rent-a-car was located in Missouri, and within it was a Garmin GPS unit. Some of us probably have little portable Garmin GPS units. You stick it to your windshield. Maybe it stays up there for the entire trip. Probably falls off at some point. But you stick it on your windshield, and the Garmin tells you where to go. When they did a forensic examination of that Garmin, they found, the Sheriff's Office Forensics Unit found digital footprints of that Garmin, not just traveling to Florida on or after June 30th, but before that. On Saturday, June 27th, they found map plots from Missouri all the way to Florida and back. There was also search data in there. Somebody had been searching for restaurants and other things in the GPS unit. That GPS unit was a special GPS unit because those of you who have a GPS unit often know that if you don't spend the extra money, your GPS unit is a standalone unit. You put in the address and it navigates where you are. You may not get traffic updates. You may not get weather updates. You may not be able to search for specific things depending on how advanced your unit is. This particular unit was capable of establishing a Bluetooth connection with a cell phone. It had connected to a phone at some point while it was plotting back to Missouri. And when it made that connection to the phone, the user, their phone had an email address associated with the phone that was connected to the Garmin GPS unit, the Garmin GPS unit that was in Curtis Wright's rental car. I'll give you one guess what the email address was. One. You get one guess. JimmyRayRogers90@gmail.com. Okay, so now the Sheriff's Office knows that, okay, something is wrong. We know that Curtis Wright has been to Florida. We know that Jimmy Rodgers has been to Florida. Doesn't mean they did anything, but they're not being honest about whether or not they came to Florida. The next break in the case would come from Taylor Shoemaker. Remember I told you earlier that Taylor Shoemaker, the then girlfriend of Jimmy Rodgers, had gone to the Wright wedding with him? She contacted law enforcement. She contacted them. She had been present during a previous encounter with Mr. Rodgers and the lieutenants when he denied coming to Florida. She became suspicious. She became suspicious of her boyfriend for a couple of reasons. She knew that he'd been out of town. He told her he was going out of town. She knew he'd been out of town on the day that doctor in Florida had been killed. That was the first clue that something was amiss. The next clue came to her when, after the initial visit by detectives to Mr. Rodgers, he did something unusual, probably almost unconscionable to most reasonable people. He took his cell phone and he soaked it in water. Then he broke it into pieces. And he had to drive. He asked her to go with him back to his job. At the time, Mr. Rodgers was working for a contractor that was working in a lead plant of some kind called Doe Run in Missouri. And one of the things that Mr. Rodgers was doing was working with the disposal of lead. Lead's toxic. The workers in that plant, one of the things that they did, one of the many things that they did to avoid getting themselves contaminated by lead, was they put on these big, heavy blue suits, overalls or coveralls, long legs, long sleeves. You zip it up. You step into it and you zip it up. They wore these thick, heavy rubber gloves, and they would wrap themselves up to avoid contamination. They wear booties on their shoes to avoid lead contamination. You're going to hear that Mr. Rodgers was trained. He was trained on how to avoid contamination. Same training that can be applied in avoiding contamination of a crime scene, or avoid contamination by a crime scene. So he drives to Doe Run, he and Miss Shoemaker. On the ride to Doe Run, he instructs her to throw the pieces of his phone out the window. Who does that? So his phone's been soaked, broken, and thrown out the window. He also at some point had to return to Doe Run to fetch a blue suit. One of those big, heavy blue suits we were talking about. He had her throw that out the window also. You're going to hear testimony that there were bins there at Doe Run where the employees would put their contaminated suits so the suits could be appropriately cleaned or disposed of. He threw his out the window, or had Miss Shoemaker throw it out the window. Miss Shoemaker would later lead Lieutenants Downs and Levitt back to the road where she threw the items out the window. But before she did that, she confronted Mr. Rodgers. She was his girlfriend. She has a child from him. She wanted to know if Mr. Rodgers had done something to that woman in Florida. And you're going to hear her tell you what he said to her. That he and Mr. Wright went to Florida to kill Dr. Sievers. And that he, Mr. Rodgers, had killed her with a hammer. He didn't know who she was. He didn't know her, never met her. He did it for money. He was expecting a payday. Those blue suits are important because remember when I told you earlier about the evidence collection process at the medical examiner's office? They had done lifts on Dr. Sievers. There were blue fibers on Dr. Sievers, consistent with the fibers from those suits. The suit that was found on the roadway, it had been out on the roadway for weeks in the elements. It had actually been apparently run over by lawnmowers. You'll see pictures of it laying in the grass all shredded up with grass on top of it. So recovering any forensic evidence from the blue suit was a long shot, but not for the FBI. The suit went to the FBI, to their Trace Evidence Analysis Unit. One of the things that they recovered from that suit was a hair. Whose hair was it? You're going to hear that there was mitochondrial DNA testing done of the hair. Mitochondrial DNA testing is a type of testing that can relate individuals by their maternal DNA. It's used in instances when there isn't enough blood or when there's only hair. It's a special kind of DNA testing. The FBI also had what's called a reference sample or a control sample from Jimmy Rodgers. And the sequencing on the mitochondrial DNA from the hair recovered from the blue suit and the hair plucked from Jimmy Ray Rodgers was the same. It was his hair on the blue suit. So Taylor Shoemaker's testimony is corroborated by scientific evidence. Unfortunately, the phone is destroyed. You won't be able to see a data download from what used to be Mr. Rodgers' phone. It was obliterated. So now we know that Mr. Rodgers was untrue about being in Florida. We know that he's been here. We have video evidence that he was here. We have trace evidence putting one of those Doe Run blue suits from all the way in Missouri on Dr. Sievers. So Mr. Rodgers gets charged for his role in the death of Teresa Sievers. On or about September 10th, 2015, Lieutenants Downs and Levitt go to a holding facility where Mr. Rodgers is being held. And the purpose of the visit is to give him a chance to tell his side of it.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The purpose of the visit is to get a statement from Mr. Rodgers.
Objection.
Can have both sides approach for a moment?
Had been charged as well. I think there was a discussion between you and Ms. Ross during voir dire about that. Curtis Wright was charged. He's going to tell you that he and Mark Sievers, lifelong friends. They were kids in high school. They were close friends. Over the years, they kind of grown apart as they both had families and moved on with their lives, but In recent time, prior to 2015, they'd gotten close again. They're very close. Mr. Sievers was still familiar with a lot of his old associates back in Missouri, where he was from. Mr. Wright, being charged with this crime, struck a deal. A murderer. A murderer of unarmed innocent women. But he struck a deal with the state in exchange for leniency from the state. 25 years in prison, which at his age might mean he may not get out. In exchange for his testimony, he agreed to tell us, to tell you about what happened to Dr. Sievers. He's going to do that. Mr. Wright is going to tell you that at his wedding, on or about May 2nd, May 1st, Mr. Sievers had arrived in Missouri on or about April 30th. At some point, he told Mr. Wright that he needed to talk to him about something. Nothing important, but we need to talk. The night before the wedding, Mr. Wright and the soon-to-be Mrs. Wright were kind of having a joint bachelorette party with their close friends. Mark Sievers was there. Jimmy Rodgers was there. Taylor Shoemaker was there. And at some point, Mr. Sievers wanted to talk to Mr. Wright. The two of them went off into a private room, and Mr. Wright's going to tell you about the conversation. But the gist of it was, what if somebody was having a problem with their spouse? What if I had a friend that was having a problem? And maybe they needed to get rid of their spouse. Do you know somebody who could help me with that? No, Mr. Wright, a little taken aback. I can ask around. It was an odd request from his longtime friend. But they never got to finish the conversation at that point because they got interrupted by family and friends. They were kind of off in a room together, just the two of them, and everybody else was elsewhere in the home. The next day was the wedding. And it was a kind of a low-budget wedding. It was done at a local park. Mr. Wright was apparently doing his own catering. He had transported food to the park for the guests that were coming to the wedding. And at some point while he was getting ready, they were getting dressed, he realized that there was a tray of meat missing that he had forgotten to bring. And the tray of meat was being stored at one of those big refrigerators at a store, about a 20-minute drive away from the park. He knew the guy at the store, and the guy agreed to store the meat for him. So he had to go get the meat for the guests. So he's the groom and he's the caterer for his wedding. Mr. Sievers offered to drive him to pick up the meat. On the drive, which was about 20 minutes there and about 20 minutes back, 5 to 10 minutes on site, getting the meat into the car, Mr. Sievers engaged Mr. Wright again about this spouse. But now it wasn't, I know a friend, it was Mr. Sievers having problems at home. See, Dr. Sievers' doctor, powerful woman, was making the money. Mr. Sievers told Mr. Wright, I don't want to lose my daughters. I can't win that fight. The only way I can win is for her to die. Can you help me? Mr. Wright agreed to try to find some help. At that point, he hadn't yet made up his mind about whether he would actually participate in this crime. But he believed his longtime friend when his friend told him how desperate he was. Mr. Wright reached out to Mr. Rodgers for help. Even though Mr. Sievers and Mr. Rodgers had met, Mr. Sievers didn't know that Mr. Wright was reaching out to Mr. Rodgers for help. Wright was the middleman in this conspiracy. If you open up a law textbook, it's what's called a line conspiracy. From A to B, from B to C. Mark Sievers was A, Curtis Wright was B, Jimmy Rodgers was C. Mr. Wright reached out to Mr. Rodgers for help. And during that period, got a burner phone or a prepaid phone. He and Mr. Sievers both got prepaid phones. And the coded messaging that was on their personal cell phones, the word other, was a go code. Check your other phone. Check your burner phone. And the time period between about May 17, 2015, up until the murder, Mr. Sievers and Mr. Wright planned the murder of Dr. Sievers. And Mr. Wright and Mr. Rodgers planned the murder of Dr. Sievers. Mr. Sievers told Mr. Wright that, hey, we're going out of town for a family get-together the weekend of June 26th. This is the time. Teresa's coming back by herself. Mr. Sievers also sent $600 to Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright didn't have a lot of money. He didn't have a way to pay his way down here. He used that $600 to rent a different rent-a-car. So he rented a car, drove down here with Mr. Rodgers, killed Dr. Sievers, drove back to Missouri, turned in that rented car, he got another car, and came back down with his wife for the funeral. Lee County Sheriff's Office found that first car in Arizona with blue fibers in it. So, Mr. Wright uses the $600 that Mr. Sievers has sent to him to rent a car for him and Mr. Rodgers to drive down. Mr. Sievers also provided Mr. Wright with intelligence information, so to say. Aerial maps of the neighborhood, how best to get into the house undetected. Provided him with the keypad codes for the door. Told him he would leave the side door unlocked. Provided keypad codes for an alarm at the business. There was a discussion about whether or not Dr. Sievers should die at home or die at the business. Maybe make it look like a crime gone bad. Maybe it was best for her to get murdered at work. These were some of the discussions Mr. Wright had with Mr. Rodgers and with Mr. Sievers. So that weekend, on the 27th, in the early morning hours, Mr. Wright in his rented white Hyundai Elantra Enterprise rent-a-car picks up Mr. Rodgers, who had a backpack with him and a cooler. And inside was blue suits that we will submit to you were from Doe Run, and gloves and duct tape. And the two of them embarked on a nonstop journey from the Jefferson County area of Missouri to Bonita Springs to kill Dr. Teresa Sievers. During the trip, they hadn't yet made up their mind when or how to kill her. Mr. Wright had a couple of ideas in his mind. He's going to tell you. Ideally, it would be nice to maybe put her in a chokehold and choke her out. Maybe hit her in the head and throw her in the pool, make it look like she drowned. Make it look like an accident. They actually went to the Sievers medical practice, scouted that out. Is there a way we can make this happen here? Decided, no, it's better to do it at the house. So on the 27th, in the early morning hours, they left Missouri and drove to Florida and arrived in the Fort Myers area at about 6 a.m., Sunday the 28th. Went to the house, disarmed the alarm system, kind of checked things out, left the house. Went to the beach, Bonita Beach. Went to Walmart. He's going to tell you he went to Walmart and tell you he did some shopping at Walmart because Mr. Rodgers didn't have any beach clothes, among other things. They hung around for the day. Mr. Wright's going to tell you he was expecting Dr. Sievers to return later Sunday night.
I'll ask all jurors to turn off your phones and any people out in the audience as well. Thank you.
Needed a break. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Wright's going to tell you he was expecting Dr. Sievers home late Sunday night. He knew she was supposed to arrive at about 11:20, 11:30. But he wasn't sure whether her flight was landing at 11:20 or 11:30 or whether she was going to be arriving home at 11:20 or 11:30. Needless to say, he and Mr. Rodgers were in the Sievers home. They had suited up, put on the gloves, wrapped up the duct tape to avoid contamination, and they were in the house. And they were trying to get ready for Dr. Sievers to arrive. You're going to hear Mr. Wright tell you that at the time he was out in the garage, Mr. Sievers had a motorcycle in his garage. There was an old Mercedes vehicle in the garage, a motorcycle, and then the family also had a Toyota Sienna van. The Toyota Sienna van was the van Dr. Sievers was driving home from the airport. Thinking that he still had time to prepare and to stage for Dr. Sievers, the two men were in the house kind of hanging around, looking around the house. While Mr. Wright is standing in the garage looking at the motorcycle, to his surprise, the door starts going up, the garage door. Not knowing what to do, he dove on the floor behind some boxes and behind the motorcycle because the van was coming in, and as the van was turning into the garage, the headlights were going to light him up. So he dove behind the boxes. He's going to tell you he didn't know where Mr. Rodgers was. He knew he was somewhere underneath the roof of the house, but he didn't know where he was. Two of them were kind of hanging around in the house, waiting for Dr. Sievers, but not expecting her to arrive at that moment. She pulls in. She gets out of the van. She's unaware that she has two visitors. She takes out her little rolly suitcase and puts it down on the floor of the garage. And it proceeds into the house. Mr. Rodgers falls in behind her. She doesn't know he's there. And she doesn't know that Jimmy Rodgers is in the house. And at this time, Mr. Wright, the plan is blown. She arrived ahead of schedule, didn't know what to do. He grabs a hammer. He knew that Jimmy Rodgers had a hammer because Jimmy Rodgers was playing with a hammer earlier, made a crack about it being Dr. Seaver's destiny, something to that effect. So he follows her into the home. And the plan was to try to come up behind her, put her in a chokehold or something. But as he's following her into the home, his foot kicked a dog bowl that was on the floor. There were 2 dogs in the home. I mentioned earlier one of the dogs ran out. And he said the sound was like a gong. Now his presence in the home is revealed. Dr. Seavers had time to put her purse down and turned around to see Mr. Wright standing behind her. She looked at him like, why? And Mr. Wright hit her with the hammer. He hit her again, and she started to fight with him. She had her hands up, trying to protect herself from fighting with Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright's going to tell you that at some point, Mr. Rodgers came out of nowhere. He's either going to use the word berserk or the word crazy, but he's going to say, Mr. Wright went crazy on her. So while she's fighting with, he's going to say Mr. Rodgers went crazy on her. While she's fighting with Mr. Wright, Mr. Rodgers engages with his hammer. And he starts hitting her. And she's trying to fight them both. At some point, she bends over at the waist, has her hand on the counter, I think he's going to say. You remember having her hand on the counter because she's still fighting, even though she's being overcome by a hammer. Mr. Rodgers continued hitting her until she fell down on the floor. And then Mr. Wright now, because Mr. Rodgers was kind of going crazy on Dr. Seavers, he actually got between Mr. Wright and Dr. Seavers. Mr. Wright dropped his hammer, which is the hammer that is in the scene that you're going to see. He was panicked. Didn't expect that to happen. He grabbed Mr. Rodgers and told him to stop. It's done. Stop. Grabbed him. The plan was, again, to stage the house like a burglary. But now panic had set in. He grabs Mr. Rodgers and goes to leave the house. So they got to get the suits off. Mr. Rodgers runs back and hits Dr. Seavers again in the head, the back of the head. You're going to get to hear from the medical examiner about the injuries. That's where her life ended. There were no other witnesses to this crime. Mr. Rodgers, Dr. Seavers, and Mr. Wright. This is not Missouri. This is Florida. Jimmy Ray Rodgers is guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. Jimmy Ray Rodgers is guilty of first-degree murder. And no, Dr. Seavers did not give him permission to come into her house and beat her to death with a hammer. Therefore, he's guilty of armed burglary. Mr. Wright had permission to go into the house, but Mr. Rodgers didn't. Over the next several days, you're going to hear all this evidence. And after you hear all the evidence and you hear the instruction from the court on the elements, you've heard the instructions already. You'll get to hear more detailed instructions from the court about what the elements of conspiracy are, what the elements of first-degree murder are, what the elements are of armed burglary. You're going to be asked to apply the evidence that you hear and see in this case. Apply the evidence and the facts to the law. Mr. Ross and I are confident that once you do that, you're going to find Mr. Rodgers guilty of murder, first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and armed burglary. Thank you.
Defense.
May it please the court.
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As I was introduced previously, my name is Kathleen Fitzgeorge, and I, along with Donald McFarland and Rex Barrow and Jay Brazell, who you've already had met and listened to, have the privilege of representing Jimmy Ray Rodgers. Jimmy, would you stand up, please? Thank you. What you heard from the state attorney is what they believe or expect or hope the evidence will show. But it's a bumpy road because they haven't told you everything. The bulk of the evidence, the overwhelming evidence in this case, which I'd ask you to keep in mind that evidence comes in the form of both physical evidence collected by the police as well as the testimony of the people who come in and talk to you. The people that, by and large, the police spoke to. And what you will hear is a lot of evidence about Mr. Wright and Mr. Sievers and their long-time relationship, decades long, that they were boyhood friends, known each other for decades. But I submit to you that the evidence will also show that they had quite a bizarre relationship. Although Mr. Sievers came out for the wedding, Dr. Sievers did not, for the wedding of Curtis Wayne Wright and Angela Wright. And it is alleged that it was during this time, on the wedding weekend of Mr. Wright and his wife, Angela Weidman Wright. And you will also hear that as a result of what the police learned from Mr. Wright and Ms. Schumacher is a story. But what they came up with was a theory. They came up with a theory. It's always the husband, must be the husband. It's not an unusual theory, it's very common. In fact, we hear all too much of it frequently. But we would ask you to listen for the flaws in this case, because there are many. And the evidence will show that the police spent a great deal of time and effort by law enforcement in collecting physical evidence and the testimony of witness, which came much later. There was a crime scene. The police were called by Dr. Petritis. The police and EMS arrived. They went in. The crime scene is where this crime actually took place. And the Lee County Sheriff's Department has crime scene technicians, pretty experienced, pretty good what they do, and they began looking at the scene and collecting the evidence. They took all kinds of blood. They swabbed everything they could for DNA, and they found a hammer. And I'll get to the hammer, which is interesting. They looked at it, they collected it, they analyzed it, they sent it to a variety of different labs, state, also privately held, run labs as well. But none of this tells us very much. It provides some theories and opinions, but I would ask you to listen to all the evidence. Please don't form an opinion as yet. You've agreed to presume that Mr. Rodgers is innocent. We've asked each and every one of you to do so and to maintain that. But after they got this evidence, the police found themselves in a bit of a bind. It was a high-profile murder of a doctor, pretty young doctor, young mother, sad, very tragic. And they had no leads as to any suspects. They had no evidence against Mr. Sievers, as Mr. Hunter said, sort of the perfect alibi. So they focused on, after they got something, they didn't quite know what they had. They got something, and they focused on that. And the state will take a lot of time and effort in showing you how Mr. Rodgers and Mr. Wright drove to Florida to prove that they were here in Lee County. I'll tell you what, it was no secret. Not a secret at all. In fact, no effort was made to conceal the fact that they were coming to Florida. Mr. Rodgers took a little time off. It was coming up on just prior to the 4th of July weekend. Mr. Wright had asked him to go along, sort of a last-minute thing, just the day before. Mr. Wright wanted to leave on Friday, but Mr. Rodgers said, no, I can't get off work, I gotta work. So they embarked on this trip. Mr. Wright rented a car in his own name. They packed up lunch. Taylor Schomacher, who was at the time Mr. Rodgers' girlfriend, was packed up lunch for them. Mr. Wright picked him up. They had the GPS, and they got on the road. And it was Mr. Wright, you will hear from the evidence, who, he didn't take his phone, his personal phone. But you'll hear that he frequently uses what they call burner phones, or commonly referred to as prepaid phones. Burner phones sort of implies that you're up to no good. You're doing something. You have this because they're not traceable. And he and Mr. Sievers had those phones. Mr. Rodgers didn't have a phone. He took his phone, his regular, old, normal, everyday, very traceable phone that Mr. Wright plugged into the GPS. Now, Mr. Wright, you will hear from the evidence, he's pretty tech savvy. He said a lot of things. At one point, he said that he was, he's got a couple of degrees in engineering. He works on computers. He develops software. He does works with cell phones that he installs and works on security systems as well. So he knew. He knew that Jimmy Ray Rodgers had his phone. You will also hear that from Ms. Schomacher that Jimmy Ray Rodgers was taking pictures on the way down. She saw those pictures when he got home. Taking some pictures, not concealing anything. When they got here, they went to the beach. All kinds of video surveillance up and down the beach. They went to Walmart. I would venture to say that just about nobody expects to go in Walmart and not be on some sort of video surveillance. They bought some items for the beach, for their stay here. You'll also hear that during this time that Mr. Rodgers told his boss, I'll be back on Tuesday. He talked to him while he was gone. I'm in Florida. I'll be back on Tuesday. Can't work until then. Took some days off. Mr. Rodgers' boss, who is not part of the company at Doe Run, we anticipate the evidence will show that Mr. Rodgers worked for a separate contracting outfit owned JV Contracting, not for Doe Run, but he worked at Doe Run. And that they do, in fact, have these coveralls. They train their workers, the people they hire, But sometimes the training on people that work with the contractors isn't so good, and people take home the jumpsuits or coveralls, and frequently people use them to do other things like painting. It's not uncommon. Ms. Schumacher will tell you that Mr. Rodgers had brought her home occasionally to be washed, not necessarily knowing or realizing about the lead contamination at Doe Run. Ms. Schumacher will also talk about throwing this coverall out the window onto the road, and how she took the police out there to find that. Is this one that was in Florida? Is this what was taken? Why was it thrown out the window? It must be something really bad. If it was, I'd ask you to pay close attention to whether what that evidence shows matches up with what Mr. Wright says. As the state pointed out, he is the only person, allegedly, besides Mr. Rodgers and Dr. Teresa Severs, that know what happened in that house. Mr. Wright will also tell you that it's very common for him to use all kinds of burner prepaid phones. And Dr. Petritis will tell you that it's very common for Mark Severs to do the same. I'm not here to represent Mark Severs, not in the least bit. I represent Jimmy Ray Rodgers. And what you will hear will show that he was not part of any conspiracy, and he did not kill Dr. Teresa Severs. And you'll hear that. You will hear from Mr. Wright a lot of things. He made numerous statements, 8 at last count, starting with, I wasn't there, I didn't do anything. Moving on to, I don't know anything about that, must have been somebody else. Moving on to, well, I was in Florida, but I was outside, I didn't go in. I couldn't do anything like that. All the way up to, I took a hammer and I hit Dr. Severs in the head numerous times. That's a big swing, no pun intended. You will hear a lot of things from Mr. Severs that at the wedding, it was he and Mark, I'm sorry, for Mr. Wright, there's a lot of names in this, that at his wedding weekend, this man who is flying in from Florida to be his best man essentially usurped or stole his wedding weekend to talk about his life and that Mr. Wright didn't know anything about that beforehand. And when asked about, my wife needs to be killed, do you know anyone? Mr. Wright said, no. He will also tell you how he couldn't commit for quite a while. He didn't really commit to doing this until such time as the burner phones were purchased. Then he committed because he had to do it from the kids, for the children, for these 2 young daughters who lost their mother, that he had to do it. But instead of hiring someone, he went along, and he said throughout his various statements, no, I didn't kill her, I didn't, but it was Jimmy Rodgers. So when he makes his ultimate statement to the police and to the state attorneys after numerous months of working with them, that he talks about, no, I couldn't do it. And they stop in order for him to realign his statement, shall we say, until it finally meets with, as the evidence will show, meets with their approval. And so he can get his plea bargain. And a bargain it is. But what you will find out is that Mr. Wright never told Mr. Severs about Jimmy Rodgers, nor Mr. Rodgers about all his conversations with Mr. Severs. Mr. Wright will claim that Mark Severs controlled everything. He was controlling everything. He told me, what had to be done, when, where, how. He was very controlling. Except when Mr. Wright and Mr. Rodgers showed up here, he will tell you they had no plan, none. Not as to where it would happen, how it would happen, what item would be used. So when I talk about flaws, this idea of a hitman coming down to kill Mr. Severs' wife is simply not true. There was no plan. There was no agreement as to compensation. Certainly none with Mr. Rodgers. Mr. Wright will tell you various things, that there was a plan that, Mr. Rodgers could come in and he could steal the coins that were there. That was going to be his payment. Oh, wait, no, it was antiques. Going to steal antiques as return for killing a woman. At one point it was, $10,000. So there's a variety of things going on here. So when you're considering credibility, consider the credibility of this one witness. And pay attention. There was absolutely no communication between Mark Severs and Jimmy Ray Rodgers. None. At any time. Yep. Mr. Wright, the middleman, the puppet master, coming forward with a statement. As for Taylor Schumacher, the evidence will show that the police, however they were contacted or contacting her, she had made inconsistent statements as well, that the police were aware of what they had in Ms. Schumacher, an unemployed, uneducated, single mother of 2 at the time. We learned she was pregnant with Mr. Rodgers' child in 2015. We will hear that Mr. Rodgers was her protector in terms of physically, financially, and emotionally, until she hooked up with the police. That the police convinced her that Mr. Rodgers was guilty of this and that he would be put to death. They threatened to take away her children. They threatened to arrest her and charge her with being involved in this. And they told her that Mark Severs and Jimmy Rodgers, not Curtis Wright, would both be getting the death penalty. So she shouldn't have to worry anymore. But most importantly, they paid her. They began paying her when she asked for money to give her statement. And they paid her money to put deposit down on a place to live because she had been living with Mr. Rodgers. And they gave her money for deposit and rent. They also gave her $400 a month, each and every month, paid by the Lee County Sheriff's Department, and has been receiving it and is still receiving it as her agreement in coming in to testify. They told her about $50,000 that she could be eligible for. So, again, judge the credibility of where it comes from. Most importantly, looking back at the evidence in the case of physical evidence, we would ask you to pay particular attention because that physical evidence is wholly inconsistent with what Mr. Wright says happened. Entirely inconsistent. From the hammer to the injuries to Dr. Sievers. But it made a good story. Got him much lesser sentence. The evidence will show you that this was the independent act of Curtis Wainwright. If he was in conjunction with Mark Sievers, we don't know. We're not defending Mr. Sievers. But it will show that this was more of a crime of passion, perhaps produced out of rage, perhaps by someone who knew her, like Mr. Wright. The evidence will show that Mr. Rodgers is not guilty of conspiracy. He's not guilty of first-degree murder. So at the conclusion of this trial, I'm going to ask you to protect him. As a citizen of the United States Constitution.
Sustained. Sustained.
As a citizen.
Objection.
Can I have both sides approach for a moment?
You ready? Yes, ma'am.
We talked to you, Mr. Brazell talked to you, Ms. Ross talked to you about the presumption of innocence. I'm asking you to follow that, which each of you promised us, and that Mr. Rodgers is cloaked with the presumption of innocence, and it's the state's duty to prove this case. That's the function of the American jury. We're here for justice today. I'm afraid there is no justice for Dr. Sievers. It was a tragic murder. But I will agree with Mr. Hunter when he misspoke and said, Mr. Wright went berserk, he went crazy, and he had to correct himself to Mr. Rodgers. Thank you.
For the record, both assistant state attorneys are present, all four defense counsel. Mr. Rodgers, state's ready?
Sure.
Defense is ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. I would officially invoke the rule of sequestration and withdraw my previous objection as to the misuse of her meeting for the other testimony as she's been released now.
Okay. All right, bring them out. Please be seated. I'll ask our jurors again, did you follow my instructions not talk about the case among yourselves with anybody else or look up any of the people or places involved? Even if you did so inadvertently, now would be the time to raise your hand and let me know. For the record, no jurors lifted their hand. State next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Sandra Hoskins.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
State.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Sandra Hoskins,
And can you spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Hoskins.
And Ms. Hoskins, what do you do for a living?
I'm a medical assistant.
And were you a medical assistant in June of 2015?
Yes.
And were you working for a medical practice or a medical facility of some kind?
Yes.
Which, what was the name of the medical facility or practice you were working for?
Restorative Health and Healing. Restorative Health and Healing Center.
And whose medical practice is that?
Dr. Teresa Sievers.
And how long did you work for Dr. Sievers?
Around 7 years.
Let me turn your attention specifically to June 29th, 2015. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And at that time, what were your duties in the practice?
Assisting Dr. Sievers with the patients.
And how was it that patients would visit her medical practice? Did they come on a walk-in basis or did they make appointments?
Scheduled appointments.
And in order to assist Dr. Sievers with patients, did you also have to know what the schedule was for patients that were visiting her practice?
Yes.
And what time did Dr. Sievers back then typically start scheduling visits with her patients?
9 a.m.
And so everybody would have to be at work by at least 9 a.m. to receive the first patients as they arrive?
Correct.
Were you at work by 9 a.m. on June 29, 2015?
Yes.
Were there other members that worked, other employees that worked for Dr. Sievers' practice at that time as well?
Before 9 a.m.
They were all there?
Yes.
What time did Dr. Sievers typically arrive for work?
Either a little before 9 a.m. or 9 a.m.
Was she typically punctual when visiting with her patients, when seeing patients?
Yes.
Was she punctual on June 29th, 2015?
No.
So Dr. Sievers did she have a visit with a patient scheduled for 9 a.m. on the 29th?
Yes.
And did she show for that visit?
No.
When she didn't show for that visit, did you make efforts to locate her?
Yes.
And what did you do to try to locate her?
I called her cell phone.
And when you say her cell phone, was it her personal cell phone?
Yes.
Did she answer?
No.
Did anybody answer?
No.
When you didn't get her on her cell phone, did you make any additional efforts to locate Dr. Sievers?
I called Mark Sievers.
And who was Mark Sievers?
My boss as well.
So Mark Sievers also worked with the Restorative Health medical practice?
Correct.
Well, was Mark Sievers a medical doctor in the practice?
No.
He performed some other duties for the practice.
Yes.
And how did you call Mr. Sievers? Did you call him on a cell phone or at home? How did you get him?
On his cell phone.
And were you able to make contact with him?
Via text.
What was the purpose of making contact with Mr. Sievers via text?
To locate Dr. Sievers.
And what time of the, I'm guessing this is still in the morning when you're trying to locate Dr. Sievers?
Yes, sir.
Was it the 9 o'clock hour or at some other time in the morning?
Repeat that question, please.
Was it during the 9 o'clock hour or at some other time in the morning?
It was a little after 9.
Were you able to learn from Mr. Severs where Dr. Severs was?
No.
Did Mr. Severs appear to know that she had not arrived at work when you communicated with him?
Objection to speculation.
Overruled.
Did he appear to know that she had not arrived at work when you communicated with him?
Rephrase that question.
I'll ask a better question.
Yes, please.
When you contacted Dr. Severs, Mr. Severs, did you inform him that Dr. Severs had not arrived at work?
Correct.
Did Dr. Severs ever arrive for work on June 29, 2015?
No, sir.
Is the restorative health medical practice located in Lee County?
Yes.
Or was it? Does the practice still exist?
No.
So back then it was in Lee County.
Yes.
Did Mr. Severs, you mentioned earlier that Mr. Severs had some kind of a role in the medical practice. Did he work in the medical practice or did he work somewhere else?
He would work from home and sometimes in the practice.
So sometimes he would report to the office with everybody else and work, and other times he'd work from elsewhere.
No, sir. Off hours.
Off hours?
Correct.
Your Honor, I attend to the witness.
Defense.
Good morning, Ms. Hoskins.
Good morning.
In addition to being, was Mr. Severs also the office manager?
Yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Severs was also a registered nurse,
LPN.
LPN?
Correct.
That's your understanding? Okay. But he didn't act as a nurse in the practice while you were there, did he?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
This witness to be retained or released?
The witness is free to go, Your Honor. Thank you.
No objection. Defense.
No objection.
You're free to go. Thank you, ma'am. Next witness.
State calls Dr. Mark Rodgers.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
While the witness is coming forward, I'll let both sides know that when I asked if there was any objection to releasing the last witness, they couldn't hear the response, and so that's okay. Just make sure everybody speaks up for our jurors. Okay. And that's just in the abundance of caution to make sure nobody may need that witness at a later time. State.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Dr. Mark E. as in
sorry to
Edward.
interrupt.
Can you hear me?
One moment, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Okay. Ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Dr. Mark E. as in Edward, Petrites, Petrites.
And Dr. Petritis, what kind of doctorate do you hold?
I'm a medical doctor with specializing in general surgery.
And are you still a practicing surgeon?
Not presently, no. kind of retired.
You retired. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back in June of 2015, were you still practicing?
Yes, I was.
And let me ask you, do you know Dr. Teresa Sievers, or did you know Dr. Teresa Sievers?
Yes, I knew her very well.
How long had you known Dr. Sievers up until June of 2015?
I originally met her in around 1995. She was doing a medical school rotation at the hospital where I was doing my general surgical residency. So I had contact with her for about 3 months or so at that time. After that, I had no contact with her until probably around 2007, at which time we ran into each other and started a professional relationship and personal.
And when you started the professional and personal relationship, do you have family as well?
Yes, I do.
And are you married?
Yes, I'm married and we have a son.
And did you and your wife get to spend time with Dr. Sievers and her family from time to time?
Yes.
Did you know Mark Sievers?
Yes, I did.
What was your relationship with Mark? What was your relationship with Mark Sievers?
Was not very close and personal. We were more close to Teresa.
So it's safe to say the relationship between your two families was based on your relationship with Dr. Sievers?
Correct.
Did your wife also have a relationship with Dr. Sievers?
Yes, she did.
Did she have a relationship with Mark Sievers?
A very casual one, I would say.
So Dr. Sievers was also closer with your wife than
Oh,
she
much-
was than
much
your
closer.
wife was with Mark Sievers?
Yes.
At that time, was it? Did you and Mark Sievers spend time together?
Very rarely. I could count on one hand how many times that him and I did anything together.
Did the two of you ever make phone calls to one another to do favors for one another?
Never to do favors for each other, just making contact about either a dinner get-together or something like that. That was it.
Those get-togethers, were they just between you and Mark, or did they usually involve your families and spouses?
Oh, no, it was always families, spouses, yes.
On June 29th, 2015, at approximately 9 o'clock in the morning, do you recall what you were doing?
Around 9 o'clock in the morning, I was getting ready for work, and I went to the post office, and that's where everything kind of started.
And when you say everything kind of started, how did everything start?
So I was inside the post office, and I had received a voicemail from Mark Sievers that his wife, Teresa, had not showed up to work, and asking if I could go check on her. From there, as I was leaving the post office, that's when I was listening to the voicemail, and I just went directly to her house. On doing so, I had called him to ask him, what's up, why is this, why are you calling me about this? And
Well, and let me stop you there and ask you a question.
yes,
How far was the post office from Dr. Sievers' home?
less than 2 miles.
And you've been to the Sievers' home before,
Oh, many times, yes,
so you knew how to get there from the post office.
correct. Yes.
And then you started to tell us that you were able to, after you listened to Mr. Sievers' voicemail, you called him back to find out what's going on. Why is he calling you?
Correct.
All right. Had he ever called you and asked you to go check on Dr. Sievers before?
No, never.
Okay, so you call him back and you said you were saying, "What's up? Why are you calling me?"
Correct.
Did you get a chance to, did you get an answer from him?
He said that she didn't show up at work, that he had tried calling her on her cell phone, but there was no answer. He believed that he said the phone was dead, and that he had traced it to the house, which I found odd, that you could trace a dead phone to the house. I don't know how the iPhone Where Am I app works, I don't know.
So on the one hand, Mr. Severs was saying he couldn't reach Dr. Severs because he believed her phone to be dead.
Correct.
But on the other hand, he was saying he'd somehow tracked
Right.
her phone.
To the house, yes.
But the phone was dead.
Correct.
Okay. Did you get enough? Did you actually? You said you started to head towards the house. Did you actually arrive at the house?
Yes, I did.
And when you arrived at the house, were you still talking to Mr. Severs?
As I was pulling it up the driveway, yes.
And did you get any guidance from him on how to check on Dr. Severs?
He wanted me to go directly into the house, which I thought was odd. I did not feel that was appropriate. I said, I'm going to go to the front door. He said, just go inside the garage door. And I told him I wasn't going to do that. And so I didn't.
Let me ask you a question about that. Now,
Yes, sir.
you mentioned earlier that your family was, and the Severs family were friends.
Correct.
You didn't have the kind of relationship where you could just show up and walk in to their
no.
home?
No, I wouldn't do that, no.
And they couldn't show up at your house and just walk in?
I think Teresa probably would.
Okay.
Because she felt that comfortable with us. So,
She was that bold as well?
yes.
Certainly you wouldn't, you or your wife wouldn't show up at the Severs house and just kind of walk in without knocking on the door, ringing the doorbell?
No, no.
Did you have any concerns about just kind of walking into the house if Dr. Severs was inside?
Yes, for personal reasons, I didn't know what she was, if she was home or what she was doing. She may have been having breakfast on the treadmill or in the bathtub. I didn't know. And also, I know that she has a weapon. She has a gun.
So you had a safety concern about surprising Dr. Severs?
Correct. Correct.
All right, so Mr. Severs is giving you guidance on, he's urging you to go into the house, as you
Correct.
stated. Did you make an attempt to get into the house?
First, I went to the front door and I knocked on the door. In fact, I kind of pounded. There was no answer. I tried using the front door handle and it was locked. And from there, I went to the garage.
Were you able to see inside the house from the front door?
Yes, I could.
And did you see anything?
I saw their two dogs were kind of in the foyer area. A light was on in the kitchen, but there was no other activity.
So you didn't see anybody walking around inside?
No, I did not.
All right, so after you tried to nod the front door handle and weren't able to get in the front door, did you make an attempt to get into another door?
Yes, I went to the electric garage door. He had, on his voicemail message to me that morning, he said, just go in the garage door. The code is 1313, push enter. And so I did that, and the garage door opened up.
And when you say he, it was Mr. Severs?
Mr. Severs, yes,
All right.
I'm sorry.
So Mr. Severs gave you the code to put the door up in the garage?
Correct.
Okay. When you put the door up, what was the first thing you observed?
Both vehicles were in the garage. His vehicle, Mr. Severs' vehicle, the blue van, was on the left side, and her and Teresa's white Mercedes station wagon was on the right side.
Did you see anything else in the garage?
Just a garage full of garage stuff.
Stuff?
Garage stuff, yes.
What about the dogs? Were the dogs You said you saw them by the front door. Did you see
Yes.
any of them in the garage?
So as I walked in between the two vehicles to walk towards the entryway to the house, one of the dogs had run out on the opposite side, on the driver's side of the van, and ran out through the open garage door.
Now, the other times you'd visited the Seavers home, had one of the dogs ever run out?
No,
Did the dog run to you or run past you?
well, he ran right past me. He just ran out.
Was there anything else unusual that you observed in the garage as you entered the garage?
Well, as I was walking between the vehicles and then towards the front of the van to go into the house, there was a suitcase that was on the ground right directly in front of the van. And there were some articles that looked like travel type articles spewing about around that area.
Let me stop you here, and I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 3A. It's already been shown to council. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 3A?
Yes,
What is it?
that's the front of Dr. Seaver's house with the garage door open.
Was that a true and accurate representation of Seaver's home?
Yes,
And does that accurately depict how it appeared that day when you went there?
yes.
Your Honor, this time I move to admit what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 3A, and the evidence is State's 3A.
No objection.
We'll show it admitted.
Published?
Yes, sir.
Let me get a little bit dimmer. A little bit. Okay, I'm going to hand you, Dr. Petridas, I'm going to hand you my laser. And just make sure not to zap anybody with it.
Okay.
There's a little button, little silver button on the side there.
Gotcha.
Can you, showing the jury 3A, can you point to the area of the garage where you entered?
I entered right here, in between the van and the motorcycle.
Okay. And the dog exited on the opposite
On the
side of the van?
opposite side of the van, over this way here.
Okay. And did you see where the dog went?
He went down the driveway.
Was there anything else that you observed in the garage as you entered the garage?
No,
Were you able to see inside the house from in the garage?
no.
Okay, why not?
From in front of the van, you can't see inside of the house, not until you get to the stairway leading into the laundry room can you
Okay.
see into the house.
Now, the dog that ran past you,
Correct.
was that one of the same dogs that you had seen by the front door glass?
Yes,
So somehow the dog had access to the garage.
correct.
Was there a door that connected the garage to the main part of the house?
Yes, there was, and it was already open when I got there.
So you didn't open it,
No, I did not.
and some dogs can open doors. I don't know whether
my-
the dog opened it, could have happened, but
Could
the door
have.
was open.
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to go through the door?
Yes, I did.
The first question is, from that vantage point, as you go through the door, were you able to see anybody moving around inside the house?
No, I did not.
Were you able to see Dr. Seavers at all?
No, I could not.
Did you call out her name, see if she was there?
Yes, I did.
Did she answer?
There was no answer.
And when you say no answer, you mean nobody answered.
Nobody answered.
So did you then have an opportunity to proceed into the interior of the home?
Yes, I did.
And was that from that garage entrance that you told us about?
Yes.
When you got inside the home, what did you see?
As I went through the laundry room, it was plain and obvious on the kitchen floor, there was a hammer that was laying there.
Is that the first thing you saw was the hammer?
Yes.
Did you see anything else or anyone else on the kitchen floor?
Not until I entered into the kitchen.
And what else did you see?
When I entered the kitchen,
Yes.
I saw, as I was first going in, I saw blood on the floor to the left. And as I stepped in further, then I saw my friend Teresa on the floor by the refrigerator.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as states exhibit number 1.
I don't think you gave it back.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right here. Let me show you what's been previously entered as states exhibit number 1. Is that Teresa Severs?
Yes, it is.
Is the person depicted in the exhibit number 1 the same person who's laying on the floor in the kitchen?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, you told us earlier that you're a medical doctor, you're
Yes,
a
sir.
trained surgeon.
Correct.
You said you saw blood. Were you able to determine where this blood might have come from?
Well, initially when I saw her on the ground and I saw a hammer, I thought maybe she was trying to hang something on the wall or something like that and hurt herself. But the amount of blood that was there was way too much for something like that. I approached her more closely and I saw how her head had been bashed in.
Were the injuries that you saw to Dr. Severs' head consistent with life?
No. She had a depressed occipital skull fracture. I'm pointing to the back of my head here. And
Your Honor, objection.
State,
I'm not sure what the objection is.
you guys want to approach?
So, Dr. Severs had an injury to the back of her head.
yes,
Was she moving?
no.
Did you have an opportunity to check for a pulse or check for any respiration?
Yes, I checked for signs of life, and she had none. She was dead cold.
When you say dead cold, what does dead cold mean?
Her body was cold and lifeless, very much like if you've ever been to a funeral with an open casket and touched your loved one's hand. Just that's how they feel. That's how dead cold feels.
Is the Severs home located in Lee County?
Yes, it is.
After you determined that Dr. Severs was lifeless, did you have an opportunity to call for help?
First, I yelled into the house, and then I yelled for her daughters, because I didn't know if they were still in the house.
So, Mr. Severs, when you had spoken to him earlier, hadn't made any reference to you about whether the daughters were home with Dr. Severs or with him wherever he was.
The morning of this, no, he did not make reference.
So you thought the two young girls might have still been in the house?
I thought they could have been, yes.
When you called out, did anybody else answer?
There was no answer. The house was silent.
And when nobody else answered, did you make an attempt to find out where the two daughters were?
Yes, I did. I thought that someone could still be in the house, even though it was quiet. It was a very eerie feeling being inside the house with that atrocious finding. I stepped outside the house and I called Mark Severs directly and asked him if the girls were with him, if the daughters were with him.
And did he confirm for you that they were with him?
Yes, he said that they were with him.
Then did you get an opportunity to call for help?
Yes, I did.
And did you call 911?
Yes, I did.
And how long after calling 911 did anybody show up?
Less than, well, the fire department had showed up while I was still on the phone with 911, so I'd say 3 to 5 minutes.
So you were still talking with the 911 dispatcher when the first responder showed up?
Correct.
And were you able to observe whether they were able to do anything to help Dr. Severs?
No, I did not go back in the house with them.
But she never walked back out with them?
No, she did not.
And they never brought her back out on a gurney or anything like that?
No, they did not.
At some point, did a crime scene investigation start at that home?
I believe that it had started while I was still there, I think almost instantaneously.
And did you cooperate in the crime scene investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide any biological samples to law enforcement?
They took they call it a buccal smear, which is a swab of the inside of your mouth for DNA analysis.
At the time, back in June of 2015, you told us earlier that you were a surgeon.
Correct.
Were you working in the Severs medical practice, or did you have your own practice?
No, I had my own separate practice.
And where was your practice?
It was in the Bonita Community Health Center, which is probably about 5-6 miles away from my house.
And you mentioned earlier that you had a personal and professional relationship with Dr. Severs.
Correct.
What was the professional relationship like?
So when she first moved to town, she had purchased a medical office from another physician who had moved on. Because she is a medical doctor and I'm a surgeon who operates on things that are found by medical doctors, that became the basis of our professional relationship. Her patients may have something like a gallbladder problem or a breast cancer or something, and she would refer them to me to take care of.
Your Honor, I tender the witness.
Defense.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Petritis.
Good morning.
You had mentioned that you and your wife both enjoyed a personal relationship with Dr. Severs.
Correct.
But not necessarily with Mark Severs, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. But you have been around him quite a few times in social settings,
Correct.
had each other's cell phone numbers, that sort of thing?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, were you aware that he had more than one cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. Found that a little odd, did you?
Yes, I did.
No other questions. Thank you.
Is this witness to be retained or released?
He's released by the state, Your Honor.
No objection? You're free to go, doctor.
Thank you.
Next witness.
State calls Adam Hughes.
Yes, sir. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Adam Lucas Hughes.
And how do you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Hughes.
And, sir, I see you're in a uniform.
Yes, sir.
What kind of uniform is that you're wearing?
This is a lieutenant for the Bonita Springs Fire and Control and Rescue District.
And that's where you work?
Yes, sir.
Did you work there in June of 2015?
Yes, sir.
Were you a lieutenant then as well?
No, sir.
You got promoted since then?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
On June 29th of 2015, did you have an opportunity to respond to a call at the Seavers home in Bonita Springs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the nature of the call?
It came in as a cardiac arrest.
What does a cardiac arrest mean?
Cardiac arrest is, in short term, means the heart is not beating anymore. The heart has taken its last beat. There's no more blood circulation.
So you got called out for an instance where somebody's heart wasn't beating anymore.
Yes, sir.
How long after you received the call? Well, where were you when you received the call?
We were in Station 1, our station.
And how far is Station 1 from the home on Jarvis Road?
Approximately 3 miles, 4 miles.
And do you recall the address for the home that you responded to?
No, sir.
Just that it was on Jarvis Road.
Yes, sir.
And what kind of vehicle did you use to get to the home?
We responded in a Pierce fire truck.
And when you got to the home, did you arrive at the home?
Yes, sir.
Was anybody there?
Yes, sir. There was a gentleman in the driveway.
And what was he doing in the driveway when you arrived?
He was talking on a cell phone.
Do you have an idea of who he might have been talking to?
All I know is I heard him say the fire department's here.
And did you have an opportunity to find out where the emergency was? You responded to the area for a cardiac arrest. Did you have an opportunity to figure out where it was?
No, sir. We get off the truck, exit the truck, grab our gear, and we just head into the house.
Okay. And so you believe that the cardiac arrest was inside of the house?
We approached the gentleman and we asked where she was, if he thought she was deceased, and he was still kind of frantic on the phone. He didn't really pay us too much attention because he was talking. There was multiple conversations going on, and so we just entered through the garage door.
And you said you grabbed your gear. What kind of gear did you grab?
We have a Zoll monitor, we have an airway bag, and we have a med bag that we bring in with us.
What's a Zoll monitor?
A Zoll monitor is a cardiac monitor that you do 12 leads with, you do capnography with, blood pressures, pulse oximetry.
So that Zoll monitor can tell you whether or not a person is still alive?
Yes, sir.
And how do you said you grabbed your equipment. Was it in some kind of a container or a bag?
Yes, sir. Yeah, they're in encapsulated bags.
So you said you went into the house carrying the equipment.
Yes, sir.
How did you get into the house?
Through the garage door.
And as you entered the house, did anybody move anything as you were walking through the garage?
As we were entering the garage, Acting Lieutenant Mendez was in front of me, and there was a luggage in front of the door, at least in front of our path to the door. And Lieutenant Mendez just slid it slightly to the side.
So when you say we entered the house, it was you,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hughes, Lieutenant Mendez. Was anybody else present
Yes, sir.
with you in the house?
Firefighter Coburn.
Okay. And Mr. Coburn.
Yes, sir.
And were you able to locate the person in the home who needed help?
Yes, sir.
Where was that person located?
As we opened the door, we could see feet. So right as we opened the door through the laundry room into the kitchen, you could see feet. And we just entered in. We made our way to the threshold of the laundry room kitchen door.
So the laundry room is directly adjacent to the kitchen?
Yes, sir.
So in order to walk into the kitchen, do you have to walk through the laundry room to get there?
Yes, sir.
So when you said you went to the threshold, was the threshold the entrance from the laundry room into the kitchen? Is
Yes,
that what
sir.
you
The
mean?
door jamb. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And what did you see when you got to the threshold?
Acting Lieutenant Mendez was in front of me. He peered in, and I come up behind him, and I kind of just peeked around to the left side also. We saw the patient down on the ground, and there was injuries incompatible with life.
Were you ever able to employ your Zoll monitor to?
No, sir. We have the discretion that if there's injuries incompatible with life, that we don't. It's not protocol, sir.
And you mentioned earlier having an airway bag of some kind. Is that something that helps a person breathe?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to use that
No, sir.
for the same reason?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do after you figured out that the injuries were incompatible with life?
We turned around and exited.
At any point, did law enforcement show up?
Yes, sir.
Did they show up before or after you arrived?
They showed up after we arrived.
Your Honor, I tender the witness.
Defense.
Mr. Hughes,
Morning.
I have no questions for this witness, Judge.
Witness to be retained or released.
He's free to go, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any objection?
No.
You're free to go. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Next witness.
State calls Kim Van Was.
Your Honor, may we approach just very quickly?
Sure. You ready? The next witness is going to be quite lengthy, so then rather than break it up and have you sit through part of it, then go to lunch and come back, we're going to take an early lunch. I'm going to ask that you not talk about the case among yourselves with anybody else or look up any of the people or places involved. Don't read anything or watch any TV on it, and we will see you again at 1:15. Please be seated. Anything further from the state until we come back? Missing one, right? Someone snuck out on you. Please be seated. You're going to get tired of hearing this, but I'm going to ask all our jurors again, did you follow my instructions, not talk about the case among yourselves with anybody else or look up any of the people or places involved? Even if you did so inadvertently, now would be the time to raise your hand and let me know. For the record, no jurors lifted their hand. Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Kim Van Was.
Yes,
Your Honor,
ma'am.
while she's coming into the courtroom, if Ms. Fitzgeorge and I could, well, defense team could approach her.
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do. Thank you.
State.
Would you please state your name for the record, please?
Kimberly Van Was.
And how do you spell your last name?
VAN space WAUS.
And where are you employed?
I am employed with the Lee County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been employed with the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
since September 2001.
And in what capacity have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
I have been a records assistant, a evidence custodian, and I am currently a crime scene technician.
And as a crime scene technician, did you have any training that you had to go through?
Yes, I did.
And briefly, what type of training have you had to be a crime scene technician?
I have an associate's degree in crime scene technology from Edison College. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal forensics from Florida Gulf Coast University. I am also a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification, and I have over 800 hours of specialized training in forensics.
What does it take to be a certified crime scene analyst?
You have you have to take an exam. So there's 2 major textbooks you have to study from. You have to have years of experience, and you actually have to take this exam to show that you are proficient in crime scene in order to pass the test.
Now, did you receive a call to respond to a crime scene at 27Z34 Jarvis Road on June 29th of 2015?
Yes, I did.
And were you a crime scene technician at that time?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond?
Yes, I did.
And when you're called out to a crime scene, do you have a method of processing a crime scene?
Yes.
And what's your method of processing a crime scene?
We are responsible to document the crime scene, assess it for evidence and anything of interest. We have to collect the evidence, and we also have to process the crime scene.
And when you say document a crime scene, what are you talking about when you talk about documenting a crime scene?
This can be done in a lot of ways. Mostly photographs. We do a rough sketch, which can later be computerized. We do rough notes. We do a Faro 3D scanner, and we also take video.
And you talked about a second thing being assessment. When do you begin your assessment of a crime scene? Is that after documentation?
It's actually during documentation, because while I'm photographing that scene, I'm also assessing.
And collection and processing, does that come after the documentation and assessment?
Yes, it does.
When do you, for the crime scene that you mentioned at Jarvis Road, did you follow this same procedure or method when you were at that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
When you were processing it. When you arrived at Jarvis Road, where did you first go? What did you first do?
The first thing I did was I met with the detective on scene for a briefing and walk through the scene.
And what type of information is provided to you in a briefing?
This is anything that I might need to know before I start going through the crime scene and documenting. In this case, there was a little bit of information I need to know that I got from the briefing.
And what information was provided you during the briefing that you used before you began, or that you considered as you determined where to start your assessment, your documentation and assessment?
The detective informed me about different doors that were locked or unlocked or forcefully opened during the clearing of the residence.
And with that information in mind, how did you actually approach this crime scene?
I actually approached this crime scene through the garage.
Now, is the garage the first way you went, started with the crime scene, or do you do an outward assessment, an outside assessment before you enter into a residence?
I always start from the exterior of a residence. I will walk around the exterior photographing, and then I work my way into the residence.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
And where did you start your walkthrough around the residence?
On the exterior or interior?
On the exterior.
On the exterior, I started in the front of the house.
And how did you proceed after starting on the front of the house?
I walked around the entire perimeter of the residence, and then I went to the garage.
Was there a gate around or a fence around the back of the perimeter of the yard of the residence?
Yes, there was.
And did you enter into that gate when you were doing your outside perimeter?
Yes, I did.
And did you go to look at anything in particular as you were walking around the house doing this outside exterior perimeter initial walk?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
During my briefing, I was informed about a side garage door. So this was of interest to me. It was damaged, so I began my assessment in that area. After walking through, there's 2 gates of the fence, and I walked through one of the gates, and then I went to that door.
And did you observe that door?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe it from both the outside and the inside? How did you go about documenting that door?
I began documenting it from the exterior because that's where I start my photographs. And then I opened the door, photographed the door and the locking mechanism, and then I went inside and I photographed it from the inside of the garage as well.
Now, did you continue at that point your documentation, and we'll call it assessment, going through that side garage door, or did you then come back to the front of the garage?
I believe in this situation I did continue on through the side of the garage. I had the interior of the garage also from in the driveway, but I went through the residence through the side door.
And as you went through the garage, did you continue to photograph?
Yes, I did.
And what type of photographs were you taking? And I don't mean the nature of the film or the camera, but when you are documenting, what are you taking photographs of?
The first set of photographs I take are our initial photographs. This is everything in this residence as is how I walked in the door. So I'm trying to show the condition of the house the way I see it when I arrive on scene. So this is every wall, ceilings, doors, drawers, cabinets, everything is photographed in this first set of photographs.
So after you had walked into the garage, you documented in the garage, where did you go next?
I walked into the laundry room, which is right next to the garage.
And did you continue to document when you walked into the laundry room?
Yes, I did.
And did you follow that same type of procedure you've been describing of photographing everything?
Yes, I did.
After going into the laundry room, where did you next go?
The next room over would be the kitchen.
And when you walked into the kitchen, did you continue your documentation?
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything in the kitchen that gave you an appreciation for where the focus of the crime scene would be?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find?
I found the victim, Dr. Teresa Sievers, lying on the floor.
And if you could just describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you began to do the documentation in the kitchen.
So as I'm photographing overall of the kitchen, I've also starting to note things. This is my assessment stage. There's items that are more prominent and that I need to photograph, the victim being one of those. And I'm taking more photographs to show the condition of the entire kitchen.
Did there come a time when you stopped taking photographs in the kitchen and you continued your walk through the house?
Yes.
Where did you next go in the house?
The rooms adjacent to the kitchen were the living room, a dining room, which wasn't really used as a dining room, so that would be the next room that I would photograph.
And did you do so?
Yes, I did.
Did you photograph every room in this house?
Yes, I did.
And after photographing the 2 areas on either side of the kitchen, where did you go next in terms of your walkthrough of the house and your initial documentation?
I would say that there was 2 wings of the house with bedrooms. So the one wing of the house had 2 bedrooms with a bathroom separated, and then there was a guest suite, I guess you could say. It was a bedroom with a bathroom nearby. And then on the other side of the house, I also went to there's more rooms on that side, but I'll stop there.
And what rooms were on the other side of the house?
There was I called it a sitting room, but it was also utilized as an office. There was a desk in it with a couch. There was a dining room, the foyer to the front door, and the master bedroom with closets in the bathroom.
Was there also an area that was what one might call an office that was on the other side of that house?
Yes, that was actually near the dining room on the other side of the foyer.
And did you begin an initial documentation of the office area of the residence?
Yes, I did.
And did you also do an initial documentation of the master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
When you're doing an initial documentation, do you go into every room or closet that's in a room when you're doing that initial documentation?
Yes, I do.
So in a master bedroom, would you look into the closets, for instance?
Absolutely.
And after doing a documentation of the master bedroom, where did you then proceed?
Well, after the bedroom, it would be all the rooms within the master bedroom. There's the exterior pool area. There's actually a pool under a cage. I would have photographed that area. And I think that's all the rooms.
Well, you mentioned that there was a room that was maybe, I don't know if you called it a guest room, but a room where there was a bedroom with a bathroom with it. Did you document that as well?
Yes, I did. I called it the guest suite, I think.
The guest suite. And did you document that as well?
Yes.
So as you went through this house, it sounds like you took photographs continually.
Yes, I did.
I want to show you both what has been admitted into evidence, and Your Honor, all of these have been shown to defense counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to show you what's been admitted into evidence as 3A and what is marked for identification as 3B. What are those?
These are photographs I took.
And what are they photographs of?
This is the residence at 27034 Jarvis Road.
And 3A, what do we see in 3A?
This is the front of the residence.
And what do we see in 3B?
This is the backyard of the residence.
Your Honor, if I might move to introduce State's Exhibit 3B.
No objection.
We'll show it admitted.
I might publish.
You may.
So I'm showing you what's been introduced into evidence as 3A. And
This is the front of the residence. There's actually a little bit more of the residence on the right that's not shown in the photograph, but this is a majority of the front of the residence.
And in this photograph, I'm going to hand you a laser pointer. It works by a little button.
Okay.
Thank you. In this photograph, can you show us, you talked about a fence around the house. Can you show us where that fence is in this house?
The left side of the house, you can see this is the white vinyl, I would say, privacy fence of the residence.
About how tall is that fence?
I would say it's about 6 feet.
Now, we also talked about the garage. I think it's pretty obvious. Where is the garage in this photo?
On the right side of the photograph, this is the double car garage where the door is open.
Thank you. Let me put what has been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 3B. Could you just describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we see in 3B?
So this is a photograph of the rear side of the residence. From the front of the residence, it would be the back right corner looking at the house. That's where I'm standing. And then I'm photographing along the back side of the residence.
And does the fence go all the way around the backyard?
Yes, it does.
Are there any gates in that fence?
There are.
Back? And if so, where?
There are 2 gates. There is one on the left side at the front and one on the right side at the front.
So are there any gates that are on the back of the fence?
I didn't note any gates on the back.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked for identification as states 5A, B, C, and D, and ask if you can look at them, please.
Okay.
And what are those exhibits?
These are photographs I took
And where were those photographs taken?
at the residence at 20. Taken from the backyard of the residence. Actually, I would call it the side yard. On the back side of the fence I'm standing, and these are photographs of the south garage door.
A little bit ago, you talked about the garage door that you initially started documenting before you walked inside the garage. Is this that garage door?
Yes, it is.
Move to introduce states exhibits 5A, B, C, and D. Is there any? 5A, B, C, and D.
We'll show them admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
I'm showing you what has been introduced into evidence as Exhibit 5D. What is Exhibit 5D?
That is the south garage door from the exterior side. Where I'm standing is just behind the white vinyl fence on the right side of the residence.
And using the laser pointer, can we see in this photograph the fence that you've been talking about? The white vinyl fence?
Yes.
And where is it?
You can see it slightly on the left side of the photograph. This is where it connects to the wall. There's a small portion right here.
I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as States Exhibit 5B. Give me just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at States Exhibit 5B, what do we see as States Exhibit 5B?
This is the exterior edge of that south garage door, and it shows the both sides of the lock and handles.
And what do we see in 5B?
You can see a lot of damage to the door.
Let me just put on States Exhibit 5C, and if you can just again describe what we're looking at in 5B.
This is another photograph I took of that same south garage door. You can see more of the exterior side and that door handle, and I'm photographing the damage, and there's also a scale in the photograph.
And finally, let me show you States Exhibit 5A. What do we see in that photograph?
This is the interior side of that same south garage door, and again, you can see the lock and the door handle and the lock on the door handle.
Did you find anything significant about that lock and door handle when you were looking at the door and taking these photographs?
Yes, I did.
What did you find that was significant?
The door, both locks were unlocked.
Now, you talked about how you, after you had looked at taking your documentation of that side door, you entered the garage. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 4A through E. Ask if you take a moment to look through them. What are States Exhibits 4A through E?
These are photographs, again, I took at the residence.
And where were those photographs taken? In what part of the residence were they taken?
I took these photographs in the garage.
Move to admit States 4A through E.
Any objection? We'll show them admitted.
publish, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 4B. Can you tell us what we see as State's Exhibit 4B?
This is a photograph of the south side of the garage.
We see an open door in that garage. Where is that door in relation to what you've been talking about?
That is the door that I'm talking about. That's the doorway to the south garage door.
And what we are seeing in the garage, blue bins, material on the ground, was that all there when you arrived?
Yes, everything except for the ladder.
Except for the ladder? And what was the ladder there for?
That was to be utilized to help us search.
State's Exhibit 4A. What do we see in State's Exhibit 4A?
This is also the south side of the garage. This is just the other wall. You can see the same white cars parked on that side of the garage. And the door on the right side of the photograph is now closed. That's that same south garage door.
Could you take the laser pointer and just point out where that outside door that's now closed is?
It's on the right side of the photograph.
Could you also, to give us perspective, point out where the door to enter into the residence from the garage is?
It's off the photograph, but it's going to be over in this direction.
Thank you. I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as State's 4E. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 4E?
This is another photograph of the south side of the garage. You can again see the white car. The door on the top right corner of the photograph is the south garage door. I am actually standing near the doorway to go into the residence. That's the perspective of where I'm standing.
And there appears to be, while small, some type of a pathway from where you're taking the photo to that door. Did you create that pathway, or was that pathway there when you began your documentation?
The pathway was already there.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 4C. Could you describe for the members of the jury what we see in State's Exhibit 4C?
This is a photograph on the north side of the garage, so it's opposite of that door. And there is a piece of purple luggage on the floor with its contents actually on the ground next to the piece of luggage. And on the right side of the photograph is the door into the residence.
And would you, again, with your laser pointer, point to us where the door is that you use to enter into the residence?
It's on the right side of the photograph. This is the bottom portion of the door right here.
What has been introduced into evidence as 4D. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 4D?
This is a close-up photograph of the piece of purple luggage that was on the floor with its contents on the right side of the luggage laying on the ground.
And during your initial documentation and assessment, did you go through this particular suitcase?
I did it a later time, but this is how I found it.
But that's what I mean. Right now, all you're doing is photographing and assessing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as you moved from the garage, what was the next room into which you entered?
I entered into the laundry room.
I want to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit R6A3C.
These are photographs I took.
And what are they photographs of?
These are photographs I took in the laundry room of the residence.
Now, is the laundry room what you walk into immediately from the garage?
Yes.
Move to admit states 6A through C.
We'll show them admitted.
Permission to publish, Your
You
Honor.
may.
I want to first show you state 6A. Could you tell the members of the jury what we see in State's Exhibit 6A?
This is the washer and dryer inside the laundry room. And there's also a laundry basket along the side of it. I'm actually standing in the doorway, going from the garage into the laundry room, and I'm photographing to the left, so walking in to the left.
And State's Exhibit 6B. What do we see in State's Exhibit 6B?
This is the pathway of the laundry room because the laundry room is a cut through into the kitchen. This is me standing in the garage through the door showing the entire center path of the laundry room.
Now, in the picture on the bottom right-hand corner of it, we see some kind of a white object. What is that?
If it's what I think, the freezer. There was a deep freezer along the wall in the garage.
And if you could just use your laser pointer to indicate for the members of the jury where that is.
On the bottom right corner, right here, is the top left corner of that deep freezer.
And finally, I want to show you State's Exhibit 6C. What is this?
This is an alarm panel on the wall in the laundry room.
And where was that alarm panel on which wall in the laundry room?
When you walk into the laundry room from the garage, it is directly inside on the left wall. So it's on the left side of the door walking into the laundry room.
So if I were to put State's Exhibit 6B back before you, could you with your laser pointer show which wall that the alarm panel would have been on?
It's on the opposite side of this wall right here on the left side of the photograph.
Thank you. I think you indicated after going from the garage to the laundry room, you next went to the kitchen. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
I want to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 7A through F. If you could take a moment to look at those.
Okay.
What are State's Exhibits 7A through F?
These are photographs I took of the kitchen in the residence.
Move to admit as evidence States 7A through F.
We'll show them admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may proceed.
Let me show you what's now in evidence as States 7A. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're seeing in 7A?
This is a photograph of the kitchen floor, and on the floor you see the victim, Dr. Teresa Sievers.
And do you see other items that were also on the floor?
Yes, there are multiple items scattered on the floor around her body.
I want to show you what. Well, Your Honor, you have one in this one.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you initially went through the kitchen, did you initially put a marker beside it, or did you come back and put a marker afterward?
I do my initial photographs first, and then when I'm in my assessment/collection phase, I'm marking evidence with yellow markers to do an additional set of photographs with.
I'll show you what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 7C. What is this?
This is a multicolored wallet that was found on the kitchen floor. I marked it number 3, and it had cards and identification cards for Teresa Sievers inside.
And could we see that wallet in State's Exhibit 7A that we looked at that initial photo?
Yes, it was on the floor.
Exhibit 7D. What is 7D?
And the last photograph.
State's Exhibit 7D.
Sorry. There's also some receipts on the floor that are also around that wallet that were of interest, so I just want to point those out.
State's Exhibit 7D.
This is a photograph inside the pantry that was located inside the kitchen. I'm standing in the kitchen photographing into the pantry.
Was there room for an individual to stand? Was there enough space? We see the floor of the pantry. Was there enough space for an individual to stand inside that closet?
Yes, there was plenty of room.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7E. What is State's Exhibit number 7E?
This is a photograph of the left or north side of the kitchen. I'm standing in the center of the kitchen, photographing that direction, showing the cabinets, the refrigerator, and what's on the other side of the kitchen in that direction.
So if we were to walk in the front door of this house, can you point out with the laser pointer where we would be entering the home?
If you walk through this path and turn left before these doors right here, if you turn left, that's the foyer, which would put you at the front door.
And in this photo, can we see the office that you referred to?
Yes, this opening in the top center portion of the photograph, you can see that the doors are open. This is actually the office.
And you also spoke at one point of the master bedroom. From this photo, can we head to the master bedroom in a particular direction?
Yes.
No,
and
and where would that be?
If you continue through this pathway if you went to the right slightly, there's another little hallway that enters into the master bedroom.
And I want to show you what's been marked as introduced as evidence as State's Exhibit 7F. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 7F?
This is the east, or I can't really say left or right, so the east side of the kitchen. This is showing the relationship of the living room to the kitchen, which was next to the kitchen.
And again, if we were standing here, can you at least indicate the direction where the garage door would be on this picture?
Directly behind me.
Now, in the last picture we looked at, you talked about the living room, correct?
Correct.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 8, A, B, and C for identification. Can you tell us what 8, A, B, and C are?
These are photographs I took, 2 of the living room area and 1 of the dining room area that was not utilized as a dining room.
Move to introduce State's Exhibit 8, A, and C.
We'll show them admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may proceed.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8A. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 8A?
This is the entertainment center in the living room.
And as we're standing did we see this in the photo as we were standing in the kitchen?
Yes, you did.
And what is in front of that that's out of the photo that we cannot see?
There's a sectional sofa.
I want to show you with in evidence at 7B. Can you tell me what this is a photo of?
This is a photograph of the coffee table that's in the center section of around the sectional that's in the lawn or the living room.
I think you said 7.
I'm sorry, I meant 8B. Thank you, Mr. Bazal. 8B. And you said if you would repeat yourself, please.
It's a coffee table that was in front of the sectional sofa in the living room.
And finally, 8C. What are we looking at in 8C?
These are items that were, I keep calling it a dining room, but I guess it would be a nook, because there is a formal dining room somewhere else in the house. So this is that nook section that's always near a kitchen. They didn't have a table there or anything. There were just boxes and a piano up against the window.
Can you identify where on 7F, that area you're talking about that we see 8C, the little nook?
You can
Your laser pointer. Thank you.
You can't really see, but on the left side of the picture is a little piece of the window. This is the right side of that nook area. So if you would keep going, panning to the left of this photograph, that area of the nook is right there.
Show you what's been marked for identification states A through E.
What number?
9A through E.
Thank you.
What is states 9A through E?
These are photographs I took of the sitting room, the foyer, and the dining room of the residence.
Move to admit states 9A through E.
No objection except to 9C.
Okay, you can approach. We'll show the others admitted except for C at this point. Nine A through E admitted. Objections noted for the record.
I'm showing you what's been admitted as evidence in states 9A. What are we looking at in states 9A?
This is a photograph of the sitting room, which was also utilized as a desk or office area.
And is that a closed room or an open room? Does that question make sense?
Yes, it's an open room. There's no doors to it.
And let me show you States Exhibit 9B. What is 9B?
This is a close-up photograph of the laptop sitting on the desk in that sitting room.
And States Exhibit 9C, what is States Exhibit 9C? Or what area of the room is States Exhibit 9C?
This is also the sitting room.
Can we see the computer that was on the desk in 9C?
Yes, you can.
And could you, with your laser pointer, point out where it would be?
It's on the right side of this photograph. This is the left side of that same laptop.
States Exhibit 9D. What do we see in States Exhibit 9D?
You actually see a couple of different rooms in this photograph. I'm standing in the sitting room, and you can see on the left side of the photograph are the front doors. So that's the foyer. You can see the open doors to the office. To the right of those open doors is the small hallway that goes into the master suite. To the right of that is the dining room.
And as you're standing inside that little, what did you call it? That little.
It's a sitting room. I called it a sitting room.
You're standing inside the sitting room, looking towards what remains in the house, that portion of the house.
Correct.
As you're standing here, where would we go to get to the kitchen?
Can I use my laser pointer?
Please.
On the right side of the photograph, there's an opening. If you turned right, that would put you into the kitchen area.
Let me show you what is 9E. Can you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 9?
This is one of the walls in that formal dining room. You can see the dining room table, and on the right side of the photograph are the sliding glass doors that go onto the lanai.
And looking back again to 9D, do we see that same piece of furniture in 9D?
Yes, you do.
And where is it?
I circle it with the laser. It's this same piece that's in that photograph. I believe it's a hutch, or
the sliding glass doors to which you referred?
the sliding glass doors are to the right of it.
Thank you. I want to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as states 10A through 10Q. Can you take a moment and A through Q, yes.
Okay.
And what is State's Exhibits 10A through Q?
These are photographs I took inside the office.
Move to introduce States 10A through Q.
We'll show them admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Show you State's Exhibit 10A. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 10A?
This is the entry into that office. I'm standing outside the office showing the double doors going in.
And where is the front door of the house in relation to these double doors? If you could use the laser pointer and identify that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
The left side of this photograph, you can see the very edge of the front door. So they would be to the left of this photograph.
Now, were these doors open when crime scene initially arrived?
They were, but they were not earlier.
So did someone from law enforcement open these doors before crime scene arrived?
Yes.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 10B. What do we see in 10B?
This is a photograph standing in the doorway of that office. There is a closet to the right and a desk to the left and a lot of stuff on the floor.
When you say you're standing in the doorway, showing you again State 10A, is that the doorway to which you're referring?
Yes, it is.
And when you say standing in the doorway, about where were you standing?
I was standing in the threshold of that office.
Can you just use your
Oh,
laser
sorry.
pointer to-
About the bottom section of the photograph.
Showing you State 10C, what are we looking at?
There was multiple desks in this office. So there's an L-shaped desk, which you can see in the top left section of the photograph. There's also another desk in the bottom right part of the photograph, and then there's a computer chair in the center.
Take 10D.
This is a photograph of what's on top of the, not the L-shaped desk, but of the single desk. Right when you walk in the door, there's a regular desk right when you walk in. This is items on top of that desk.
I'm going to show you 10E. What are we seeing in 10E, and what's the perspective from that door that you walked in?
So I'm standing, if not in the doorway, or just slightly inside the doorway of the office, and I'm photographing that back. You'll see a little bit of the desk on the bottom of the photograph, which is that single desk right when you walk in the door.
If we were to lift those blinds, would we be looking into the front yard, the side yard, or the backyard?
The front yard.
State Exhibit 10F.
So walking into the office, if you look to the left, there were little drawers, organizer drawers, and other items up against the wall, and then a 5-gallon jug with coins and currency inside.
State Exhibit 5G, is that the 5-gallon jug to which you just referred?
Yes, it is.
Was that jug hidden in the room?
No.
State Exhibit 5H. What do we see in 5H? Should I say 5? What do we see in 10H? What do we see in 10H?
This photograph, I'm actually standing in the center of the desks. So I have the single desk in front of me, and the L desk would be behind me. And at the top section of the photograph, you can see the doors entering into the office. So I'm standing in the center of the room.
And if you could, with the laser pointer, identify where those doors to the office from which you entered are.
The one door is actually closed, and the other door is open. Here's the opening of the office.
Is that the dining room table we see through the door?
Yes, it is.
Show you 10I. What are we looking at in 10I?
This is one of the drawers of the single desk. When I opened it, I noted money and coins, so I was photographing inside the drawers.
And 10J.
This is a camcorder that was found while searching through the office. This was found in the closet of that office.
10K.
The bottom section of this photograph is actually that closet that I stated is inside this office, and above it is a framed something with a whole bunch of bills in it.
When you say bills, what do you mean?
I believe they're currency, sorry.
Currency?
Yes.
So, U.S. money?
Yes.
Now, was there a shredder in this office?
Yes, there was.
And I want to show you States Exhibit 10L. What are you looking at in 10L?
That is a document that was found in the shredder of the office.
You know, I see blue gloves in this. Do you wear a particular protective gear when you are processing a crime scene?
Absolutely.
And what's the purpose in wearing that?
We don't want to leave our own fingerprints and DNA behind, so especially in homicide cases, we wear gloves and booties inside crime scenes, which when I refer to booties, they're Tyvek shoe covers so that we're not stepping through evidence and tracking in through with our boots. We have coverings for those, and we will not be inside a house without gloves on.
And did you put on booties and gloves before you entered into this residence?
Yes, at all times.
Did you put them on before you entered into the garage area of the residence?
The station for the gloves and booties were set up right outside the garage so that you couldn't even enter the garage without having booties and gloves on.
Now, if you went outside and started walking around to do something else and came back in, what would be the procedure?
Taking off of those gloves and booties and putting a new set on.
I'll show you States Exhibit 10M. What is States Exhibit 10M?
This is a close-up photograph showing what the document was that was found in the shredder of the office.
And 10N, what is 10N?
This is a close-up photograph showing the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, which would have been the return address on this document.
Now, it looks like it's shredded. Was it all together when you found it?
Yeah, this was actually stuck in the sharp edges of the shredder, so it was all still together. So we removed it together and collected it.
State 10O. What is State Exhibit 10O?
It's hard to see, but this is the floor of the office, and I was documenting what was underneath the desks.
So was it, what we see in 10O, is that underneath one of the desks?
This is actually underneath the L-shaped desk, which was underneath the window of the office.
State 10. Can we see, what is State Exhibit 10Q?
This is a pretty well overall photograph of that L-shaped desk under the window of the office.
And can we see what you referred to in State Exhibit 10O in this photo?
Yes, you can.
And where is that? If you could use the pointer.
It's in the very center of the photograph.
The office certainly appears very cluttered. Did LCSO create that clutter, or was it there when they arrived?
That was how I found the office.
And in your briefing, was there any indication that anyone had in any way disturbed the crime scene other than the few comments they made to you about doors?
Just the doors. No, they didn't do anything else.
Let me show you what's been marked for identification as 11A through C. Through C.
These are photographs I took of the master bedroom and the two closets.
Move to introduce 11A through C.
We'll show them admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
You may.
Let me show you what is State Exhibit 11A. What are we looking at in 11A?
This is the overall picture of the master bedroom.
I notice in States 11A that we see a suitcase.
Correct.
I also note in States 4D, which was in the garage, that we see a suitcase. Is that the same suitcase we saw in the garage?
No, it is not.
Is the suitcase in 11A the same size as the suitcase from the garage in 4D?
No, it is not.
Is it larger, smaller?
It is larger.
Thank you. Show you States 11B. What are we looking at in States 11B?
This is a photograph of the south closet in the master bedroom, which I could see had female clothing and shoes, so I would determine that this was Teresa's closet.
Did the closet appear to be ransacked in any fashion?
It did not.
I'm going to show you what States Exhibit 11C. What are we looking at in 11C?
This is the north closet in the master bedroom. Again, it had male clothing and items, so I would say that this belonged to Mr. Sievers.
Are there any items, were there any safes in this closet?
There were 4 safes in this closet.
And if you could, with your laser pointer, point out where those 4 safes were in the closet.
From the doorway, there was 3 on the right side of the closet and a very tall one on the left side of the closet.
And were they locked when you were there?
Yes, they were.
Were you able to eventually gain access into those safes?
Yes, I was.
And did you find any money in those safes?
Yes, I did.
And how much money did you find in those safes?
Altogether, from all the different safes, there was roughly $50,000.
I want to show you it's been marked for identification, State's Exhibit number 21. What is State's Exhibit number 21?
This is a photograph I took of one of the corners in the guest bedroom.
I move to introduce State's Exhibit 21.
Show it admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And again, you indicate this is one of the bedrooms.
Yes, this is what I would call the guest bedroom. It had a bathroom directly across from it, so I called it the guest suite. But yes, I would call it a guest bedroom.
Now, did you create a diagram? You talked about when you do your documentation of doing sketches. Did you create a diagram of the residence of Teresa Sievers?
Yes, I did.
Show you what I want to show you. Oh, I am. That's why I'm standing here. I want to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's State's Exhibit number 2. What is State's Exhibit number 2?
A very blown up portion of my crime scene diagram.
And is this the crime scene, a blow up, but the crime scene diagram that you put together from your assessment and documentation of the crime scene on Jarvis Road?
Yes.
Move to introduce State's Exhibit number 2.
Show it admitted.
That might be hard to do. Counsel for the defense, who's handling this, if you need to move, by all means, you can get up and move to get a better view if they're pointing or describing something on it.
Permission for the witness to step down from the witness stand to describe what we see in the diagram.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, if we could just relocate ourselves.
You can move to get a better view. You can bring your client with you if you'd like. You can step down there. I forgot to say that, didn't I? Okay.
Should I need this? Describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they are seeing in State's Exhibit number 2.
This is, like I said, a very blown up portion of the
You guys can slide over.
diagram.
Stand in front of me. Doesn't matter. I'm up higher.
And could you walk the jury through that diagram? from entering into the garage where you rid variance from the garage.
As I stated, I entered through the south garage door when I entered into this residence. This, around the perimeter of the residence, is that vinyl fence that I talked about with these two gates on either side. So on the right side of the garage is the south garage door. I entered through. This is a 3-car garage. There were 2 cars parked in the garage. On the top wall of the garage, this is actually the door that I walked through to enter into the laundry room. The laundry room is marked with the dryer and the washer, a laundry tub, and a closet. I walked through another doorway into the kitchen. Then above the kitchen is the family room with the sectional and entertainment center. The nook that had those boxes on the floor with a keyboard.
Crime scene diagram. Okay. I'm going to hand you state 4B. You can first tell the jury what they're looking at in 4B.
This is a photograph of the garage. This is the south side of the garage. It has the white vehicle as well as the door that we've been talking about, the south garage door.
And can you write 4B for the area of the garage at which we're looking? I'm going to hand you state 4C. And then place it on the diagram.
So 4C is the luggage that was found in the garage with the items taken out on the floor. And this is, on the right side of this photograph, is the entry into the laundry room.
So where was that? Can you mark 4C for where that luggage was, where that picture of that luggage? I'm handing you 5A, which was the photograph of the unlocked door. Can you, remind the ladies and gentlemen what we're looking at, and then mark where on the diagram?
This is the interior side of that south garage door, showing the 2 locks that were on the door, both showing that they are unlocked.
Photo 6A.
So 6A is the washer and dryer in the laundry room. It also shows the pantry and then the entry into the kitchen.
And photo 6C.
6C is the alarm panel that was found inside the laundry room. Can I draw an arrow?
The record would reflect the witness's drawing an arrow on the diagram to indicate where the alarm panel was.
The record so reflect.
7A briefly.
This is an overall photograph of the kitchen floor where the victim was found, as well as other items around on the floor.
And could you mark 7A on the diagram, but do it with an arrow that gives us the direction from which this photo was taken?
It's actually the whole kitchen, but I'm standing in that general location.
7D.
7D is the pantry that was found in the kitchen. I'm standing outside in the kitchen, photographing into the pantry. 7E. 7E is a portion of the kitchen that kind of shows the office doors into the master. So it's that portion of the kitchen.
And again, if you could, when you write the number, put an arrow that indicates the direction at which we are looking. I'll hand you 7F.
7F, again, is a section of the kitchen that you can actually see the living room behind it. I kind of moved that a little. It's actually more here.
Well, if you want to write 7, just do it a little lower. Write it again and then have another arrow directing it. For the record, what Ms. Van Was has done is put 7F, she put 7F initially too far forward, and so she's moved it down a little bit, always in the same direction. 8C.
8C is a photograph of the boxes that are on the floor in the nook area. A. 9A is an overall photograph of the sitting room. You can see the desk and the sofa and a bookshelf. And 9E. 9E is the large piece of furniture, hutch, curio cabinet in the dining room.
And if you could just mark where the curio cabinet is in the dining room by using the number of that photograph. I hand you 10A.
This is doors leading into the office from standing outside the office.
And then 10C.
10C is a photograph of the center of the office. You can see all the desks and the computer chair in the center.
So in 10C, we see a computer a monitor standing up on a particular desk.
Correct.
Could you label 10C where that actual monitor is? I'm going to hand you 10E.
10E is the L-shaped desk that is actually below the window in the office.
And if you would mark where that desk is that we see in 10E. Hand you 10G. What are we seeing in 10G and where was it in the office?
This is a photograph of the 5-gallon water jug that had currency and coins inside.
Now you talked a little bit ago about the drawer from which you pulled out to take a photo with, that we see in 10I with the money. Where was that drawer in the office?
Drawer in the office?
Can I draw the drawer? Yes.
It's on the right side of the desk portion right when you walk in.
10K, the photograph of the currency, the U.S. money. Where was that in the office?
The framed currency was above the closet. So on there, I'm going to make it above. Two-dimensional, but it was above the closet. I'm just going to put it in the closet.
And then 10L, which was the shredder in the document. Where is that in the office?
This was also found on the floor right when you walked in to the left. It was near actually the 5-gallon jug full of money. You can actually see the jug in the photograph.
And 10P. Where was 10P?
10P is a close-up photograph of items that were found underneath. I keep calling it an L-shaped desk. You can see how it kind of makes an L. It was found underneath a section of that desk. And again, I'm going to draw an arrow for underneath.
I'm handing you 11A. What is 11A?
11A is an overall photograph of the master bedroom.
And if you would mark the master bedroom for us, please. And 10B.
11B
11B, thank you.
is a photograph of one of the closets in the master, which had female clothing. So it would be Mrs. Severs.
And then handing you 11C.
11C is a photograph of the other closet, which had male clothing, which would be Mr. Severs.
And number 21.
This is a photograph of the dresser in the guest bedroom, or the guest. I marked the piece of furniture that you're photographing.
Thank you. Now, as we look at State Exhibit number 2, there are a couple of rooms that we have not done photographs or talked about. Can you tell us what those 2 rooms are? Can you see from here?
I can't. Sorry.
If I could, you have what you've labeled central bedroom and southwest bedroom.
Okay, thank you. That's what I couldn't read over here. Hold on, my end.
Did you actually do a documentation and an assessment of those 2 rooms?
Absolutely, yes.
And did you determine that they were the rooms of 2 young girls?
Yes, I did.
And did you find anything of evidentiary value in those two rooms?
None of evidence about value. Items were collected, but they were not of value at that time.
Now, we've been talking a great deal about your documentation and initial assessment. As you walked through the house, looking at the rooms, did anything strike you as,
Yes.
What struck you?
The door in the garage, of course, as well as the kitchen. There were some items that were unusual.
Did the house appear in anywhere that you went through in your documentation or assessment to have been ransacked?
No,
Did anything appear to have been taken from the house?
it didn't appear so.
Did you, after you'd done your documentation and assessment, did you begin to collect evidence?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you bring that evidence with you to court today?
I did.
If you could just hand it to me, that would be great. No, you just hand the gray bin. There's more in it than just if you would just hand.
There's not.
Does the court want to take a break at any time soon or just have me continue?
I'm sorry, you just have.
I said, does the court want to take a break anytime soon or would the court just like me to continue?
Whenever any of our jurors need a restroom break at this time. Anybody from either defense or state? Okay. It only takes one.
I was going to raise my hand too.
You were too?
Yes.
Please don't talk about the case among yourselves or with anybody else, or look at any of the people or places involved, and we'll be with you shortly. Both assistant state attorneys are present. All four defense counsel. Mr. Rodgers, our witness, is on the stand. Any issues before we proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, bring them out. Please be seated. I'll ask our jurors again, did you follow my instructions, not talk about the case among yourselves with anybody else or look up any of the people or places involved? Even if you did so inadvertently, now would be the time to raise your hand and let me know. For the record, no jurors lifted their hand. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Van Was, after you had done your documentation and your initial assessment, did you collect items, that third step in terms of your process?
Yes, I did.
I want to show you some items that have been marked for identification. I'm first going to hand you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit Number 12. It is LCSO number 15. It's 150552, I believe. But anyway, let me show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit Number 12.
Okay.
Can you identify what is State's Exhibit Number 12?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit Number 12?
It's the Lee County Sheriff's Office property number 15P016373, and it is a hammer from marker number 1.
And was that hammer an item, the hammer that you collected from the crime scene on Jarvis Road?
Yes, it is.
And is that the hammer we saw in one of the state's photographs of the kitchen area?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit State's Exhibit Number 12.
We'll show it admitted.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be able to open it and display to the jury State's Exhibit Number 12.
You need gloves?
I have some.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Need scissors?
I got some.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
You were ahead of me.
I took the break. Sorry. I'm okay to open?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
ask that the witness be able to show to the jury the hammer that was contained in State's Exhibit number 12.
She may.
You could hold it up there for the members of the jury to see. Thank you. Now, in State's Exhibit 7B, which was a photograph we introduced earlier, if I may just show the jury what I'm referring.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the hammer that you just took out from State's Exhibit 12?
Yes, it is.
Now, in State's Exhibit 7B, we see hair on the hammer. Did that hammer that you took out from State's Exhibit number 12 have any hair on it?
No, it did not.
What happened to the hair on State's Exhibit 12?
I removed it and I packaged it separately.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked for identification of State's Exhibit number 13. What is State's Exhibit number 13?
It is Lee County Sheriff's Office property number 15P016586, and this is hair removed from hammer at marker 1.
And is that the hair that we see in State's Exhibit 7B in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
Move to introduce State's Exhibit number 13.
Showed admitted.
Thank you. You do not need to open that. Did you also swab the? Did you also swab the hammer?
Yes, I did.
And when we talk about swabbing the hammer, what were you doing?
For this object, I was looking for touch DNA, so I swabbed the handle of the hammer.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 14. You could look at that for a moment. What is State's Exhibit number 14?
It is Lee County Sheriff's Office property number 15P016588, and it is swabs from hammer at marker 1.
And were those swabs submitted? Oh, well, let me just ask. Are those the swabs that you took from the hammer that we saw in State's Exhibit 7B and which was introduced in State's Exhibit number 12?
Yes.
Move to introduce State's Exhibit number 14.
Showed admitted.
Were those swabs submitted for DNA analysis?
Yes, they were.
And did anyone's DNA come back to those swabs?
Nothing foreign to the victim.
So when you say nothing foreign to the victim, what does that mean? And did the swabs come back to be the DNA of Teresa Sievers?
Yes, only Teresa Sievers' DNA was found on these swabs.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 15. Take a minute to look at that. What is State's Exhibit number 15?
It is Lee County Sheriff's Office property number 15P017057, and these are vacuumings that I collected from the kitchen floor at 27034 Jarvis Road.
How do you collect vacuumings from the kitchen floor? Can you explain to us that process and when it occurs?
We typically collect vacuumings because we're looking for trace evidence. So in this case, We didn't have information of what happened, so we were looking for all types of evidence, which included trace evidence. And trace evidence is hairs and fibers or any microscopic evidence. In this case, this was collected from the countertops and the kitchen floor. This is a canister inside this bag, which is attached to a forensic vacuum. And the head is then used to go over the surface, just like you would normally vacuum. But it's just a special vacuum that collects the trace evidence inside this canister. This canister is then sealed and placed into a plastic bag and then placed into another evidence bag.
And is it fair to assume that the canister before you begin the vacuuming is a brand new canister?
Yes, they are prepackaged, sterile, caps on both ends, so there's no chance of cross-contamination.
Move to introduce State's Exhibit number 15.
We'll show it admitted.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 16. If you could look at that for a minute, and then I'll ask you what it is.
Okay.
What is State's Exhibit number 15?
This is Lee County Sheriff's Office property number 15P016374. This is an Apple iPhone in an OtterBox from marker number 2.
And was that phone recovered from the residence on Jarvis Road, from Teresa Seaver's residence?
Yes.
Move to introduce State's Exhibit number 16.
No objection.
We'll show it admitted.
Where was that phone found?
This phone was found on the kitchen floor near the victim. She was lying on the floor, and this would be, if you were walking into the kitchen from the laundry room, it was straight ahead on that side of the victim.
I'm going to show you what's been marked, introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 7F. And ask if you can see any part of the phone in State's Exhibit number 7F.
Yes, you can see the half of it.
Your Honor, with permission, I'll put it on the...
Overhead, yes, ma'am.
Would you, using the laser pointer, point out to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where on State's Exhibit 7F you can see a portion of the phone of which we're speaking? It's on the very bottom of the photograph.
The very bottom of the photo. It's only half of the phone in this photograph, but it's right on the edge.
Thank you. I hand you what's been marked. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 17. Take a minute, look at it. What is State's Exhibit number 17, or what's contained in State's Exhibit number 17?
This is Lee County Sheriff's Office property number 15P017061, and these are receipts from marker 3.
And were those recovered from the residence at 17034 Jarvis Road?
Yes, it was.
Move to admit State's Exhibit number 17.
No objection.
We'll show it admitted.
And what are those items that were recovered from marker 3? What do they contain?
There were 6 receipts. If you recall the photograph with the wallet, there was receipts around the wallet. That's where these were actually located, and these were those receipts that were on the floor.
Did you notice anything significant about any of those receipts?
Yes.
And what was that?
There was a receipt for the parking garage at the Southwest Florida International Airport, and it had a timestamp on it.
And what was the date and timestamp on that receipt?
Would you like the entry and exit?
Yes, please.
The entry time was 6:26 of 15 at 06:46, so 6:46 a.m. The exit time was on 6:28:15 at 22:55, which is 10:55 p.m.
May I approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what we entered into evidence as State's Exhibit number 7C. Are those the receipts to which you are referring?
Yes, they are.
And if I have put it on the document camera, if you could just show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where those receipts are on the document camera.
You can see the green wallet. These are white things around the wallet are actually the receipts that were on the floor next to the wallet at marker number 3.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 18. What is State's Exhibit number 18?
This is Lee County Sheriff's Office property number 15P017416, and this is a shredded document from the office shredder.
And did you collect that from Jarvis Road during your investigation of this case?
Yes, I did.
Move to admit State's Exhibit number 18.
Show it admitted.
I'm also going to show you what has been moved into evidence as State's 10L, 10M, and 10N. You could just look at those for a second. And my question is, the document that we see in those photos, is that the same document that's contained in the evidence bag that the evidence bag, State's Exhibit 18?
Yes.
Let me just quickly show the jury to what you look at.
Yes, ma'am.
This was 10L. This was 10M. And this was 10N. During the collection of items from the residents at Jarvis Road, did you collect the documents and papers that we saw in the office as you walked through it with us?
Yes, I did.
And how were those documents collected?
I had help. Put all these documents from the office into 4 bins. Actually, the one that I brought in today, those size bins, there was 4 bins full of documents.
I want to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 19 and ask if you can identify that.
Would you like me to say what it was?
Yes.
Okay. This is Lee County Sheriff's Office property number 19P019494. And these are documents removed from bin, originally inside bin labeled 15P017467.
So are these documents that came from one of those large bins that you were talking about?
Yes.
And did you place those documents in a smaller folder versus bringing in the huge bin with all the documents?
Yes.
And were these items that were contained within, it sounds like, that bin to which you just referred?
Yes, the items were given a new number because there was a new item created, but I listed the original bin number that it came from.
Move to introduce State's Exhibit number 19.
Who would ask to see what the documents are?
Okay.
I'd ask that Ms. Van Was open State's Exhibit, open this as it has been a sealed document.
Yes, ma'am. No objection to that, and you can come forward and take a look.
You know, I can ask Ms. Van Was to stand down and show counsel if Your Honor prefer.
They can either approach and look at it, or you can come get it and show it to them.
Folders.
Ms. Van Was is handing me 4 manila envelopes, and I am handing those 4 to defense counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
The label on it.
Yes, ma'am. It's just papers, right? Okay. Show them admitted. And that was exhibit what again?
That is Exhibit 19, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, you've taken out 4 manila folders from Exhibit 19. What are contained in those 4 manila folders? If you could go through them one at a time, identifying, because you have a label on each of those manila folders. If you would start with one and go through them.
Each of the labels have the case number, so I'm just going to say that once so I don't have to keep saying it. And it's CFS number 15-268513. So that's on all the different labels, and then I'm just going to say what's on the bottom half of them. So in the first one, it is document removed from 15P017467, and it's removed from a green folder of receipts. And inside the folder is 1 Walmart receipt.
Thank you. I think that's fine. Thank you very much.
Continue.
And the next one, please continue.
The next envelope is labeled documents removed from 15P017467, and these are removed from the binder clip of receipts. And this is 5 Walmart receipts.
Are those Walmart receipts from a particular location?
They're from 4 are from one location and 1 is from a different location.
What are the 4? For the 4 that are all from one location, what location is that?
The address is 5420 Juliet, Juliet Boulevard in Naples, Florida, zip code 34109.
And for the single receipt that's from a different location, where is that one from?
This one is from 653, Grab Voice, Gravois, Bluffs, Bluffs Boulevard in Fenton, Missouri. Zip code 63026.
Thank you. In fact, since we're doing that, when you put those back in that particular manila envelope, if you would go to the first envelope you went through and spoke to with the jury and just remove that receipt again and just tell them from where that receipt is, what that receipt is and from where.
So the receipt from the green folder of receipts is from 5420 Juliet Boulevard, Naples, Florida, 34109.
Thank you. Next to the third folder.
This envelope is a document removed from 15P 017467 from paperclip of documents.
And what is the document that's contained within?
This
Generally, or
sorry.
No.
It is a computer generated, looks like to be a letter with addressed to Curtis Wainwright Jr. from Mark D. Sievers, and they both have addresses as well, and it's dated April 7th, 2011.
Thank you. And as to the fourth manila envelope that's contained within States Exhibit 19.
These are documents removed from 15P 017467. This is from a paperclip of documents.
And what are those documents that are contained within that fourth manila envelope?
It is 4 different documents. 3 of the documents are real estate, it looks like tax forms, for Jefferson County, Missouri, and they are in the name of Mark D. and Teresa A. Sievers with the address of 27034 Jarvis Road, Bonita Springs, Florida, 34135.
And you said there was a fourth one, I believe?
Yes. Did you want the address that it was actually for?
Yes.
In Jefferson County? It appears to be the G.J. Garden Condos.
And
then
does
there's
it
a
contain
bracket.
an address?
It has a parcel number? Do you want the parcel number?
No, that's
Okay. And then the fourth document is a 2014 real estate County of Jefferson. And this is also addressed to Mark D. and Teresa A. Sievers at 27034 Jarvis Road. And this, I'm trying to find an address. It has the same strap number, GJ Garden Condos, PHS 2 Garage 70 or 70.
Thank you.
Okay.
And if you would put those 4 manila envelopes back into the clear envelope that's marked States Exhibit 19. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit number 20. We'll take a look at it and then.
Okay.
What is States Exhibit number 20?
This is Lee County Sheriff's Office, property number 19P019495, and this is a document removed from one of the bins, 15P017473.
Is this a different bin than what those other documents, from which the other documents were removed?
Yes.
And what is contained within State's Exhibit number 20?
I don't recall what the document is.
If you could open State's Exhibit number 20, please.
Can I read the envelope?
The record reflects I'm showing defense counsel one manila envelope that's been removed from State Exhibit number 20.
Yes, ma'am.
Return to you that manila envelope, the one document in it has been removed. What is the one document that's in State's Exhibit number 20 in the manila envelope?
This is the lab copy of a Walmart Vision Center receipt.
And does it have a location?
The Walmart location is 5420 Juliet Boulevard, Naples, Florida, 34109.
Move to admit State's Exhibit number 20.
I'm going to object, Judge.
Okay, you guys can approach.
The objection is noted for the record, overruled. We'll show it admitted.
For the court's permission, I'd ask that Ms. Van Wass be able to step down from the stand so that she might, on State's Exhibit number 2, note where the various items that were seized were found at the house.
She may step down, and defense counsel can move around to get a better look if they need to, along with their client.
With each of these exhibits, just ask where they were found in the residence. And we're going to start with State's Exhibit number 12, which was the red and black camera. Where did you find State's Exhibit number 12?
It was on the kitchen floor. So right as you walk in, it's in.
And is that what you marked as marker 1 in the photograph? State's Exhibit 16, which was the cellular phone. Can you mark on State's Exhibit number 2 where that cellular phone was recovered in the house.
It was also located on this.
Now, the receipts that are contained within State's Exhibit number 17, could you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, probably the writing the exhibit number, but also putting a circle for where those items were found at the crime scene?
So you want me to circle the number?
And make the circle such that it would encompass the receipts. So there's a sense of the area generally.
They were kind of scattered. So 17 was the wallet, then the receipts were kind of around the wallet, so the circles indicate how they were kind of placed around the wallet.
So if I'm showing you what was introduced in evidence as photo 7C, which showed receipts around the wallet, is that what you're talking about for where those receipts are?
Yes.
And have you marked them with little dots?
Yes.
We're going to hand you State's Exhibit number 15. If you could again just remind the jury what State's Exhibit number 15 is.
The 15 are the vacuumings of the trace evidence that were collected from the kitchen floor. This was taken from the entire kitchen floor, so the number 15 is representative of the entire kitchen floor.
State's Exhibit number 18. It is a shredded document. Where was that again? If you could note, put State's Exhibit 18, right the number 18, where that document was recovered.
So number 18 was taken out of the photograph that was labeled 10L. So I'm going to... Because it was removed from that shredder.
Now, I think it may be more. State's Exhibit 19 and 20, do you know where, well, in the State's Exhibit 19, which were documents that were removed from one of the bins that was, from which documents were placed in the office. Is it possible to know where the documents were in the office that were placed in the bin?
No. It was a cumulative, I just collected all the documents from the bin and placed them in 4 different bins.
So if you would put for States 19 and 20, perhaps just in the middle of the office, the numbers there.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I think you indicated, how many days were you at the crime scene at Jarvis Road?
I myself was at the crime scene for 4 days.
And for each of those days, was there something different you did, or what did you do for each of those days? What was the different approaches for each day, generally?
I kept with the method of processing the documentation, assessment, collection, and processing, but each day there was something different to do. A lot of processing was done on the day 2, 3, and 4, whereas a lot of documentation was done on day number 1.
Did you attempt to or lift any latent prints?
Yes.
And did you Did you take swabs? I think you indicated earlier. Did you take a number of swabs?
Yes, I did.
And was that in one particular area or all over the house?
The entire house was processed for fingerprints and DNA.
And the purpose in doing that before you left the home?
In situations where we don't know who did it, we have to collect as much evidence as we possibly can, not knowing if it's important or not. So a residence is processed for fingerprints and DNA on every surface that could be touched. Door handles, light switches, countertops, faucets, everything is processed and everything is swabbed for DNA, just in case later on we find out that's important.
What was your last day that you went to the crime scene at Jarvis Road?
It was actually after the scene was released, I went back for a different project.
And later on with this particular investigation, you again were participated in the collection of evidence, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, we are going to ask to recall Ms. Van Was at a later part in the trial to actually ask any questions about those matters. Would you just give us the address of the crime scene on Jarvis Road, the specific address?
27034 Jarvis Road, Bonita Springs, Florida.
And is that in Lee County?
Yes, it is.
And was that a dwelling?
It was a single family home.
And could you tell that it was lived in?
Yes.
I do want to ask one more question before I sit down. We saw the suitcase that was in the bedroom, and we saw the suitcase that looked in photos very similar that was in the garage. Did you have an occasion to empty the suitcase in the bedroom and to determine what was in the suitcase in the bedroom?
Yes.
What was in the suitcase in the bedroom?
The suitcase actually contained another suitcase, just smaller, but the same color design. Like he stored the luggage within itself. So it had smaller pieces of luggage in the larger piece of luggage.
And the suitcase that was found in the garage, would that have been, would one have been able to fit that suitcase within the suitcase we saw in the bedroom? In other words, could it have been nested into the suitcase that was in the bedroom?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Defense? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll be relatively brief here since you'll be coming back. In your testimony to Ms. Ross, you indicated that this home had not been ransacked.
It did not.
Messy.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I missed the last part you just said.
I said the home was messy, but it wasn't ransacked.
It did not appear ransacked.
Okay. Now, you collected as part of your investigation at the home. You collected firearms, cash. There was a lot of the photographs that we saw, bottles of cash. There was cash mounted on the wall. You said there was $50,000 in cash in the safes. Nothing was taken.
You asked if I collected it?
Well, you observed it. You testified to it. You said.
I observed it, yes.
Right. So all of that was in the home when you arrived, and after this incident, nothing had been taken.
Is that a question?
No, yes.
In the locked safes, I found firearms and cash, yes.
Okay, the hammer that was introduced, that was processed for DNA. And fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing was found? No fingerprints, no DNA?
There was no fingerprints noted, and the DNA was only matched to Mrs. Evers.
Right. This time I have no further questions, Judge.
You're subject to recall. We'll let you know when you're needed. Thank you.
Mayor, may we approach?
Sure.
I told our jurors yesterday there'd be some days we stopped a little bit later, shy of 6, and there'd be some days that we stopped earlier rather than right at 5 as well. Today's one of those days. I'm going to ask you, please don't talk about the case among yourselves with anybody else. Don't look up any of the people or places involved. Don't watch. Ready? For the record, both assistant state attorneys are present, all four defense counsel, and Mr. Rodgers. State's ready? Defense is ready?
Yes, we have one minor issue to discuss.
Sure.
I have seen on people in the gallery buttons of the picture of Teresa Severs. I would ask those not be displayed as publicity in the courtroom.
State.
Tantamount to T-shirts.
Judge, I saw one person with a button yesterday. We had a discussion and the button was removed. I haven't seen anybody else today with a button.
I saw yesterday, but I saw this morning the nice lady in the black and white who opened the door for me. Thank you very much. But, you know, just in an amount of fairness.
She's wearing a button?
She has a button on her purse. No offense, but it's not proper in the courtroom.
State.
Judge, we'll have a discussion. We had a discussion yesterday.
I'll give you a minute before we bring them out to talk to the individual, but before that, how are we scheduling wise? What are we looking at for you resting your case? How far out? Because we've had a juror send a question to me about it, which we'll get to.
Judge, we're ahead of schedule so far.
2 weeks.
At current pace, when you say 2 weeks, you mean 2 more weeks?
For you to rest, yes, sir.
I think we at current pace, and I don't know, I can't speak for the defense, and it's hard to know how long cross-examination will take. But at current pace, I think we may be able to deliver the case before 2 weeks.
The reason I'm asking is we gave letters to all the jurors. Apparently, I didn't know about it till this morning from the clerk saying they're here. They can't give future letters, and our airline pilot, Mr. Johnson, said he needs a letter saying he will be gone in the future. Otherwise, they don't cancel flights he's flying. And if he's here, then they cancel the flight, and all those people are out of luck. So I'm going to write a prospective letter for him saying he will be gone X number of weeks out. And I don't want to look like a fool and say it's 4 weeks and then have him done in 2.
I'm not anticipating 4 more weeks, Judge. Definitely not.
You see what I'm getting at?
Yes.
Okay.
We figured that we think the defense is saving their fire for a specific number of witnesses, so we've been moving faster than we thought with the witnesses.
I just want to have a rough idea so when I write the letter for him that I'm as close to being accurate as possible.
My best guess, and Judge, and I wish I could make the guarantee, my best guess would be maybe another week and a half.
Okay.
That's at the risk of sounding like Scotty, that you know what I'm talking about. My best guess is another week and a half.
Okay. Okay. Anything else, either side?
Nothing further. I do want to step in the back.
And I'm going to give you a minute to do that, yes, sir. Anything else from the defense? I'm going to ask again anyway after he talks to us.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I was just going to say, Ms. Ross handed me what is to be a demonstrative aid for the trace evidence analyst, and I would just note my continuing objection on that issue, as I have not been able to depose Ms. Otterstatter due to lack of being provided the adequate information. I further discussed it with Ms. Ross this morning. We asked to know what the software is. If it's a software glitch, I don't know, but what we asked for is not there. And we will be asking for time to depose her prior to trial. But I'd like to be able to review the information first. This is, it was mentioned that the trace evidence is important. We're planning on calling this witness, and we have been denied access to this. So it's my continuing objection, and based on fundamental fairness and due process, the United States and Florida constitutions.
Noted for the record.
Thank you.
Judge, the other FBI expert, the mitochondrial DNA expert, was suggesting there's also an objection to. She also sent me a 4 or 5 page PowerPoint that she'd like to, so she can explain what mitochondrial DNA testing is.
We getting to any of those people today?
No.
Okay.
I don't know if this, since we're discussing it, I brought it up.
I would, same objection.
Okay.
Same grounds.
Noted for the record. State's ready?
Other than the matter I need to take care of.
Okay.
I think we're ready.
We'll give you a minute or 2 or 5 or. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Other than the objections previously noted, defense is ready? Okay, bring them out. Please be seated. I'll ask our jurors again, did you follow my instructions, not talk about the case among yourselves with anybody else or look up any of the people or places involved? Even if you did so inadvertently, now would be the time to raise your hand and let me know. For the record, no jurors lifted their hand. State, next witness.
State close. Jamie Nolan.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
I'm Detective Jamie Nolan.
And how do you spell your last name for the record, sir?
Nolen.
Detective Nolan, where are you currently employed, sir?
With the Lee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
Almost 17 years.
And during your employment with the Lee County Sheriff's Office, did you become involved in the homicide investigation regarding Dr. Teresa Sievers?
Yes, I did.
What was your initial role in that investigation?
At the time, I was the lead investigator.
And what was the time span of your role as lead investigator?
Probably around 3 months.
And when did that role start?
The day of the incident, which was June 29th, I believe we took over.
And then at some point, was another detective assigned as, were you reassigned and another detective was assigned as lead investigator?
Yes, Detective Downs.
So let me turn your attention then to June 29th, 2015. Did you have an opportunity to respond to the scene involving the death of Dr. Sievers?
Yes, I did. I arrived around 10:45 a.m. in the morning.
And when you arrived there, was the scene contained?
Yes, it was.
There was a person who had called 911. Was that person still present?
Yes, Dr. Petrides, he was still on the scene.
And did you have an opportunity to at least conduct a cursory investigation into Dr. Petrides?
Yes, I did.
And what were the details of that?
I met with him, spoke with him briefly, then I obtained a sworn statement from him. He sat in my patrol car, and I obtained a statement from him for why we were there that day and what he had found.
Was he cooperative?
Yes, he was.
Did he answer all of your questions?
Yes, he did.
And did you have an opportunity to collect any biological samples from Dr. Petrides?
Yes, I did. Due to him being on the scene and finding the victim, I obtained a buccal swab from him and submitted that into evidence. And I also did a search of his vehicle, looked for any trace evidence in the vehicle, which showed up negative.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit number 22. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 22. Do you recognize it?
That's the package I made, which contains the buccal swabs that I took from Mark Petrides at the scene.
Is the packaging in substantially the same condition as it was when you packaged it?
Yes, it does. There's the Lee County evidence tape on there, which has my signature, and at all areas it's unbroken.
And what was the purpose of recovering Dr. Petrides' buccal swab?
Because I knew the crime scene was, of course, going to be at the scene, and they were going to look for any trace evidence, and we didn't have Dr. Petrides' DNA, so this was our way of collecting that.
Well, did you ask for his DNA because he was a suspect in the crime?
No, not at all. He was on the scene, so we need, and he admitted making an entrance into the house, so we wanted it to be able to basically put him aside as a suspect.
So if his DNA was found in the home, you want to be able to exclude or include his DNA from the home?
Absolutely.
Is that something that's typically done if you have a person who's not even a suspect in a crime, you still might collect their biological samples?
Yes, it is. We even took samples from the victim's family.
And at some point, did you have an opportunity, speaking of family, did you have an opportunity to meet with Dr. Severs' husband, Mark Severs?
Yes, I did, on 2 occasions.
Now, certainly, were you able to establish whether or not Mark Severs had ever lived in the home at 27034 Jarvis Road?
Yes, I did.
So, his DNA might be something you might expect to find in the home?
Yes, sir.
Since he lived there?
Yes, sir.
But did you also request a biological sample from Mr. Severs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the purpose of requesting that biological sample?
Just in case later on in the investigation that we find other evidence that we can either link him or eliminate him as a suspect.
So even though his DNA, duplicate evidence label, so even though you were requesting his DNA, you still expected to find his DNA somewhere in the home?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked twice as State's Exhibit number 23. I'm going to ask you if you recognize number 23.
Yes, I do. This is the packaging that I made and placed the buccal swabs inside. With the Lee County evidence tape, all the tape is complete and unbroken, apart from the top where it was taken out by probably FDLE.
So the the sample you obtained from Mr. Sievers, according to the tape at least, appears to have been submitted for some additional testing.
Yes, sir.
But with regards to Dr. Petritis, it wasn't.
Does not appear to be, no, sir.
Your Honor, this time I move to admit what's been previously marked as States Exhibits number 22 and Exhibit number 23 in evidence as States 22 and 23.
We'll show them admitted.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to inspect the interior of the home?
Yes, I did.
Was Dr. Sievers still present in the home when you did the inspection of the interior of the home?
Yes, she was.
And we heard earlier that one of the crime scene technicians, Miss Van was involved in some kind of a briefing about the scene. Were you involved in that briefing as well?
Yes, I was.
When you inspected the interior of the home, did you note like an office in the home?
Yes, that was as you walk in through from the garage to the laundry room. The kitchen area is here. The office would be probably at about 11 o'clock.
And did anybody move anything around in the office at all?
Nobody touched anything in there.
After you conducted your inspection and briefing of the home, just a minute, please.
So,
during it's early. During your discussion, going back to Mr. Sievers, during your discussion with Mr. Sievers, did you have an opportunity to have his cell phone examined?
yes, I did. We asked him for if we could have consent to search his cell phone. He completed a Lee County Sheriff's Office consent form, and we took possession of his cell phone.
And when you took possession of the cell phone, what did you do with it?
Submitted our evidence section, where they send it over to our digital forensics unit, where they examine it and extract any software, uploads, downloads off the phone.
And did you then return the phone to Mr. Sievers?
It was later returned to him, yes.
Now, at that point, when you did the download from Mr. Sievers' phone, did you know where he had been during the murder of Dr. Sievers?
Yes, we did.
Out of town somewhere?
Yes, he was up with the Sievers family. The victim's family.
But despite him not being present in Lee County when Dr. Sievers was murdered, you still requested his phone to do the download?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's been previously marked, and it's a composite exhibit, Your Honor. It contains a bunch of other items. What's been marked as State's Exhibit number 24 has been marked twice. Show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 24 and ask if you recognize it.
This is there's a property receipt in there stating crime scene log, Sievers consent letter form. There's also.
Let me ask you specifically about the consent form.
So
the package contains the consent form that Mr. Sievers signed to turn over his cell phone to you.
that's correct.
So you didn't go to the court. You didn't have to go to the court and get a search warrant or court order. He voluntarily let you download his phone.
Yes, he did.
Okay, if you could go ahead, if we can borrow a pair of scissors from the clerk, you can go ahead and open up number 24 and pull out that consent form, please.
Absolutely.
And you can just move it to the top.
Yep.
And there's some gloves up there if you need gloves.
Wonderful. Thank you. These ones are falling apart. I'll just get them up here. Okay.
Okay, so you located the consent form.
Yes, sir.
Did you provide the consent form to Mr. Sievers?
Yes, I did.
And did he have an opportunity to read it?
Yes, he did.
Did he appear to understand it?
Yes, he did.
And there's a signature on there. Whose signature is it?
Signature is Mark Sievers, as he printed his name underneath it also.
And is there also a second signature present on that form?
There's mine, which notarizes it as a witness.
And it was at that point that Mr. Sievers let you download his phone, or let you have his phone downloaded?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can put the consent form back into the exhibit, please.
Okay, sir.
At the top, where it can be read. Also, within that exhibit, for the record, were some other documents that at some point you received when you were in charge of, when you were the lead investigator on the case.
Yes, sir.
There's a correspondence there from Mr. Sievers' attorney.
Yes, sir, from Honda and Hanukkah. We
You
received
don't
that.
have to read it, but there's just a letter in there from them.
Yes, sir. We received it on July 8th of 2015.
And then you also mentioned that there was a receipt in there as well.
There's a property receipt here. This is another consent search, I'm sorry, from Robert de la Poor.
And what are the other documents in there?
There is a drawing. I don't know who made the drawing. So. There's a drawing that must have been inadvertently been put in there. And then there's the crime scene log.
Okay. And those are documents that were provided to you during the investigation?
Yes, they were.
And then you put it in the evidence bag and sealed it up?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, I move to admit, I'm going to keep all the documents together. Move to admit what's been previously marked as States Exhibit Composite 24 and evidence of States 24.
Okay, you guys can approach. I'm going to ask you not to talk about the case among yourselves with anybody else. Look up any people or places involved, and we'll be with you momentarily.
Well, actually, I think has looking at the case right now. I think.
Okay.
Just a few minutes.
Okay. Well,
I just want to make sure that we're clear. We're not putting in. We got two issues here. The first thing is the physical evidence, the cell phone. The second part is the download that was taken from the phone. Right now, the only issue for the state is the fact that the cell phone was taken and downloaded. We're not talking about the actual download itself yet.
we're just talking about the documents and the waiver.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
I got you.
Okay.
The one letter from Mr. Hollander is clearly hearsay, and that's our objection.
Okay. Just give me a moment. Letter. Okay.
I just want to clarify what I'm saying here.
We can take, we can take the letter out. Again, the
Well,
documents were in the same package, so
That's what their objection is?
We can take the letter out, and
Okay.
Detective Nolan can take the letter back to the sheriff's office with him, if that's easier.
Well, that sounds like that's all they're objecting to, and if you don't care about the letter, and any objection to doing that?
Just want to make things easier.
The issue was that
Okay.
it was all in the same packaging, and we were trying to preserve the packaging.
Your Honor, I finally found in the case where perhaps what we're talking about is if I could just have like 2 more minutes to finally.
Sure, I'll give you 2 minutes, but I don't think it's necessary if you guys have come to an agreement. Do we need to put on the record that that's going to be excluded when it's admitted in front of the jurors? I think they heard about the letter, did they not?
They heard that there was a letter from Mr. Seaver's lawyer. Yes.
They may or may not. By the time we get done, remember that. So what's your pleasure, defense? Do you want me to say something to the jury that it's been admitted, but it's excluding the letter from Mr. Hanukkah, or do you want me to just not address the issue? Okay. And while we have everybody out, we'll give them enough time to use the restroom. Does anybody else need to use the restroom? Okay, we'll take 5 minutes and everyone's good. Move the letter, you have it, or?
The letter has been removed.
Okay.
And Detective Nolan was asked to take that back and repackage it, and the other items were placed back into the exhibit number 24.
Okay, you can bring them out. Please be seated. I'll ask our jurors again, did you follow my instructions, not talk about the case among yourselves or with anybody else, or look up any of the people or places involved? Even if you did so inadvertently, now would be the time to raise your hand and let me know. For the record, no jurors lifted their hand. And that's number 24, correct?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
We'll show number 24 admitted, with the exception that the letter from Mr. Hanukkah has been removed from that exhibit.
Your Honor, at this time we tender the witness.
Sir. Defense.
Morning, Deputy Nolan. Morning. How are you? You were lead detective on this case originally.
Yes, sir.
And that lasted 3 months. You were replaced by Detective Downs.
Yes, sir.
What was the reason for that?
I switched to you.
Relevance.
When you arrived on the scene, you were one of the first people to arrive on this scene on Jarvis, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived, that scene was already secured.
Yes, sir.
You met with crime scene technician Van Was at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you take crime scene technician Van Was on a walkthrough?
We do an initial walkthrough, yes, sir.
You and Ms. Van Was were in the kitchen, of course.
Yes.
And while you were there, was the body of Dr. Seaver still present?
Yes, it was.
You'd been a detective at that time for how long?
At the time, 2015, about 11 years, sir.
So you'd been to many crime scenes,
Yes, sir.
many homicide scenes.
Yes, sir.
You have training in blood analysis.
That's more forensics. We have some training going through medical legal homicide training, yes.
So in your capacity as a homicide detective, you're familiar with blood analysis.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with a term cast off?
Yes, sir.
Objection, beyond the scope of direct.
Overruled.
And cast off is a type of blood spray that occurs when a weapon hits a blood source, correct? And then is removed from the blood source,
Yes, sir.
creating a spray of
Objection,
blood.
compound question.
Overruled.
Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
There are ways to analyze cast off where it can be determined whether it's forward cast off or reverse cast off, correct?
I'm unaware of that, sir. This is not my expertise.
But cast off is something you're familiar with.
Yes, sir.
You recognize it when you see it.
Yes, sir.
You didn't see any cast off at this site, correct?
Most of the blood level was at a lower level, yes.
Now, that blood that was at a lower level, that blood is characterized as being spatter, correct? That's a different type of blood spray.
Yes, sir.
So that blood occurs, that type of pattern occurs when a source is, there's an established blood source, a wound, and an item, a weapon, hits that blood source and causes dispersion, correct?
Yes, sir. There are other factors as well, though. If there's something blocking the cast off from making its transition from in direction, then that's going to also diffuse. That can change how the blood spatter actually happens.
But that's more of a theoretical statement. That's speculation. That wasn't your observation here.
Counsel's testified.
Sustained.
The dispersion of the blood that you observed on the site in the kitchen was very low, correct?
Yes, sir.
You observed no blood on the ceiling,
I didn't observe any, no, sir.
no blood on the walls above about 2.5 feet.
No, sir.
That's all I have, Detective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Detective Nolan, since we're going to talk about blood, did your, based on your training and experience, did you see any indication that Teresa Sievers was killed anywhere else other than in that kitchen?
No, sir.
Did the blood spatter or lack of cast off indicate that Teresa Sievers was not bludgeoned to death?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, we just talked about it.
Overruled.
Did your training experience indicate regarding the blood spatter, lack of cast off, indicate to you that Teresa Sievers was not bludgeoned to death?
No, sir.
Were there any conclusions that you made from reviewing the blood spatter that were inconsistent with the scene as you observed it that day?
With the violent damages to Miss Sievers' head and the amount of blood that was on the ground, I was surprised that it wasn't cast off on the ceiling.
But there was blood spatter in the vicinity of Dr. Sievers.
Yes, there was, and pooling as well.
And that blood spatter and that pooling were consistent with her injuries?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
But once again, as you told ASA Hunter, you were surprised that there was no cast off.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Is this witness to be released or retained?
He's free to go, Your Honor.
No objection, defense?
He's released.
Okay, you're free to go.
Thanks,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
And I'd like to approach with number 24, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Next witness.
State calls Kevin Stout.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Kevin Stout. I go by KC.
Casey. And where do you work?
At the Lee County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you worked there?
since 2003.
And in what capacity do you work at the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently the Digital Forensic Supervisor.
And as the digital forensics supervisor, what is digital forensics?
We basically recover evidence from computers and cell phones, any kind of digital media that we come across.
And have you had training in the area of digital forensics?
Yes, ma'am.
What training have you had?
I got a certification. It's called a Certified Forensic Computer Examiner. It's through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. It's a pretty intense 2-week course that you take in class where they're teaching you the ropes of and introducing you to all kinds of tools and equipment and how to recover data. Once you go through that class, you're assigned a coach, a mentor, and you're given 4 practical examinations where you're practicing how to recover data, how to recover dates and times of files, recovering internet histories. If there's anything that you may have missed or may have not realized how to get that kind of data, your coach that you're assigned helps you through that process. Once you pass all those 4 examinations, you're then pushed on to the next phase where you are given a digital copy of a hard drive, and you then independently recover that same data you recovered the data in the practicals. You're now doing it as an independent examination where you're running a full examination report as if it's a real scenario. You're recovering deleted data, you're recovering internet histories, the same process that you were in the practicals. Part of that, they throw in a hidden or encrypted file that you're supposed to find and locate and recover, and it ends up being a 100-question test where then you have to pass that test.
And you did all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you are a certified forensic computer examiner?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had, do you also belong to the International Association of Computer Investigation?
Yes, that's who sponsors the CFCE.
And as part of just that association's membership, are there a certain number of hours every 3 years that you must continue to complete to maintain even a part of that initial membership?
Yeah, to retain your certification, yes, you have to take 40 hours of training specialized in the computer forensics world. Technology changes constantly, so you're constantly having to go to classes. So they require that, yes.
Have you been trained in more than one type of software?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been trained in the various data recovery companies?
Yes, ma'am.
And it sounds like you've been trained in cell phone data recovery.
Yes.
Were you asked, as part of your duties and responsibilities at the Lee County Sheriff's Office, to examine a number of devices pertaining to the investigation into the murder of Teresa Severs?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me just start with this. When you receive a cell phone in the digital forensics unit, what is the first step or procedure you use when you are handed a cell phone?
We always want to make sure that no changes are made to the device. So we'll put it inside of a box called a Faraday box, and it blocks all signal from gaining into the phone. So nothing can be changed, nothing can be wiped or anything like that. It keeps it secure.
And once you place it in the Faraday box, are you able to do something to it so that you can then remove it from the Faraday box?
Yes, ma'am. When it's in there, you put it in what's called airplane mode, which you're disabling your wireless connection, you're disabling your cellular connection, and we'll also take extreme measures and or you remove the SIM card out of the cell phone.
And when did you receive a cell phone on June 29th of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you follow the same procedures that you've just described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the processing of that phone, did you determine what the number of that phone was, the phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that 314-239-0173?
Yes.
Once you had removed that phone from the Faraday box, what was the next step in your processing of that phone?
I hooked it up with a USB cable to a cell phone forensics tool called Cellbrite. The Cellbrite's just one of our main forensics tools that we use to extract and copy the data from a phone in order to transfer it to our forensics workstations.
Now, when it copies the data from the phone, does it leave the data in the phone as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you return a phone, it's got everything it had in it when you started.
Correct.
And with Cellbrite, can you create reports that put information that's retrieved in a readable format?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that.
So after we copy the data, the Cellbrite has a tool where it will parse out all the data, and it goes line by line and categorizes it into, if, for example, if it sees a line of code where it sees that it's a text message, it'll put it in a text message category. If it's a email, it puts it in an email category. Contact goes into contact. So it categorizes it for you.
And did you perform that? Did you do a complete, what would you call it, extraction on the phone that you were handed when you hooked it up to Cellbrite?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's being marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 25. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
What is State's Exhibit number 25?
It's the cell phone forensics report from Cellbrite.
And is this the extraction that you obtained from device number, phone number 314-239-0173?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an accurate, what's in your hand? It's certainly not paper.
No, it's the digital copy that's on a thumb drive.
And so you place that digital copy on a thumb drive?
Correct.
And is this an accurate, does that thumb drive contain an accurate copy of the extraction that you performed using Cellbrite on the phone number with area code 314-239-0173?
Yes, ma'am.
Move to introduce.
Can we approach?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I am showing to defense counsel what I've marked as State's Exhibit 25A. If you could give me just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. My apologies. You ready? My apologies again. We'll be with you all shortly. If you please not discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else, or look up any of the people or places involved, it'll be short. Please be seated. Who else you calling this morning?
Judge, we have 4 more witnesses in the back for this morning.
I'm going to ask both sides to go through anything you're going to try to move into evidence so we can take care of any issues like this in advance. This should not be a stalling issue, what we're doing right now for the trial. I'm going to ask over lunch that you do the same thing. We'll be in recess. Let me know when everybody's ready.
All right.
Okay, we're back on the record. We have both Assistant State Attorneys present, all 4 defense counsel, and Mr. Rodgers.
Your Honor, I thought before the jury came back in, we could finish addressing
Yes, ma'am.
this issue. So I'm not sure who was left to speak next, but let me just, I think it was Mr. Darrow who would say whether or not he's objecting to 25A.
Judge, the state's provided me an exhibit, and they pointed out the particular text messages that they're interested in, so that does make things a lot easier, and I appreciate the court giving me time to review that. Everything in this document, to start with, is text messages, which is hearsay under the Gale case. The state would need to establish exceptions to that. I would point out, first of all, that the ones that they're not interested in should not come in because they have nothing to do with this case. There's all kinds of different discussions involved there, including discussions of, I believe, patients and medication and things like that. As far as the specific ones that they're going to, I would first start at the first one that they're looking for, which is, it says, hopefully we can talk privately tomorrow, nothing about you or Angie, but it's personal. That's dated April 29th, 2015. I would point that is outside of the time frame of the conspiracy that the state is alleged in the indictment. They alleged beginning April 30th of 2015. In short, I don't see any exceptions to the hearsay for that or any of the other statements with the evidence we have before us right now. Again, the state may be able to present testimony that ties that up. There's also nothing has been presented as to whose phone this is, so it hasn't been authenticated. If you look at, I'm pointing out on page 41108, that's the discovery page number. They've highlighted one that's entitled, it's a text from, allegedly from Mr. Severs to Mr. Wright, entitled, "Thought this was funny," from Facebook, "Best divorce letter ever." It's clearly a joke, and if the state had included the next few pages of discovery, of this report, that includes the fact that this joke was sent to numerous people, including Dr. Severs. So I don't see how that particular statement could possibly be in furtherance of a conspiracy.
I do want to start with the extraction report itself, because the Gale case, which was presented by defense counsel to the court, states in that case that their holding on this issue conforms to the decision in Jean-Philippe versus State, 123 Southern 3rd, 1071, Florida, 2013. And it notes that in that case, the court affirmed the admission of text messages downloaded from a phone by law enforcement officers. It then talks about what Philippe was focused on. They also note in that particular opinion that an extraction report is admissible, because here's what the conclusion of the court starts with. Because the extraction report was not hearsay. So the extraction report of a phone is not hearsay, and that extraction report is admissible. So just in terms of the extraction report. Next, the Philippe case, which I do have a copy of for the court, if the court would like it.
Sure.
Which is the case that is cited within the case provided by the defense, makes clear that these text messages are admissible. And particularly, I would refer the court to what is on page, 8 of what I've handed the court. It's on page 1080 of the opinion. So I think, Your Honor, that text messages are admissible for introduction. As to the comment by Mr. Darrow regarding the text message of August 29th, the state's information alleges that the conspiracy occurred between April 30th forward. But that text message is an invitation to a conspiracy, which would be different than a part of the actual conspiracy. And so the state submits that it too is admissible.
Judge, can I respond very briefly?
Sure.
Judge, yes, what the state is saying is halfway there as far as the extraction report being not hearsay. The argument that was made, I believe, by the defendant in Gale was that there were two levels of hearsay, extraction level and then looking at the individual text messages. Gale makes it very, very clear, and so does John Philippe, that just because it's an extraction report doesn't mean it automatically comes in. It just means that there's not a whole other level of hearsay there. It's not hearsay within hearsay. The conclusion in Gale is because the extraction report was not hearsay, and because the state established an exception to the hearsay that was appellant's own statements, we affirm the trial court's submission. So very key in the Gale decision is the fact that there has to be an exception for the content to come in.
Okay. Any other things that you're looking to introduce that we're going to have a problem with the other witnesses coming forward that we need to address before I go read the Philippe case?
Your Honor, not today. And we have provided to Mr. Darrow the other specific pages from another extraction that is not being introduced today, Your Honor. At least it's not the intent of the state to call that witness today, so that Mr. Darrow would have an opportunity to review those pages before the next court case.
After this issue is resolved one way or the other, how much time do you have left with this witness and who's next, and how long will they take?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Would you repeat that?
Irregardless of the ruling on this, how much time do you have left with this witness on the stand? Who's next, and how long will they take?
Your Honor, I have, I was going to say about as much time as we've used up to this point, but that provides the court no information. At most another 15 minutes. That might be a more accurate way to phrase it. So probably another 15 minutes with this witness. Our next witness is Deputy Armato from the Lee County Sheriff's Office. He will be a brief witness. The witness following him is Gladys Martinez. She was part of the crime scene that went to autopsy and recovered items from autopsy. Those have been shown to the defense before now. I mean, they were shown to the defense during the break, so they're aware of those items. And then we have, I believe, Lieutenant Downs testifying. All of the items that would be referenced to him have been brought into the courtroom, and during the break, Ms. Fitzgeorge and I went through each of those items.
Okay. And you still have withdrawn your motion on 25. We're just dealing with 25A and those particular texts that were extracted, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I withdrew it at that point because if 25A, yes.
I'm asking because we were talking about two different things,
Right.
even though we were only recessed on one.
Right. What I'm saying by withdrawing it is if 25A is coming into evidence, the state will withdraw any attempt to introduce 25.
And my guess is that 25 is the whole extraction. So what I'm saying applies 100 times from this to that.
Well, that's the complete extraction report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Give me a little bit of time to go read the other case you just have given me.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, as always in any case, the state would submit that 25 is admissible, but what goes back to the jury is different than what is admitted in court. So the state did not seek to have State Exhibit 25 go back to the jury. Rather, just to have 25A go back to the jury. It just makes clear that that came from that extraction.
Yeah, 25 is a thumb drive, right?
Correct.
Right, okay, yeah.
Exactly.
I really don't want the jury back there with the thumb drive.
Well, they have no way to access it
Well, then they can
because I don't give jurors computers, and that's why I'm trying. And I don't let them take them back there either, so I was just making sure I got it.
Right.
Okay, I'll be back.
All right.
For the record, both assistant state attorneys are present, all for defense counsel, and Mr. Rodgers. I've reviewed both the cases. I'm going to allow it. I think at worst it's a statement of a party opponent, one of the conspirators, and it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's the first contact for allegedly setting up a conspiracy. I think it's admissible. Anything else before we bring them out?
Your Honor, I just thought we could address scheduling very quickly.
Sure.
We just wanted to alert the court where we are. We had 8 witnesses that are here today to testify. We are clearly only on witness number 2. The other witnesses we have lined up and are arriving. They are from out of state and they will be ready to go Monday. I don't know if the remaining 6 witnesses, I expect them to be somewhat lengthy, but I don't know. We don't know how long each of these witnesses will take. And so we just wanted to alert the court. We will call every witness that was here for today. Unfortunately for us, we anticipated starting trial today, and so we have been trying to catch up. We will be completely caught up by Monday of next week, making sure that everyone is here and ready to go as soon as one witness is off the stand. But we had people coming in from out of town and did not have them here. We're not able to get them here so they can go on today, Your Honor. But
Okay.
we do have 6 remaining witnesses to call.
Well, we'll call them and we'll see where we're at. Bring them out.
Just real quickly for purposes.
Hold on a minute.
All right, so hello everybody. It's been a couple hours since actually the whole time I was been playing the trial. I haven't even talked today. So anyway, something I want to address is that exactly, I do agree with you, Moki, about that. Because she was saying the law tour was too busy crying with her face not moving to make a valid point. She does the same as Elsie, so has no business calling them out, in my opinion. I also have no idea who she's talking about and have no idea who she was until it was pointed out to us here. Yeah, and this person is no one that I'm aware of that we know, and it's a different Lauren than our Lauren, of course. It's not the same person. I was reading and doing some digging while this trial was going when you brought it up about what exactly the problem is, because I don't even really understand it myself. So there seems to be a war between the independent trial channels and the company channels. And they're critical of our Law and Crime because they feel they do sensationalism and they cause drama and to get views and stuff, but that's exactly what the law tours are doing. And I don't think Law and Crime, and I knew the person that started that channel. I knew her and her group, and they were not doing anything intentional. They were just showing people trials. That's all they were doing, and just people came to hang out. It was not whatever happens in the chat. It was a good channel, and it just happened that way. So yeah, that seems to be what's going on in the bigger scale of things. And it also seems to be going back to the Depp trial, where there was criticism towards LC for what they were, how they handled the Depp trial. But that's how I found their channel. I mean, so I wonder if there's this competition or being competitive against each other. And I do agree with you. I just think this is all unnecessary. And Moke says LawTubers were the ones that got started with Depp and then went nuts with Daybell and Reed. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Moki. And saw some information. It was this way. Not that one. It was this other one. Let's see. It was actually not that one either. So we're just gonna. No. It could be. It could be. Oh. Okay. Going this way. Oh, it wasn't even minimized. It was right here. All right. Yes, and I do agree with that. And now this is what the AI says. It's something I usually use for research, and it's gathering things from all over the internet to make it into one thing. So which of course I agree with you still that this is unnecessary what's going on. And I did not see a decline or noticeable decline. Oh, really? Really? Okay, that's good to know. It's something that I'll keep in mind. That it's something to react to, definitely. Now, I don't see a significant subscriber loss from the LC channel. That's a good thing. So it wasn't much of an impact to cause such an issue. Now remember, I do think people do what that trial does, what she does, to get attention and to get more subs on their channel, because they're doing what they're accusing LC of doing. Right. And the central issue, allegedly, between the independent the LawTuber and LC is part of a larger conflict concerning ethics, alleged exploitation, content ownership. The LawTuber media space, while specific lawsuits between them are not widely reported, although not hidden, it is out in the open. They are, while specific have not been widely hidden, the LawTubers audience has participated in a broader discourse criticizing the large networks like LC. I agree with exactly. And there's some key points in the conflict. Moke says it would take a lot to turn me against LC. I agree with you, Mokes. Definitely. I feel the same way. Because... And I believe you're with us. Because you were there since Depp. So, although I only talked to you more recently, you were with us the whole time. And shout out to Mary Toodles. 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 Okay. Alright. So, basically, in the situation, I've been through the part where they took away the mods and when all the trolls came to attack. I've been through the whole thing, and I didn't go against the channel. I went with the changes that they had. Now, another reason was you all liked me there and wanted me to hang out and watch the trials. Yes, shout out to Marion Bubbles. And in these situations, y'all liked me there, and I wasn't going to just leave when the other group departed. And I still think it's a good channel. I don't see any problem with it. And it's nice we have Kathy Roosin, and we have Alexandria. Because I requested constantly for them to bring mods in there to make sure everything's, not in the sense that what you're thinking of where there would be a hierarchy system, but just to have somebody there. And that's what they did, exactly how we wanted it, where they're not like policing the chat, but they're still there present. I think that's like how Alexandria and Kathy handle it. So, yeah. So I agree with you. I feel the same way. Like, I've not seen anything that would turn me against him, although I may not agree with everything LC may do. Say if they don't air a trial or not. I really do think that it is still a good channel. Yeah, I agree, Moki, that there hasn't been a lot of drama lately. I don't think there has been either. They haven't really been live lately. It's mostly been us and some other channels that have been like TTVL. I don't know how. Trial TV Live. Our friends over there. They've been doing live streams like we have over here, but the LC has not really been doing a lot of streams. Oh, he said, "Oh yeah, they need to get their ish together. There should be 2 trials going on at the same time." Yeah, I remember when we used to watch trials. There'd be a trial like every day, and like last year, maybe earlier this year, for instance, Capri was present a lot. When she's been kind of busy lately with other things, but or she was present there when there's more trials. And Princess Dot is doing okay. She has not been hasn't been anywhere, but she told me recently she's okay. And this is like back earlier in the year, earlier this year and last year, there was much more trials. So I don't really know what the reasons for that is, but they certainly do need to get some trials going. And there seems to be, I think it may be a tactic from that channel, from the LawTuber, to try to get people over there to watch them instead. Because whatever the conflict is, they doing it the way they're doing it, I think, is for attention, as we mentioned. And there's professional versus independent commentary. Hidden the LawTuber, a small operation by the husband and wife, a forensic psychologist, a journalist. This differs from LC, a larger network, greater resource. Critics argue that the network LC is prioritizing sensationalism, which I don't agree with, to get views, while smaller creators often focus on nuanced analysis to build trust with dedicated niche audiences. This is what the AI is saying, of what people are saying on the internet. Now, I can refute this because there is no sensationalism with LC. It's just sensational because the trial itself is... The channel itself just drew in people, and it drew in a community of unhinged people that are so cool. A great, wonderful product. The other people, they have their own channel, but maybe they're not getting the attention the other channel is getting, so they have to create a straw man to get that out there. Moki said, "It irritates me to no end that LawTubers call themselves journalists." They're not journalists. I agree with you. Yeah. And like even me, I don't call myself a journalist, whatever I do. And I've been on different shows and stuff. I mean, as I said, I'm a Timu alien that came here and came to talk to people. Like, I don't even call myself anything. So yeah, there are these intellectual journalists, and that they're fighting the man, so to speak. Moki, I tell you, those eyebrows, it's the same identical eyebrows to Crust the Clown, okay? Identical. 100% identical. Moki says, "I think it's just personal drama that's being aired out for clicks." Yeah. Very true. Okay, allegations of exploitative journalism. The LawTuber and other independent creators, they call themselves, have accused the large media outlets of exploiting high-profile trials and tragic stories to profit. As I said, they've not even been live for a long time, so that's certainly not true. Yes. For example, during they're saying the Depp versus Heard trial, many independent commentators criticize LC for covering. They're criticizing LC for covering the trial. What? As based on focused viewership engagement over oh my god. Okay, hear this chat. Here. LC coverage as based and focused on viewer engagement over journalistic accuracy. Are you kidding me? That's exactly what they're doing by causing this beef. That is true. That even the clown emoji doesn't have high enough eyebrows. Doctor, one of the use the Sharpie emoji. All right. The LawTuber hosts have been noted for their focus on psychological aspects of the... Okay, they're claiming that the LawTubers have noted their focus on the psychological aspects of a crime, a contrast with more sensationalist approach. I mean, give me a break. Like, when Addie and her team put that channel together, they didn't do it for that. They did it because they want, this company, LC, wanted there to be YouTube people seeing their content. That was the reason. Right. This man said eyebrow. Okay. Backlash over controversial coverage. The LawTuber itself has received criticism, its audience, for how it does cover certain cases such as the Delphi murders. These events highlight ethical tightrope all true crime commentators must walk, but scrutiny can be higher for larger networks perceived as prioritizing profit. Alien will have to play the first 5 minutes when she starts crying about Elsie. Yes. I will do that. Although I'm not quite sure what the timestamp is when that happens, I'll play it. Clash of business models. The beef necessarily targets one dispute, but rather reflects of the differing business models and values between large corporate elites and independent creators. The LC, as a network, it aims for broad viewership across multiple platforms. And profit. So they're claiming the LC is a network. It aims for broad viewership across multiple platforms. Its size and profit-driven goals can lead to more aggressive and somewhat, some would say, less ethical monetization tactics than content production. And the LawTuber, as independent in channel, it relies on building smaller but more loyal audiences. It's stupid because, as I said, anything that LC had, anything that they did was not intentional. It just happened. All right, I'll go look at that stream and play it for him, okay? All right, here we go.
Hey everyone. I've never been more nervous for a live in my entire life, and I've done a lot of lives or a show in my entire life. And this is not a live or a show that I ever wanted to do or ever thought I would have to do. And this has been ongoing for months, what I have been dealing with. This is not drama. Hidden True Crime doesn't get involved in drama. We stay very clear from that. And those of you that know us know that. So I hope that nobody calls this drama ever again. In fact, it's so real life what has been going on with my family and with me for months that I decided to go to where I felt would protect me. And that was the courts and legal. And I filed a civil stalking injunction because what was happening to me and my family met Utah's civil stalking injunction code. The stalker was in Utah. And it was very clear to me that that was the step that I should take. And I was granted a temporary civil stalking injunction after I filed my evidence and my exhibits before the judge. That was served, and my stalker was served a temporary civil stalking injunction. Thank God. And the next step to that, after filing a civil stalking injunction, is to hope to make it permanent. And that was going to be on Thursday. And then do you know what happened? Somehow, someone decided to let Law and Crime know about my civil stalking injunction. And Law and Crime decided that they deserved to have cameras in the courtroom while I am explaining what my family has been going through for months. The Law and Crime, I don't know, is it a slow true crime month? They thought that my family's pain should be live streamed on their trial channel. I am a limited public figure. I'm just a mom who has a YouTube channel, and yes, I've become a limited public figure. I'm not Johnny Depp. I'm not Amber Heard. I'm not Gwyneth Paltrow. I am a mother trying to protect my family and my little boy. And I am a journalist who has never, ever in my life heard of anyone streaming a civil stalking injunction. Ever. It is not something you do. And why? Because it's someone that is being abused, that is attempting to escape something dangerous. I never wanted to do this live. But because of what Law and Crime did, I had to dismiss my civil stalking injunction because I am never, ever going to let my child's mental health be live streamed for entertainment. And I find it disgusting that anyone would want to do that to me or my family, a civil stalking injunction. My 8-year-old's mental health is not your entertainment. I wanted to keep this private. I wanted to keep my pain and the bullying and the abuse and the harassment and the defamation and the pain that I have been dealing with behind the scenes for months. I wanted to keep it private. Not live streamed to millions of people watching Law and Crime. And so, if Law and Crime thinks that my family's pain and emotional turmoil is worthy to be on their channel, that they're going to be pool, which means they can share it to all media platforms. This is just for everybody. Then I'm going to take back my narrative. And I'm going to own my narrative. And I'm going to tell you everything tonight. We're going to go through every filing. We're going to go through a lot. So get ready. My hand has been forced. I am very uncomfortable sitting here. But the reason and where I have found my bravery to do this is really, again, for my little boy. Do you want to know a wrath of a mother? Here I am. Okay. And so we're going to begin.
All right, let's see. Let's go down here, this way. All right. Okay. All right, so, okay, for 9 hours, okay. Is she waiting for more people to join first? Yeah, usually a lot of times they'll have an introduction, and I guess there wasn't a lot of people there at the present moment. Now, all in my opinion, I think that so far I have not seen any trials or anything coverage from LC up. I know they do upload videos. I have never heard of this besides what this individual is saying. I certainly think that obviously there's been hardly any live streams from that channel. I've not seen really any notifications about this. I've not seen anybody in the chats talk about this. So allegedly we have a situation where this individual makes a content as well of different murders and stuff, cases, I guess. Also for monetization probably and content, in my opinion, it seems that she also does like reactions to the different content on the YouTubes. Although I'm not familiar with her content, I don't know what exactly those are. But she also seems to be a content creator. I think everyone could agree on that. She's a content creator that creates content, although I'm not familiar with it. And I will say that the LC platform, since the Depp trial, since the entire time of its inception, they usually, cover anything they can for, I believe, in my opinion, journalistic purposes, to show people what is going on in crime spaces or with trials. I think that is something they usually do normally. Now, if somebody has a case specifically where they're clearly stating that they do not want people having their cameras at a certain place at a certain time, I don't know if they got this memo that there wasn't supposed to be any cameras, but as I said, usually through acts of journalism, they cover content having to do with trials, and especially if someone is a public figure, like, for instance, I am not the most famous person on planet Earth, but I am known. But I understand, whereas I would understand if something like this happened in my situation because I'm a public figure. Knowing that someone's a public figure could have its pros and cons, and naturally there may be coverage from other channels. And I mean, if someone achieves a level of recognition publicly and has a lot of subscribers and followers, it'll be natural for the different companies to try to see, or news outlets to see what's going on. And so if something is public, if something is out in the public and there's a channel that covers trials regularly, I would personally think that is something they usually do. It wouldn't be something out of the norm. And if there was some sort of disclaimer that they may have said for people that are trying to cover trials or cover certain cases to not go to this for privacy reasons, I don't know if those conditions were met or not. But I still think that it is as I said, I do not know about this. I do think that LC is still a channel that I like to watch that has content about trials and things of that nature. So I don't know I don't think there's any ill intent, in my opinion, from the LC group. And when someone's a public figure, there will be coverage naturally of certain events and things. And I do think that we could all agree on, I think everybody could agree that LC does coverage of trials and public figures like the Depp trial or the different things like that. I mean, that's something they usually do. I am not aware of if there's any disclaimers to not go show up to a certain case for certain privacy reasons. And as I said, I'm not completely familiar with the entire situation, so I do not know. And I do think that they could have legal disputes with LC. Now, if they want to make a case against LC, everybody has a right to do whatever they do. But, on the internet and making videos about it and making streams about it, I do think that will certainly draw more attention to a matter that was once perceived as a private matter. So if there's a trial or something she is going through that she doesn't want to be known, having a stream about it for 9 hours may not be the best way to try to hide the information unless they felt that everyone has a right to freedom of speech unless some sort of an injustice was occurring. So, right, I don't always know if, people are trying to do grifting or trying to expose an injustice. That is up for interpretation. As I said, certainly what has happened is that the situation is now more known. If they wanted to be left alone and to not have people bother, yes, privacy is important. Harassment is wrong. We all agree on that, and that everyone should be respected. Now, if there's a case that should be private that you don't want people to know about, telling the whole world about it is not keeping it private anymore, and there can be all it's doing would maybe, perhaps, in my opinion, which I could be wrong, the opposite outcome may happen where more people will just know about this topic. But of course, at the same time, there is more views on this channel and this case for this group of people. They can have, I don't know them personally, now they have more attention out there in the world than they did before. So that is something, certainly, the theory some could speculate hypothetically through opinions that this is being drawn out to just get more views and attention. I don't know if that is the case. Others might argue that support this individual in this cause, that LC may have acted inappropriately, in their opinion, in this matter, and that if there was a disclaimer not to go to an event and being specific to not go to a trial, and they didn't honor that would have to be disputed between the two parties. And as I said, 9 hours, it would be interesting to see how that case would go. And I will say, from my own observation, I do not know of anything about this case only from this individual. So that is my personal opinion and take on it. And we will see how the rest of that goes. And yes, this goes on for 9 more hours. All right. Loki said, I think a lot of people start it off as a hobby and then it turns into grifting. Okay. And yeah, and I mean, I will say the accusations against LC, which I'm not speaking for this person. I'm only going to speak for LC from my own experience. that can be drawn and used for other people too, possibly. So there are incidences where they claim LC was trying to do the Depp trial and do these different trials for grifting, for money, for clout, for attention, which in my opinion, from observing the channel for a long time, is that LC, they wanted to have their trials on YouTube for people to see their content, and they happen to bring a inquisitive group of people. That's what I think is my opine about it. And then you could have other people that might see this and, see they will do their own trial channels, and obviously they want people to watch their content. So if people can, drawing attention would be a way to do that. And LC is quite big. It is quite up there. So I do not, of course, believe in any kind of harassment. We all can agree on harassment is wrong, or these type of unorthodox behaviors is wrong. Now, of course, as Pilot said, what is truth? There could be speculation. What is harassment? What isn't harassment could also be speculated. As I said, Britney Spears could walk out a mall and everybody's gonna take her picture, and especially if doesn't mean it's right. Princess Diana, for instance, was deleted in a car accident allegedly because of paparazzi. And we have to say there's apples or oranges. There's a spectrum length of what is like a diabolical situation where someone's life is actually endangered, especially if you're a public figure on the internet, and especially if you're talking about it on the internet where everybody can see it, and you're only going to give the thing you're talking about more publicity. Or a situation where there's a channel that naturally covers trials and things and wants to see what's going on. I do not know all of everything that's going on or what their intentions were, because I'm not them with LC, but that is also conclusions to be drawn up as well. And I do agree with you, Moki, where LC isn't grifting. They are real media channel televising public trials like Court TV. The grifters are the people who react to streams for money. Yeah, exactly. And I do think that it's good to point out other channels like Court TV and LC, I believe, in my opinion, that are true journalists that are trying to cover what is going on with trials. And then other people may be jealous and envious and will see what's going on. And then they're going to do grifting, where they're going to try to attack the bigger channels to draw more attention to themselves. And even people that watch these channels, like my friends in the chat, do not agree that LC is grifting. No, they're just a company that thrived and did very well. So I do think that this situation is very likely, in my opinion, a grifting situation, but not on LC's part. Very well said, chat. Very few people would have known about this if she wouldn't have done some outrageous 9-hour stream. Yes, but as I said, so if anybody, we can know for certain that everyone could agree on, she wanted people to know about this situation. We could all agree on that. Everybody on both sides can agree on that. She wants people to know about this. Know about what? Know about her. Okay? She knows about her. That's step 2. The step 3, why does she want people to know about her? So she could have justice and vindication. And unsubscribed from LC. Why is that? Number 4 is the cherry on top. It's because she wanted to grift and get more money out of the situation, in my opinion. Right. There you go. But people can disagree, and if they would like, and if there's something that, another point of view, I'm very much open-minded to see another point of view. All right, M says, do you guys think she did this for even more clout? In my opinion, it certainly appears so. I'm not in her head. I don't know what her true intentions are, but from what I'm seeing, the signs I'm seeing, that certainly seems to be what is going on here. Now, if people have an injustice they want to expose, people will go online and say, this is what happened to me and it was wrong. That has happened before. We could all agree on that. But it depends on the context of the situation. And I'd feel the same way as somebody that feels that they're been harassed or injustice. I will say, though, we can all agree that there are risks if someone is a public figure. Okay? Someone's a public figure. There's going to be coverage on them. Like me, even. There's people that talk about me too. I mean, it's okay. It's no problem. But that's not a problem. It is what it is. It's just So it just depends. If they say at this trial, at this situation, they do not want any news coverage, and they break that, is it even illegal to do that? Is another question. Is it illegal for them to do those types of behaviors? And what LC, did they even break any laws? So that is many questions that could be asked. All right, Judy, what is the point then? Because I want to know what the other side of this is, because that's what it certainly looks like in this situation. And thank you, Mokes, for your commentary. And I do believe that LC and Court TV is true journalistic media. And Judy says she wants it private. She wanted it to be private. Okay, Judy, thank you for letting us know that she wanted it to be private. And I think that we could all agree on privacy is very important to have, because if, let's just say that I'm going to do some dookie in the bathroom, all right? I want there to be a door there so I can have privacy. And let's say if I am going to take a shower, I'm going to want to have a curtain so I can have privacy. Let's say that I want to have privacy outside when walking around, so I may not do a live stream or do a video at that moment. So I think that privacy is very important, and it's important to make clear, in my opinion, if possible, before and during the situation and before it, they do not want any media coverage going to this place to harass them. To make it clear legally that they want that. Then another argument can be raised if it's even constitutional to do that. But I can understand privacy is respected. Now, there are people right now, and child involved. Okay, thank you, Judy. Thank you. And I will also want to add to this is that privacy is extremely important to have, right? Especially with a child. I mean, with a child, you would want them to have privacy. You know, my mom, for instance, was very protective of me when I was growing up. She wanted me to stay, you know, and with her, and wanted me to have privacy. My family wanted me to have privacy. So absolutely, that's essential. Especially, it's a noble, great act, I would even add, to want to protect a child and shield them from this. And I will tell you, in my humble opinion, which I am only a youngster, I do not know anything, but I will say that the way that you will completely split the veil of privacy, completely have a door that isn't even there, to have outside that is outside, right, and without any protection, the way you would reduce your privacy, which I'm not saying there's any kind of injustice or wrong, because that definitely does happen. I'm not justifying anything. It's good to know the risk of being famous on YouTube or having a YouTube platform is that your privacy is nowhere. It is not existent when you're on YouTube. And if one wants to have privacy, they're not going to talk about it for a 9-hour stream, in my opinion. So that would actually, even if it's not intentional and want to expose an injustice, that is noble. I will say, as a constructive criticism, that was not the way to do it by having a 9-hour stream, in my opinion. Right. And Julie says, well, she wants the story straight. I trust this woman completely with hesitation. This is my own opinion. Well, thank you, Judy, very much for your opinion. And I do think I could be wrong, anybody could be wrong, so I appreciate that. I just would say it'd be critical to have a stream like this out in the open, because now everyone knows about it. And I'll also will add that there are grifters out there on YouTube. There are people that want to get more money and clout and attention. So there's possible they could use things as a ploy to get more attention and views. I will say, whatever the intentions were, I will say what happened. From my perspective, is that she got more views, her channel got more expansion, we all know about her now. We never would have known about her at LC or anywhere if she didn't mention this. So what happened is more views, more subscribers, more money, more clicks happened is an undeniable fact. So I do think it's a possibility. I will still think and quite hold on to that Court TV, LC, other channels like that, I feel are truly conducting an act of journalism, is not doing the grifting in this situation or trying to get media attention. If they were doing it, if it is true what they're doing, hypothetically, this person is also maybe doing it too. So that is my opinion about it. But of course, I am against harassment of anybody. I'm against, especially children being harassed. I'm against that, and I want everybody to be able to exercise their journalistic rights and their opines, without those happening. And I will say it is freedom of speech. There is a right of journalism, and if someone's a public figure, you're going to have pros and cons to it. So that is something that I do think is an undeniable fact about the situation. Well, Judy, and what you're saying is very good point. I have to say, it's a very good point. And I want to thank you for helping me understand this better, because I may not completely be familiar with the situation. And says she didn't need money, they not poor. Right, and when someone is not poor, they certainly would not need extra money, right? Now, if you want to continue being wealthy and get more money, you're going to have to keep the engine going. Like, we could all agree that if there's the Titanic or there's a furnace, that you have to keep on shoveling coal into it and firewood into it, because if you don't do that, the fire will go out. And if you get even more firewood and more coal up to the ceiling, you could have unlimited to keep the ship going. So, understood that it was not about money because she doesn't need it. I understand that, and it may be very true. But at the same time, another point of view that can be drawn is that there's so much if they have more firewood and coal to run their ship, they could keep on being rich and get even richer. So that is something I am just concerned. I'm concerned about that because, the possible situation. So hopefully if this could be resolved, and we all know about her now because of the situation, and I would hope her family has privacy and has dignity and a child's privacy. All right. And as I said, I would criticize to not put it on YouTube if they really want privacy, to consider being a public figure or not has pros and cons to it. Even me, that you all know me, even myself, I acknowledge that risk. And that setting boundaries going to a court hearing, all right? Going to a court hearing is you're going to have publicity either way. So I would say as a criticism for next time to not put it on YouTube, to being a public figure is going to have its risks of this happening, of any kind of harassment happening. And those are things to understand, that those are cons in the situation. So next time, to be more private about it, to not put on YouTube, because put your life on YouTube, because when you put your life on YouTube, everyone's going to see you. If they wanted privacy, it wouldn't be on YouTube. You wouldn't talk for 9 hours, in my opinion. Okay? But that's all the criticism. If I will say benefit of the doubt here, that she is being completely genuine. My criticism would be, I hope her family does well. I hope that this situation could blow over. Saying that, I would highly suggest to not make a live stream about it for 9 hours. To consider even being a public figure in the first place, because when you're a public figure in the first place, you're going to risk having a paparazzi chase you down. So those are factors that I would give constructive critique in this situation, and that LC has been, and Court TV and others, have been journalizing for a long time, many trials, and that they have a group of people there that are some of, I'd say, the best chat on the entire world, the entire internet. And no one's perfect, there are trolls, but they did it. And I understand, since they are so big, that they will be used in this situation. So that is my opine about this. But as I said, I wish her and her family all the best. And as Judy pointed out, and I want to thank you, Judy, for your commentary on it. Even if what I'm saying you disagree with and you may feel that I'm in the wrong, I appreciate your take on it, and you really did help me understand the situation. So I wish her the best and her family the best, and that this could blow over, and to even give a disclaimer for people to not go and harass them in these types of trials. Judy, do you know her personally? I don't. I really don't. You're right. I don't know her personally. I've not known her channel before until she came and talked about it out in the open. So I will say, in my opinion, I do not really trust the situation or what the intentions are. All right. And more money equals bigger bills. All right. And I believe someone was bothering her, but this is a little too much, in my opinion. And let's see, Marina's go dance. People always need money, even when they have money. Right. So let's say if somebody was harassing her, that is wrong, completely out of the question. That shouldn't be done. and completely out of the question to harass or stalk anybody. That is wrong, and that's very unfortunate she went into that. That happened to her. That's very wrong. And I hope that everything, the stalking situation, if it did occur, that it could be resolved at best. And I just feel that her way of conducting this was not the best way she could have handled the situation, for my opinion. But I'm against stalking. I'm against harassment. I'm against, people should have a trial, especially if it has to do with a child involved. It should be private. If those conditions were specifically mentioned before it happened. Also, in any situation, if it wasn't mentioned, no one should be harassed. Children should be harassed. No stalking should occur. So that is something we could all agree on, I think. So that is my position on the situation. Okay. So moving on to the next part. Okay. All right, and same thing, are not about money. Maybe stick to spaceships. And all right, Milky says Halloween. Okay, so a preview to the Halloween preview. Okay, so now for the Halloween situation, what we're having is we are doing a... Yes, Smokey, I agree. I agree. So, with the Halloween party, what we're going to do is on Halloween, we're going to be doing a Halloween stream, and we are going to be talking about different trivia. We're going to do trial games and stuff of that nature. And we'll have, a Halloween theme. And at some point, somehow in the stream, I might also do a part where we see the decorations outside. Halloween is a very special time for me. I think that it is good to see Halloween decor and decorations out there in the open. I think that it's a very special time where we're going to have orange lights and we can have pumpkins and different things like that nature. So there's going to be, it's going to be a fun stream. It's going to be a party stream. We're going to have the drinking games. We're going to have the trial trivia. We're going to have other games too. So that is an idea about what we're going to do and talk about some spooky stories with the Halloween stuff. Because every year we've always done things for Halloween. And when we've done different things throughout the years. And this time with our new group, we'll continue to do those things as well. Yes, Moki, we're also going to have call-ins, because I am very familiar with call-in shows because I am very good with call-ins. And I've done them before on other shows, and I do it here. So we'll have call-ins, and we will talk about different things, and we will have the... if y'all want to do a face call-in with on the StreamYard, if y'all want to use StreamYard, we could have a panel on, and we could talk on there. So yes, we're going to do that too, Moki. Public figures are scrutinized, yes. Okay, Judy, understood. And But I am going to talk about that haunted house you told me about earlier, a couple of weeks ago that I did. I'm going to talk about that as you suggested. I understand, Judy. You don't like the you like Christmas, okay? Now we are not doing any. I'm a Christian. I'm a zealous Christian, and we are not doing it out of pagan rituals. But we'll certainly see you at our Christmas celebration, Judy. So I'll appreciate you at the Christmas celebration. But yeah, you can hang out with us. I'm a Christian. We're not doing anything. We could talk about also when Martin Luther started the Protestant Reformation. There's a lot of things that happened to the Christian world on that time. Yeah, sure. We could have D-Sauce in the show. That's true. That's good. And we could talk about the bobbing for apples and things of that nature. That'd be pretty cool. Scared. Yeah, I mean, I think that with Halloween, there's even Christian celebrations within it because of the Protestant Reformation. We'll talk about goofy stories, things of that nature. And truth could come too, yes. Yes, absolutely. Judy, hey, I didn't bring that into it. Okay, did I say nothing about Christian? I'm 70, don't do Halloween. And, well, a lot of times, Judy, if I were you, I'd feel the same way. You did not say anything specific, but we believed in our opinion that there could have been, a lot of people have religious convictions with Halloween, and the opinion was not really explicitly mentioned why you didn't want to come. So we understand now what your position is. Yeah, it's a hangout session with a different theme to it. Does Judy need an explanation? Now, I should stick to spaceships as you suggested. And when we're sticking to the spaceship, there's usually lots of protocol that is used because we don't want to have people, say if there's lots of mechanical things on spaceships because we don't need to give us an explanation. That's not necessary. But we're just used to things like that because on spaceships, which is my profession, it's what we usually use to manage things and make sure everything's running right, to get feedback constructively. That is one of the reasons. But it's not necessary, of course. We were just, whatever the reason was, it was just going to be another hangout session. So thank you, Judy. You didn't say anything bad about Halloween. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Truth and 666 are your boys for sure, yes. Yes, absolutely. Okay, Moki, tell me your suggestion. All right. Or Judy said, my kids did Halloween in the 40s now. Oh, nice. Nice, they're in their 40s, okay. That's very cool. A costume, let me think about that. Scared. Welcome back, Anna. Oh, hello, Sheena. Good evening. Interesting, Moki. Thank you. I like that. She says, talk to the boys or people in chat and see who will go live with you and have a surprise guest. That would be really fun. Okay. Yeah, and I like D-Sauce to come aboard because you're mentioning D-Sauce and he's here and I could see him right there. Yeah, I'd like him to come on board and we'll have another guest too. Also, we'll have another surprise guest. I'd go live with you, live stream on my channel. Oh, that's cool, Sheena. That's a good idea. And if you want to call into the show here, we could have you on here as well, if you'd like. For Halloween. Yeah, and I do agree, Halloween could be enjoyed by all ages. Judy, people are just telling you their opinion. No one's attacking you. Hoagie said that would be really fun to see people on camera who talked all the time. Yes, and we'll have an open panel and we'll have them call. We'll do it through StreamYard. There could be a phone option, but we'll do it through StreamYard. Well, Sheena, there's a number that could be called. I don't have it open right now, but yes, I do call in. I have a call-in show mechanism. And we will have, you could either call a number or you can go on something called StreamYard, which they send you a code. StreamYard will send you a code and you make like a little account and it's no password, just a code they'll send you every single time, like a generated code. And you could do a video chat on the show or you don't have to use a video in that situation, but you could use a video in that situation if you wanted to. Or you could just call in through a phone number. Probably so, or you could use it through a computer. Use it through a computer. But let's see, there's a StreamYard app. I don't even know because I don't use it on the phone. I think it's a mobile device. Well, let's see how it works on phones. Okay, both hosts and guests of StreamYard Studio can join the stream using a mobile device such as a tablet or phone. For Android, we recommend using the Chrome browser application. For iOS, we recommend using StreamYard iOS guest app if you are using as a guest. Okay, yes, you could use it on... You can use it StreamYard through the app. Yes. Okay, Judy. It was nice having you with us when you're on board. Take care. And thank you, chat. You all didn't do anything wrong in my opinion. Very good job. Anyway. So, for iOS, we recommend using StreamYard iOS guest app if you are using as a guest. So yes, you could use it on the phone. Definitely. Let's see. Let's see specifics on how to use it on the phone. Because we'll use it on the phone all the time. Understood, Moki. Understood. Yeah, I don't know. Some people are more than others, and we always are super nice to her, and we always are. I always like to see her in chat and hang out. So, yeah, y'all didn't do anything wrong. Just some people that are sensitive, for whatever reason it is, they could, there's the door of the spaceship's out there and they could go blast off, because people have a right to their opines here on the spaceship, The aliens, angels will do their thing. All right, so thank you, Moki. You did very well. With no one did anything wrong, but we treated her very respectfully. This channel is a very nice channel with cool people. Using StreamYard on a phone is done via mobile browser. So it looks like you're going to probably be using it on a browser. So, Moki, you could use it through your browser, through your phone's browser. And Sheena says, my channel is Cosmic Shield Maiden. Okay. Thank you for letting us know. I'll sub to you. Who do y'all want to see live? I say D-Sauce Truth, 666 Joyce won't do it. Okay. Yeah. Definitely. Oh, Judy, you're still with us. And Judy, we meant no offense to you if you're still with us. And, you know, if you're still with us and we meant no offense against you, we're just saying our opines. The feisty chat. Okay, Cosmic. I think I put an @ right there. All right. Oh, I'm gonna fix this problem. Okay, we're just gonna do it like this. Okay. Where is she? Where's my? There's my maiden. My fair maiden. Let's go here. If you drone scared. Not letting kids trick or treat is a child abuse. Can't tell you how excited me and my big sis Lori got on Halloween and weeks before we wanted to go sleep in our costumes. Alrighty. So I sub to you, Shield Maiden. Thank you for the invite. Okay. No one is drunk, Judy. Get a grip. So, Judy, one thing I'll say is that I think with me, my main profession is the spaceships. And it is something I should probably stick to because when it comes to earthly affairs, sometimes I got so keyed up on Temu that I had these Temu characteristics. Now, after leaving the space, there was an inertia that I had from going to the spaceship to Earth. And when I do not go by my spaceship morals, I'll get sucked into the Temu attributes. Now, one thing that you taught me, if you do leave or not from this channel, I do appreciate the different food topics that we talked about, you know, because you do know a lot about cooking. That's something that no one could deny. You know a lot about cooking. And one thing that I will say is that I didn't really even think about with the biscuits from Popeyes. I didn't really think about it, but you gave me a good insight on that. So no matter what happens from here on out, if you do stay with us or not, I do appreciate knowing you and your stories that you've told us. And I like that haunted house you were telling me about a couple of weeks ago. I never knew about that, and without you, I wouldn't have known about it. Now, I would like, if possible, if we can, as I said, people could leave if they want to, or take deep breaths, whatever. That's fine too. Whatever's best for you, because I want what's best for you, Judy, and the chat. So, if you would like to stay and humor us, we would appreciate your insight on things. We may not all agree on everything, though. But if you want to leave, that is fine too. So, as we talk about different things. So, and I will say, I do like your heart picture right there. I like the blue. That is my thoughts about it. And yeah, I will stick to talking about my spaceship attributes and apply my spaceship logics to things. And thank you, Judy, for your take on the different things we talked about tonight. Also a mention. I appreciate all the different opinions. Anna says, I was the blue fairy from Pinocchio 3 years in a row. Oh, that is so funny, Anna. I love Pinocchio. And with Pinocchio, it was you dressing as a costume. You and I, great minds think alike. That is, of course, I would not be the fairy usually. I would usually be the other one. Oh yeah, Moki, especially on pizza, what we talk about all the time. I love pizza. Now, Moki, yes, last night I had a salad with blue cheese on it. And Anna says I was the blue fairy from Pikachu 3 years in a row. My dad took me to Sears every year, and they had costumes as soon as you walked in. Wow, exciting as a kid, great memories. Oh yes, Anna. You know what else I like? I like the other things with the Party City. They shut down, but Party City is very nice. They have very cool costumes there. I really appreciate that. And seeing all the different costumes and things that people could dress as, that's always exhilarating. I love the decorations and the ghoulish activities. I mean, I love the lights. Like, there's these lights, these orange lights for Halloween I really like, and I like the different decorations, different type of lumos and things. I'll take a cocktail of D sauce. Well, thank you, Anna. Thank you, Anna. When I was little, when I was a toddler, they did put me in a fairy costume. Actually, they did. There's a picture of me. It's really funny. There's a picture of me with with the little wings and antennas and a skirt. And my grandpa saw the picture. He said, "Who's the little girl?" And Mary Toodles said, "That's Alien." I was like, "Oh." Yeah, they used to put me in outfits like that. Yeah. So, yeah, that's quite funny. So, thank you, Anna. Appreciate it. And Frog says, Athie, there's another picture of me with when I was a toddler with it looks kind of like a little dress, some dress looking thing. That's what it looks like to me but it may not have been. So, yeah, I've worn interesting outfits before, but it was before the time of, nowadays they probably would have thought that I was trying to be a different gender, but I wasn't. That was just what my family had me wear because they thought it looked good with it. And it says, my parents big on Sears. Blue Fairy was from Pinocchio puppet. That nose grew when he lied. Yeah, and I remember watching that when I was growing up as a kid. I love Pinocchio. So, the toy maker. The toy maker was, his invention was so cool. It reminds me of AI. The creation of AI, because it's like its own little machine. And weren't they inside the whale? I think that may have been a part of that story. Yeah, they're inside the whale too. I remember that, and he loved his Pinocchio very much. Frog, your cheeks will be whistling Dixie Breeze. Hilarious. And it said, some boys make pretty girls a lot of guest dress as women for Halloween. Easy to do costume if you have wife or girl to do makeup. Yeah, yes, Anna, that's a good suggestion, yes. And, before with a Pinocchio, I like the way they did animations back then. And Guys, not Gus. Yeah, I remember that was a very good movie. And basically, what I did was with the movie, I would like how his nose would grow. So that's very cool, Anna, that you're that character. Now, another movie I like from Disney is Fantasia. One thing I'll say about Pinocchio and the Fantasia, I like the candle lighting because in my room I have these different candle things, and it looks a lot like the old Disney cartoons. I love Disney, by the way. That's something that I do like, although I'm an adult. That's something I grew up with, and yeah, I like my school liked Disney a lot too. But that's where I saw all these old Disney movies. I would watch in the VHS tapes, and yeah, I remember and I even have the Mickey Mouse from Fantasia. I have a stuffed animal from that, and it just looks like the way that it would look because he's like a wizard, and very creative outfit. Now, one time for Halloween, I was Captain Jack Sparrow from Disney, and Anna, you and I are very similar because I also went to sleep. Yes, the old original Disney. Yeah, the old original Disney. I'd like that. And yeah, I had the Captain Jack Sparrow costume in my room, and I have some pirate decor on it. And it was very important to see that because of that in the Disney store, and I got it. I went to sleep in it. Oh, yes, absolutely, Anna. That's so true. Now, with the Captain Jack Sparrow, when I was a kid, I would sleep in the costume, and I would pretend I was like on the pirate ship. And my terrain looks a lot like the movie. Okay, especially now, I made the art look just like that. Like when you're going through the jungles, I put like the same plants and stuff there, so it looks just like the same effects. I'm serious. They could film the next pirate movie in my yard if they wanted to. Like it looks just like it. I might even show you all the clip I took I made a pirate walkthrough movie, a short, and that's what I did. It was like walking through my backyard and with some pirate things, and it looks just like the pirate movie. So I might show you all that. So yeah, so this is what happened. In the Disney store, there was Davy Jones and Captain Jack Sparrow costumes, and I was like, which one to do? I thought the Davy Jones one was so cool, but I was like, I was going to go with the Captain Jack one. And as I said, I remember I woke up like in the middle of the night. I was sleeping in the trailer at this time because after the hurricane, we lost our houses, and we had to be in trailers for a little while. So as I said, it felt like being the pirate ship. I'm serious. Like I was like I woke up and it was like one of those scenes. So Anna said, got older with Lori being creative. I was a pirate, gypsy, and hooker. Nice. Lori made me toga for Latin class parties. Oh, I had a dress in a toga one time during the reading of The Odds of March from the Caesar assassination. We had to go on stage and read it. And it was funny. All right, for a guest on StreamYard, that's on mobile, a guest can join a stream from a mobile browser or a dedicated app depending on their device. For iPhone, iPad, for iPhone and iPad first, download the app, find the download StreamYard Guest app from the Apple Store, join the studio, click the invitation link sent by the host, the app will open automatically promoting you to enter into the studio. Allow access. Give the permission to use your camera microphone. Wait to be added. You will be in the background area until a host adds you to live broadcast. All right, for Android guests, open Chrome. Invitation link sent by the host. It's important to make sure it opens in the Chrome browser, not different app. Grant your browser permission for your camera to be microphone to be used. Enter the studio, input your display name, and enter the backstage. All right, Anna says, Lori made me a toga for Latin class parties, and silky maroon toga with gold small weavy rope. Belle got pics, of course. Oh, nice, nice. That'll be something cool to see. Do not enter do not disturb on your phone. Prevent calls and notifications from interrupting your stream. And if possible, go on desktop. But you could do it through phone too. And it said I was hot stuff as a teen. Nice. Facts. And also, you know what? I have a grease jacket. I think I've showed y'all before. I have a grease jacket, and I used to wear it at school sometimes. That was something else I wore for Halloween. One time for Disney Day at my school, people dressed as Disney characters. I was in a suit with a mustache, and people wondered what I was. And I dressed as Walt Disney, but people didn't really realize at the time, so I dressed as Walt Disney of Disney. Yeah. That was a cool day. Yes, I agree with that. One day we need to do a meetup, and we could all meet each other. I'd like that. With Anna and DSauce and anyone else that wants to join in. Yes, I agree. Facts. I certainly am up for it. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Moki says, I need to sign off, y'all. I'll be back later if you still on. Is everyone okay? DSauce, hold the line. Protect the people. All right, Moki. Good night to you. Thank you for hanging out with us. Anna said a lot of the boys in high school loved the band Kiss, and one kid did Gene Simmons, and he was perfect. Look professionally done. Oh, that's cool that somebody did that. That's cool that somebody did that costume. And back then, they didn't have all like the aesthetics they have now. Anna says it's funny how just the guys like Kiss. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Let's go here. All right, let's see. It's going to play some more of some of these trials. All right. Let's go this way.
For the record, both assistant state attorneys are present, all for defense counsel, and Mr. Rodgers. I've reviewed both the cases. I'm going to allow it. I think at worst it's a statement of a party opponent, one of the conspirators, and it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's the first contact for allegedly setting up a conspiracy. I think it's admissible. Anything else before we bring them out?
Your Honor, I just thought we could address scheduling very quickly.
Sure.
We just wanted to alert the court where we are. We had 8 witnesses that are here today to testify. We are clearly only on witness number 2. The other witnesses we have lined up and are arriving. They are from out of state and they will be ready to go Monday. I don't know if the remaining 6 witnesses, I expect them to be somewhat lengthy, but I don't know. We don't know how long each of these witnesses will take. And so we just wanted to alert the court. We will call every witness that was here for today. Unfortunately for us, we anticipated starting trial today, and so we have been trying to catch up. We will be completely caught up by Monday of next week, making sure that everyone is here and ready to go as soon as one witness is off the stand. But we had people coming in from out of town and did not have them here. We're not able to get them here so they can go on today, Your Honor. But
Okay.
we do have 6 remaining witnesses to call.
Well, we'll call them and we'll see where we're at. Bring them out.
Just real quickly for purposes
Hold on a
of the
minute.
record, 25A, the court allowed in and the state has withdrawn 25. Is that where we are?
They withdrew 25, so it's 25A.
Okay, I just want to make sure the record.
I just need, then if we can make 25, oh no, just a court exhibit so that it's clear that the state set up the authentication and relevance of 25A.
Sure, we'll show 25 as a court exhibit and we'll take it into evidence.
Thank you.
I think I've already made all my objections.
Renewed at this time, correct?
Yes.
Just clarify, you named 3. Is there 6 additional this afternoon, or?
We had a total of 8. We had a total of 8, so I think we're on our second, which would mean there are 6 remaining.
No, let's keep going. Bring them out. I'm going to ask again, did you follow my instructions, not talk about the case among yourselves with anybody else or look up any of the people or places involved? Even if you did so inadvertently, now would be the time to raise your hand. For the record, no jurors lifted their hand. My apologies for the prolonged break. That's my fault, and my apologies for the length. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may approach the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm handing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 25A. I think we were discussing that. Are those pages that were taken from the extraction of the phone that you were handed, phone number 314-239, I think it's 0173?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, move to introduce State's Exhibit 25A.
Renewed objection.
Yes, Judge, previous objections.
Noted for the record, we'll show it admitted.
State's Exhibit 25A, is it in a particular view?
Yeah, it's called a timeline view. It's where we can combine your phone calls, text messages, whatever you were doing, and put it in a timeline view of the actual events that took place.
So on Cellbrite, you can sort so that maybe we only see phone messages. We only see voice calls, correct?
Yeah,
And you can sort so we only see text messages, and you can sort. There are different ways that you can ask the data to be presented to you.
that's correct.
And is timeline one of those ways to ask for the data to be presented?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what this is that we're looking at in 25A?
Correct.
Did you download every device that was obtained by LCSO during the investigation of the murder of Teresa Sievers?
No, ma'am.
And why not?
There was an abundance of devices in this case, so in order to help streamline, we were asked to eliminate items that were not used in the last 3 to 4 months. If there was no activity on those devices, we would not download those devices. We would simply put them aside, go to the next device up in the queue.
And were you able to preview those devices in order to make a determination of whether or not they had been used in the last 3 or 4 months?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you yourself personally download each device that was downloaded by the digital forensics unit?
All the devices I touched, I downloaded, yes.
But were there other devices that were part of this investigation that you did not download?
No, correct.
Is that standard procedure to use multiple people within the unit?
No, ma'am.
And why did that occur in this case?
Again, it was all...
Sustained.
I have no further questions of this witness. I tender the witness.
Morning.
Morning.
You testified that you used Celebrite on this particular device, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Celebrite is kind of the gold standard for cell phone extractions, would you say?
I would say so, yes.
It's a fairly reliable program?
Yes, sir.
However, what Celebrite gets off a particular phone is only as good as the data that's on the phone, correct?
Yeah.
Celebrite may or may not collect data that's been deleted from a phone, correct?
It can recover deleted data, yes.
It can, but not always, correct?
Oh, correct.
And the way phone works is when you delete data, it doesn't actually delete it, correct? Phone doesn't erase it when you delete something.
Correct. It's available to recover.
But that space is now marked as usable by the phone, correct?
Correct.
So that information sits there until the phone decides to overwrite it with something else, correct?
Correct.
So whether or not you get deleted data is dependent on whether or not the phone has used that space again.
That is accurate, yes.
Okay. That could happen the next picture you take, correct?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Or it could never happen.
That's correct.
So there's no real way to tell for sure whether there was data on a particular phone that's been deleted.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. That was a bad question. Let me rephrase that. So you can't tell whether the phone has covered up something that's been deleted.
I can only tell you what I'm able to recover.
Right.
What was there before, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is this witness to be released or retained?
Ask the witness to be released.
No objection?
Yes, Judge. I would like him possibly for the case in chief.
You're subject to recall, sir. We'll let you know if you're needed again. Thank you. Next witness.
The testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Jonathan Armato.
And how do you spell your last name, sir?
ARMATO.
And I see you're wearing your, well, that's just that, is that a Class A uniform you're wearing?
Yes, sir.
Where is that uniform from?
The Lee County Sheriff's Office?
And you're a sworn Lee County Sheriff's deputy?
Yes, sir.
A sergeant?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2005?
And going back to the to June of 2015, what was your status with the Sheriff's Office then?
I was a detective in the Major Crimes Unit.
And as a detective in the MCU, did you become involved in an investigation involving death of Dr. Teresa Sievers?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And approximately, if you can recall, how many detectives got involved in that investigation?
I don't recall that.
Was it a team effort?
Yes, it was.
Definitely more than one?
Yeah, absolutely.
And during your involvement in the investigation, did you have an opportunity to recover some biological samples?
Yes, I did.
Specifically, did you have an opportunity to meet with an individual identified to you as Bonnie Sievers?
I did.
And what was the purpose of meeting with Bonnie Sievers?
There was an interview and a buckle swab collection.
And when you say a buccal swab collection, what's a buccal swab?
A buccal swab it looks like a long Q-tip that you swab the inside of a person's mouth with for DNA comparisons.
And what part of the inside of a person's mouth would be swabbed?
Inside of the cheek.
Right, so you wouldn't necessarily stick a Q-tip in somebody's throat or under their tongue or something like that?
No, sir.
And did Miss Sievers comply when you took the buccal swab?
Yes, she did. She was very cooperative.
Yeah. I'm going to show you what we've previously marked as State's Exhibit number 27. I've previously shown it to the defense. And I ask if you recognize it. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 27?
I do.
What is it?
It's a paper bag that contains the buccal swab from Bonnie Sievers.
And you place the buccal swab into the bag?
It's actually contained in a box and then in the bag.
And is the container appear to be in substantially the same condition as it was when you placed it?
Yes.
Ron, at this time, I move to admit what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 27 and evidence of State's 27.
No objection.
We'll show it admitted.
And at the time that Bonnie Sievers' buccal swab was obtained, was she a suspect at all in the case?
To my knowledge, no.
And do you commonly obtain biological samples from people who might not even be involved in the crime?
Absolutely.
And why would you do that?
If they're known to possibly be at the house, it's a comparison technique used to also eliminate that biological substance that may have been collected at the scene.
So if there was an unknown DNA sample at a scene, then you might submit Mrs. Sievers' DNA for comparison to see if hers was the unknown sample?
Correct.
Thank you. I tender the witness.
Defense.
Thank you. Deputy Armato, good morning. On what date did you take that sample?
I don't recall the exact date without looking at the...
Do you recall about how far into the investigation?
Judge, I object. The witness has indicated he had some difficulty answering the question. I think if he had the exhibit, he might be able to answer both of those questions. And I handed the exhibit to the clerk.
Overruled, and if she wants to refresh his memory with that, she may, or you can always do that on redirect.
Do you recall how far into the investigation, or
I don't.
would it help if you looked at the exhibit?
Either the exhibit or the property receipt.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I would need the property receipt.
When you,
That doesn't refresh your recollection, sir.
No, sir, the date's not written on the bag.
Okay.
do you normally have, excuse me, talk to you with my back to you. Do you normally, did you package that up?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the date or
No.
that it was packaged? You didn't date it?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
The property receipt that it was submitted with is dated.
But the actual package, are you required to put a date on that when you submit it?
Not necessarily, if the property receipt itself has the date on it.
I don't have any further questions.
State.
Nothing further.
Is this witness to be released or retained?
He's free to go, Your
Free to go. Thank
Thank
you,
you, sir.
Deputy. Next witness.
State calls Gladys Martinez. Oh, yes, prior.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Gladys Martinez.
And can you spell Martinez for the court reporter, please?
Martinez.
Ms. Martinez, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed by the Lee County Sheriff's Office.
And in what capacity are you currently employed there?
I'm a latent examiner.
And what division of the sheriff's office is latents?
The Forensic Division.
How were you employed back in June of 2015?
I was a crime scene technician.
And what division is crime scene technician in?
It's in the Forensic Division also.
So you moved to a different department within forensics?
Yes.
Back in June of 2015, what were your duties?
My duties was to document, collect, and preserve evidence as a crime scene technician.
Did you have to undergo any kind of training in order to be able to be a crime scene technician?
Yes.
Could you explain to us what kind of training you had to undergo?
I have an associate's degree in crime scene technology from Edison State College. I have 480 hours of field training. Also, I have 360 hours of forensic specialty training from Florida schools.
Let me turn your attention specifically to June 29th, 2015. Did you become involved in an investigation involving the murder of Dr. Teresa Sievers at 27034 Jarvis Road?
Yes.
Specifically, at some point, Dr. Sievers was transported for an autopsy.
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to attend the autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Now, you're not a medical examiner, right?
No.
So what was the purpose of a crime scene technician attending an autopsy?
It was to collect and preserve some of the evidence.
And did an autopsy of Dr. Sievers in fact occur?
Yes, it did.
When did that happen?
June 30th, 2015.
So it happened the next day.
Yes.
And when you attended the autopsy, were you present during the autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And did the medical examiner and medical examiner staff conduct the autopsy?
Yes, they did.
And while conducting it, were there specific items of evidence recovered from Dr. Sievers?
Yes.
Let's first talk about items recovered by the medical examiner's staff. When Dr. Sievers arrived at the medical examiner's office, was she clothed?
Yes, she was.
What was she wearing?
She was wearing a black dress, no shoes, and she had jewelry on also.
And in order to conduct the autopsy, did the medical examiner and his staff remove the clothing from Dr. Sievers?
Yes.
Specifically the dress?
Yes.
And were you present when it was removed?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and shown to the defense as State's Exhibit number 31. And ask if you recognize this.
Yes, I recognize it.
Okay. What is it?
It's the dress packaged in a brown paper bag with my initials and date on it.
And did you observe the medical examiner staff remove the dress from Dr. Sievers?
Yes.
And when it was removed, what did they do with it?
They placed it on a sterile blue sheet.
And then once it was placed on the sterile blue sheet, what happened to it?
We photographed it, documented it, and then we packaged it.
And did you package it yourself into that paper bag?
Yes.
And is the packaging in substantially the same condition as it was when you packaged it?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I move to admit what's been marked as States 31 and evidence of States 31.
No objection. We'll show it admitted.
Did you also have an opportunity to use any... Well, let me ask you this. Does the Sheriff's Office, the forensics unit, have sometimes use alternative light sources to conduct an investigation?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain to the jury what an alternative light source is?
An alternative light source is a tool for crime scene technicians. Helps us enhance fibers, blood, saliva that maybe by the naked eye we can't see it.
So this is some kind of lighting that allows you to see things that you might not be able to see with your naked eye?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you have an opportunity to use an alternative light source with Dr. Sievers?
Yes.
And how does that work? Now, were you still at the medical examiner's office?
Yes, we were still there.
Do they have some type of alternative lighting built in the medical examiner's office, or is that like a portable light source?
It's a portable light source.
And so something you brought with you to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury how it works when you use an alternative light source to examine can you explain what you did when you used an alternative light source to examine Dr. Sievers?
Using the alternative light source, they dim down the lighting in the room, and then we use there's different glasses, or also it attaches to the light source. It's like a shield. They're different colors: blue, green, orange. It just depends what you're looking for. We just basically use the orange shield, and that can pick up many things. Again, saliva, semen, fibers, and it just helps to enhance something that you cannot see with your naked eye.
When you use the alternative light source, did you locate any saliva or semen on Dr. Sievers?
No.
Did you locate any fibers?
Yes.
And when you located fibers with the alternative light source, did you then engage in take an opportunity to recover those fibers?
Yes.
And what's the method you use to recover fibers? What's the method you use to recover fibers off Dr. Sievers?
We use clear forensic tape, and we just basically on the sticky side, we touch the areas that are of interest, and we just lift. And then we place it on a white card.
And when you say clear forensic tape, do you mean like a roll of tape of some kind?
No, it's not a roll of tape.
Can you explain to the jury what it is?
It's clear white tape. There's different sizes. I couldn't tell you the size right now. There's one like it's 8 by 5, and they just have different sizes that can go around the area of the body.
And so you apply the sticky side to the tape to Dr. Sievers?
Yes.
And then presumably the sticky side of the tape, does that pick up stuff that might be on her?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you then stick the tape on a white card? What's the purpose of doing that?
To preserve the fibers or anything you collect, and then that will be sent off to a lab.
So if the palm of my hand was the sticky side of the tape that had fibers on it, you would then stick it on the white card to keep the stuff that you picked up from coming off the tape?
Yes.
How many tape lifts did you do on Dr. Sievers?
It was 14.
How many cards did you use to recover those tape lists?
13 cards.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 29, which has been shown to the defense. And ask you if you recognize number 29.
Yes, I recognize it has my initials and date.
What is it?
It's the trace evidence. It's the 13 cards.
The 13 cards containing the 14 lifts from Dr. Sievers?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you package the item yourself?
Yes, I did.
And is the packaging in substantially similar condition as it was when you packaged it?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would admit what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 29 and the evidence is State's 29.
We'll show it admitted.
Now, at some point during the autopsy process, the medical examiner staff also recover biological samples from Dr. Sievers.
Yes.
Specifically, did they recover any kind of a blood sample from her?
Yes, they did.
And were you present when this blood sample was recovered?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe it being recovered?
Yes.
And what did they do with the blood sample that they recovered from Dr. Sievers?
They placed it on a card and packaged it in a manila envelope.
And were you present when that happened as well?
Yes.
And what did they do once they packaged it into a manila envelope? What did they do with it?
I took custody of the stain card.
And then what did you do with the stain card after it was packaged into the manila envelope and given to you?
I placed it in a brown paper bag and also put evidence tape on it with my initials and date showing that I took custody, and I transported it to our evidence department.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 30, previously shown to the defense, and ask if you recognize number 30.
It has my initials and date on it.
Okay, and what is it?
It's a brown paper bag with the stain card blood sample.
And is that the stain card blood sample that you obtained from the medical examiner staff during the autopsy of Dr. Sievers?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would admit the blood stain card State's Exhibit number 30 and evidence is State's 30.
Show it admitted.
Okay, talking more about biological samples from Dr. Sievers. Did the medical examiner staff also remove any any hair samples from Dr. Sievers?
Yes, they collected a sample of hair.
And were you present when that collection was done as well?
Yes.
And when they collected the hair sample from Dr. Sievers, what did they do with it?
They take a sterile tweezer and they just, it's no specific area of the head, they just pluck a piece of hair and he placed it in another envelope.
And did you observe him place the hair into the envelope?
Yes.
And after he placed hair into the envelope, what did he do with the envelope?
He sealed the envelope. I took custody of it. I placed it in a brown paper bag, sealed it with evidence tape, my initials and date.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 30, and has previously been shown to the defense. Number 32, sorry. And ask if you recognize number 32. I'll take these from you.
Yes, I recognize it's my initials and date.
Okay, and what's contained within, excuse my back while I'm walking away, what's contained within number 32?
It's the hair sample of Dr. Sievers.
And is that the hair sample you collected from the medical examiner staff?
Yes.
Is the packaging in substantially the same condition as it was when you packaged it?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would admit what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 32, and the evidence states 32.
No objection. We'll show it admitted.
Bless you. Will you tender the witness?
Defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Martinez.
Good morning.
You were not at the crime scene on Jarvis Road, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. Your primary involvement was attending the autopsy.
That's correct.
Okay, there were several people in attendance in addition to yourself. Lead detective at that time, Jamie Nolan, was present.
Yes.
The captain of the forensic unit at that time, Richard Joslin, he was present.
Yes.
The medical examiner assistant, Sarah Norman, was also present.
That's correct.
Christine Jump,
Yes.
another crime scene technician.
Yes.
She was present. And of course, Dr. Coyne, the medical examiner.
Yes.
Now, you told Mr. Hunter that you observed fibers in the alternative light source. Was that when you were able to see these fibers?
Yes.
And you collected those fibers?
Yes.
Fibers are cloth items that we pick up in our everyday life, is that correct?
Fibers can be, cloth items.
Okay. So these would be items that a person might pick up sitting in a seat on an airline plane?
It can be picked up from anywhere.
Off a car seat?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Is this witness to be released or retained?
She's free to go, Your Honor. Thank you.
No objection?
No objection.
You're free to go. Thank you, ma'am. Next witness.
State calls Lieutenant Mike Downs.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Would you please state your name for the record?
Lieutenant Michael Downs,
And where are you employed?
the Lee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
November will be 13 years.
And you indicated you're a lieutenant. I want to talk to you about a time back in June of 2015. What was your assignment in 2015?
I was currently a detective in the Major Crimes Unit, assigned to homicide.
And as part of those duties, did you have occasion on June 29th to respond to 27034 Jarvis Road?
I did.
And about what time did you arrive?
I can't give a specific time. It was,
Was it still daylight outside?
it was.
And did you enter into the residence on Jarvis Road?
I did.
Did you take any precautionary measures before you entered into the residence?
Yeah, naturally, with any crime scene, you would wear gloves due to the nature of this crime scene. And initial observations, we put on booties.
So did you have on gloves and booties before you entered the crime scene?
Yes.
So initially when you entered the crime scene, what did you do? Did you do a walkthrough? When you entered the crime scene, what did you do?
Initially, upon responding to the crime scene, it's customary to do a walk through the scene so that you know what you have. So my first action upon getting to the scene was briefing and then conducting a walkthrough.
Did you make any observations inside the house about the nature of, let me withdraw that question. Did you at some point while you were doing a walkthrough look at the side garage door?
I did.
And did you make any observations regarding that?
Yes.
And what observations did you make?
There was obvious pry marks on the door in between the top deadbolt and the primary locking mechanism.
And when you looked at those pry marks, did anything come to your mind?
Yes, initially upon looking at the pry marks and the location of the pry marks, it didn't seem to be consistent with the appropriate forced entry to go through that type of door.
And you indicated you walked through the house. Did the house look like it had been ransacked?
It did not.
And was there a time when you came to observe money in the house?
Yes.
And do you recall a particular amount of money that at some point you came to see?
All in all, and observations of currency at the crime scene, it was upwards of $40,000.
Did you participate in a neighborhood canvass?
I did.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a neighborhood canvass is?
Yes. Basically, a neighborhood canvass is something that you do around any crime scene or any area to where there is something notable in an investigation. Basically, it just consists of going door to door, close to in proximity to the offense location, speaking with residents, and basically seeing if they heard or saw anything suspicious. And also, we try to get some what we call victimology, or background on our victim or suspect, depending on the circumstances in that particular case.
And during your participation in a neighborhood canvass, did you come across anyone who had seen anything around the time of the crime or heard anything?
No.
Were you fully involved around the clock initially in this particular case?
I was not.
Did there come a time a few days later where you reported to a dumpster to look at some computer equipment that had been tossed out?
There was.
And what was the location of that dumpster?
It was located at the Seavers Medical Practice in Estero.
Were those items recovered?
They were.
Did you recover them?
I did not.
Did someone from crime scene recover them?
They did.
Was your next involvement on July 9th?
It was.
How did that come about?
I happened to be in the office working late. I was working another investigation. There were other investigators in the office that were assigned to this particular investigation. And it was brought to my attention that we had received, somebody had come forward saying that there was information in in the investigation at hand.
And because it was that a phone call?
It was.
Because of that phone call, did you end up the next day taking a plane to Illinois?
I did.
And did anyone else accompany you on that trip to Illinois?
Yes, my partner, Lieutenant David Levitt.
And when you arrived in Illinois, did you end up speaking with the person who had given the tip?
We did.
And after receiving information from that person, what did you do?
From there, the next day, we went to Hillsborough, Missouri.
And what did you do in Hillsborough, Missouri?
We made contact with local law enforcement in that jurisdiction.
And why did you go to Hillsborough, Missouri?
Right, and Aaron says, yeah. Oh, that's good that you got to see her the other night. I think that it's good we're checking up on each other, making sure everybody's okay. And I don't know, it was nice seeing her today. Also, I just think that I really like our spaceship community and our group of friends that we have. I very much appreciate it. You know, everybody looking out for each other. It's really cool. Yeah, this trial is related to the other one that we looked at recently this week with the gremlin dude, that was trying to get his sentence overturned, the appeal, I think it's called. And this Jimmy was on the stand, and you know, I thought he would look like a regular guy, and a nerdy guy. He didn't really seem like a dude that would do stuff like this, so it's quite appalling sometimes to see the people that do these actions. So he also violated his parole, and he could have just been out and been free now. It's not worth, you know, getting locked up for. So yeah, that's what we've been watching today, different parts, and we had a very cool day yesterday watching the Brooks Marathon. Yeah, good team. So yeah, she was watching something called Black Phone, a movie I've not heard of. It came out in 2021. And yeah, so it was cool to see her and the rest of chat. And Aaron, I'm glad that you are here with us too. You know, came to tell us hello. I appreciate you as well. Thank you. All right. So I'll be continuing with this trial. All right.
To conduct a search warrant.
Had Missouri been on anyone's radar in Lee County before you flew out to Illinois on July 9th?
No.
And was there any person of particular interest in Hillsborough, Missouri that led you down to Hillsborough, Missouri?
Not up to that point.
On July 9th on July 10th, after speaking with the person in Illinois, is there a reason that you went to Hillsborough, Missouri versus any other place in Missouri?
Yes.
And what was that reason?
To conduct a search warrant.
Where did you want to conduct a search warrant?
On a subject's residence.
Now, you said, did you go talk to law enforcement in Hillsborough, Missouri?
We did.
And is that standard procedure?
Yes.
Why do you do that? Why is that part of standard procedure?
It's twofold. First off, anytime you're in anybody else's jurisdiction, it's customary to notify them and let them know that you're there. Second off, given the circumstances in this case, that we are certified law enforcement officers in the state of Florida, we do not have the jurisdictional enforcement capabilities that they would in that jurisdiction. So their help is required for legal process and investigation, things of that nature.
And so did you go meet with local law enforcement in Hillsborough, Missouri?
Yes, we did.
Now, was the reason you went to Hillsborough, Missouri because somebody by the name of Curtis Wainwright lived there?
Yes.
And how did you hear the name Curtis Wainwright?
It was in speaking with a witness.
So the person who had called initially on the 9th and who you flew out to meet used the name Curtis Wainwright?
Yes.
And that led you to Hillsborough, Missouri?
It did.
Had you ever heard of that name before you heard it spoken by this individual?
I had not.
And ultimately, was a search warrant conducted on the residence of Curtis Wainwright?
It was.
When was that search warrant conducted?
To my recollection, it was July 12th.
So on July 12th, a search warrant was conducted at that residence. Who executed the search warrant and collected anything from that search warrant?
We were assigned to Detective Nick Schoeneman, who is a certified law enforcement officer and also crime scene technician for the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. He executed and processed the scene.
So Detective Schoeneman is both a sworn law enforcement officer and a crime scene technician. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Yes.
And were you present while he was executing the search warrant and collecting any evidence?
I was.
While at that residence, was there also a vehicle at that residence that was searched?
There was.
What kind of vehicle was that?
It was a silver, or it could be either way, silver or gray in color Hyundai Elantra.
And was anything taken from that Hyundai Elantra?
There was.
What was taken from that Hyundai Elantra?
A Garmin GPS unit.
And were those items that, so what was taken, let me rephrase that. And Your Honor, everything has been, which the state's going to refer has been previously shown to defense counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit Number 43. Tell me what State's Exhibit Number 43 is. Take a moment to look at it. What is State's Exhibit Number? What's contained in State's Exhibit Number 43?
A Garmin GPS unit.
And was that Garmin GPS unit collected by Nick Schoeneman?
It was.
And did you then, was that Garmin packaged?
Yes, it was.
And did you then send it off to the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
Thank you. Meanwhile, after the search warrant of the residence of Curtis Wainwright, did you continue to conduct an investigation in Missouri?
I did.
Now let's see, did you arrive in Missouri on July 10th?
Yes.
Had you come with clothing to stay for an extended period of time?
No, not at that time.
When you flew out to Missouri, were you expecting for there to be any length of time for there to be an investigation?
Initially, I believe the trip was going to last no longer than 2 days.
And so you continued to follow, as to say, those leads. Did there come a point, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did there come a point when you ended up at the residence of Jimmy Ray Rodgers and Taylor Showmaker?
I did.
And was anyone else there with you?
My partner, Lieutenant David Levitt, was with me.
And how did you end up at the residence on that first trip, at the residence of Jimmy Ray Rodgers and Taylor Showmaker? What was the purpose in going to that residence?
Initially, they had come up in information we received in the investigation, and we were going to make contact with them. It was basically just a cold contact.
When you say a cold contact and they come up in information, did you suspect them of anything at that point?
I did not.
So why were you going to go talk with them?
Given the circumstances that transpired throughout the investigation, information was obtained that indicated that Mr. Rodgers appeared to be a friend of Mr. Wright. Therefore, in speaking with him, we could get possibly background on Mr. Wright, possibly a statement as to his whereabouts, with any discrepancies we may have learned in the investigation.
So you went to see Mr. Rodgers to see if he could provide you any information about Mr. Wright, who right then was the focus of your investigation?
Yes.
And that was because you looked at it might be the potential that Mr. Rodgers was a friend and might be able to provide additional information.
Yes.
Were you looking for any confirmation of whether Mr. Wright had been in Missouri during the weekend of June 27th?
Yes.
And was that one of your questions you asked Mr. Rodgers when you were meeting with him?
Yes.
Was Mr. Rodgers able to tell you where Curtis Wayne Wright had been the weekend of June 27th?
He was not.
Let's just step back for a moment. When you first got to Jimmy Ray Rodgers' residence, was he there?
He was not.
Who was there?
At that time, it was his live-in girlfriend, Taylor Showmaker.
And did you speak with Taylor Showmaker?
We did.
Did Mr. Rodgers eventually arrive to his residence?
He did.
About how long after you were talking with Taylor Showmaker?
I can't say specifically, but it was a short time after our arrival.
So is a short time 5 minutes, an hour? I mean, everybody has a different definition of a short time. Can you give us a range of time?
I would say several minutes before he arrived back there.
So definitely less than an hour.
Yes.
Did Jimmy Ray Rodgers indicate whether he was in town the weekend of June 27th?
Yes, he did.
Did he indicate whether or not he'd been to Florida the weekend of June 27th?
He stated that he had not been to Florida.
Now, did there come a time when you went back? Did there come a time when you left Missouri and returned back to Lee County?
Yes.
So on that first trip, about how long did it last?
Approximately 12 days.
Now, that was in July. Did you make a second trip to Missouri?
I returned in September.
So did you return in August to Missouri?
I apologize. Yes.
And when you returned in August to Missouri, what was the purpose of returning back to Missouri in August?
There were further developments in the investigation in which required further investigation.
Were there any particular information that was developed from Lee County? Were there any particular devices used or any particular devices downloaded that provided information that led you to go back to Missouri in August?
There was.
And what were those devices?
Particularly the Garmin GPS unit.
And had you also by that point been able to, through your digital forensics unit, have the cell phone of Curtis Wayne Wright extracted, done an extraction on it or downloaded so that you had more information about what was in that phone?
We did.
Now, when you went back the second time, were you present when there was a search? Was there a search warrant at Jimmy Ray Rodgers' residence?
There was.
And were you present for that?
I was.
And was Nick Schooneman present for that? Deputy Detective Dick Schooneman.
He was.
Was anyone else present?
Yes, it was myself, my partner, Sergeant David Lebed.
And were a number of items seized from that residence during that search warrant?
There were.
And were you present when those items were seized?
I was.
And did you ultimately take custody of those items and send them to the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification as States Exhibits 39, 40, 41, 42, and 50. I'll start with State's Exhibit number 40. What is State's Exhibit number 40?
It appears to be a white cooler.
And who sees State's Exhibit number 40?
Detective Human.
And did you then take custody of it to send to the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
So let me mark the State's Exhibit number 42. What is State's Exhibit number 42?
They appear to be black, white, and green tennis shoes.
And and was that seized by Detective Schooneman?
It was.
And did you take custody of it from him and send it to the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
I'm also going to show you State's Exhibit 41. Well, we'll do one. State's Exhibit 41. What is State's Exhibit number 41?
It appears to be a white wicking T-shirt.
And from where was that white wicking T-shirt recovered?
From Jimmy Ray Rodgers' closet.
And did Detective Schooneman take custody? Did Detective Schooneman seize that?
He did.
And did he package it?
He did.
And did you take custody of it?
I did.
And did you ship it to the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
Let me also show you State's Exhibit number 39. What is State's Exhibit number 39?
Excuse me one moment, I'm sorry. It appears to be a red in color Budweiser T-shirt.
And was that seized by Detective Schooneman?
Yes,
And did he package it?
he did.
And did you take custody of it and forward it to the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
State's Exhibit number, what did I just hand you? 50. What did I just hand you as a State's Exhibit number if you would just turn it over?
Oh, now, I'm sorry, I thought you meant prior. This is 50.
50. State's Exhibit number 50. What is State's Exhibit number 50?
It appears to be a black and tan hanging sign.
And was that recovered from the residence of Jimmy Ray Rodgers?
It was.
And did Detective Schooneman recover that item?
He did.
And did he put it into an evidence bag?
He did.
And did you take it from him into custody?
I did.
And did you ship it to the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And finally, State's Exhibit 41. What is State's Exhibit number 41?
It appears to be an additional white wicking T-shirt.
And was that seized from Jimmy Ray Rodgers' residence?
It was.
By Detective Schooneman?
Yes.
Packaged by Detective Schooneman?
Yes.
Taken into custody by you?
Yes.
And sent to the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oops.
while the search warrant, or after the search warrant was executed at the residence of Jimmy Ray Rodgers, did you come to speak with Taylor Showmaker?
I did.
And did she end up making a statement to law enforcement?
She did.
And was that statement to you?
Yes.
Was anyone else present?
At the time of my statement with her, no.
And was it recorded?
It was.
And after that statement, did you and at that time Detective Levitt make a trip down to the Doe Run area?
We did.
And were you going down there looking for anything in particular?
At the time that we went to the area of Doe Run, we were looking for a specific item,
Well, what were you looking for?
a cell phone.
And were you looking for anything else on the side of the road?
Yes.
Had Taylor Showmaker provided you information about where certain items might be found?
She did.
Objection, Your Honor. Overruled.
I'm going to hand you what's been... I'm going to walk around. The quick way is here. The slow way. I'm going to hand you what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 37A, 37B, 37C, and 37D. First, generally look at them, and then I'll ask you questions about each one. Have you looked at those?
I have.
What are they generally?
They appear to be photographs of side of a roadway and what appears to be a blue jumpsuit.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And were you there in that location from where those photographs are taken?
I was.
Where were they taken? Where is that location that we're looking at? Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
This is Highway 47 East in the area of Cadet, Missouri.
And are those fair and accurate photos from that area?
Yes.
About when were they taken? Was that in the August, your second trip?
Yes, I believe it was August 25th.
Move to introduce.
No. Show them embedded. What are the numbers again?
37A, 37B, 37C, and 37D.
Thank you.
You're under permission to publish.
You may.
The court's permission, if I might, publish the old-fashioned way.
Sure, you can give them to the bailiff and they can pass them down, or you can hold them up, whatever your pleasure is.
If I could hold them up, then Lieutenant Downs could describe what they're seeing.
Sure, and if counsel needs to move around to see what he's describing or pointing at, by all means, you may.
I'm going to first have him referring to Exhibit 37A. 37A. What are we looking at in 37A?
Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
The jury doesn't.
It's a It's a long-range picture of where we found the item in question.
And is that the road you were talking about?
Yes.
What are we looking at in 37B?
That is a closer picture approaching the item in question.
Now, are these two road pictures going from different directions or the same direction? In other words, am I standing in one point and looking one way, then looking the other?
It's approaching from one direction.
C. 37C. What are the ladies and gentlemen of the jury seeing in 37C?
It's just documenting a closer picture approaching the item.
And when you think the item, what are we talking about?
The blue jumpsuit.
And finally, 37D.
That is a close-up picture of the blue jumpsuit.
And this was the blue jumpsuit that you recovered from the side of the road?
Yes.
And you were on a road to Cadet, Missouri, is that what you're saying? Is that what you just testified to? Where are we?
This is Highway 47 East, which I believe to be in Cadet, Missouri.
Cadet, Missouri. Did you take into your custody that blue jumpsuit we see on the side of the road in 37D, well, 37C?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 51. This has all previously been shown. What is State's Exhibit number 51?
Sure.
So looking at State's Exhibit 51, Lieutenant Downs, is that the blue jumpsuit you recovered from the side of the road?
Yes.
If you move to introduce State's Exhibit 51, and this is State's Exhibit 51, if there was a speaking before of a second 51, it would have been an error, Your Honor. This is State's Exhibit number 51.
We'll show it admitted.
And I think there are gloves up there if you need them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this will work.
Thank you.
For clarification, you would like me to open the package?
Yes.
Okay.
please, if you would remove the item that is contained in the box that is labeled States Exhibit 51. Is there stuff that's falling off of that?
There is.
What's
There's
falling? Can you
additionally-
give us a description of what's falling off of it?
It's foliage, roadway debris, grass, dirt.
Is this how you found this jumpsuit when you took it into your custody on the side of the road in Cadet, Missouri?
Yes.
Is it in parts? Did I see you lift out a second part?
There's two other. Here, I'll do one at a time. There's another piece of it, and also another piece of
You can just put it back in the box. Thank you. Was that jumpsuit sent initially to Lee County Sheriff's Office so it could be further investigated?
It was.
While you were on the side of the road up there in Cadet, Missouri, were you looking for anything else?
In addition to the suit?
Yes.
Yes, we're also looking for blue latex gloves.
And were you looking for anything else? Did you find any blue latex gloves?
I did not.
Were you looking for anything else?
We were.
Let's back up for a moment. You're out in Cadet, Missouri on the side of a road. Did you just randomly go to a Google map and say, I want to go to Cadet, Missouri and look on the side of this road for something?
No.
So you had a reason for going to that road in Cadet, Missouri on that day?
Yes,
Was Taylor Showmaker with you on that day?
she was.
And was she the reason that you were on the road in that location?
She was.
Had Taylor Showmaker provided you information about the possibility of certain items being found on that road? For instance,
Sure.
had Ms. Showmaker told you about the possibility of a blue jumpsuit being on the side of the road, in the road area in which you were looking?
Yes.
And is that why you were on that road in Cadet, Missouri, looking around to see what you might find?
Yes.
Had she also told you about a phone when she was speaking with you?
She did.
And did she describe to you what had happened with that phone?
She did.
And while you were out there, were you looking to see if you might find any parts of a phone?
Not at that particular time.
Did you look elsewhere for parts of a phone along that road?
We looked elsewhere for parts of a phone.
And did there come a time when you found parts of a phone?
There was.
I want to show you what's been previously marked as States Exhibits 38A and 38B and ask if you can look at them and tell me what 38A and 38B are.
Item 38A Appears to be a gray in color plastic Alcatel cell phone case. Item 38B appears to be a black and clear plastic AT&T cell phone face.
Did you recover those items from the side of a road?
I did.
When did you recover those items from a side of a road?
This was, I believe it to be August 26th.
And was anyone with you when you recovered those items from the side of a road?
Yes.
Who was with you?
Taylor Showmaker and Lieutenant David Levitt.
And what? You're walking down the side of a road. Are you picking up everything you see on the side of the road? Or were you looking for specific items?
At that point, I'm looking for a specific item.
And why did you pick up these 2 pieces of a broken cell phone?
They appeared to be parts of an item that I had been looking for.
And why had you been looking for that item?
Objection, Judge, hearsay. Overruled.
We had been notified that the item may be in that area.
And did Taylor Showmaker provide you information that led you to think there might be broken parts of the cell phone in that area?
Objection, hearsay. Overruled.
She did.
Move to introduce states, move to introduce states exhibits
38A and B.
38A and B.
Objection.
I'm sorry?
Objection. Noted for the record, overruled. We'll show them admitted.
Thank you. Would you open, and I say there's gloves there, would you open 38A and B and just show them to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? And open them one at a time. So let's start with 38A.
This is item 38A.
Can you hold it up so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury can see it? Can you briefly describe what it is, or what it appears to be? Is that the back of a phone case, the front?
To me, this appears to be the back of a cell phone.
And then if you would put it back into that exhibit bag and open the other exhibit bag, please. And if you would hold it up so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury can see it. And what does that appear to be?
This appears to be the clear face of the front of a cell phone.
And again, if you would place it back into 38B. And did you take those and did you also have those shipped to the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
Now, did there come a time when you went to the actual, what's called the Doe Run facility?
There was.
I'm going to start with this one photo, so I'll give you. I'm going to start with this one, and I'll give you the rest. Okay. Thank you. show you what's been marked for identification as 36A. Can you tell me what 36A is?
This appears to be a photograph of the Doe Run facility.
Is that how the Doe Run facility appeared on the day that you went to the Doe Run facility?
Yes.
Move to introduce. States 36A.
Any objection to the facility image?
I know, Your Honor.
We'll show it admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Is this facility from where you found the blue jumpsuit? Are we talking miles? Are we talking in a different county? What are?
It was within the from that location. It was in the proximity of a mile along the roadway.
So the roadway we were looking at when we were looking at the photos of the roadway, that was the roadway to the Doe Run facility?
That I do not know.
What road did you take to get to the Doe Run facility?
I can't say offhand.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 36B through 36O. I just ask you to look for them briefly and just tell me generally what those are. Generally, what are those what are those items in your hand?
They appear to be photographs of the inside of the facility itself.
And when we say the facility, is that Doe Run?
Yes.
Were those photographs that were taken the day that you went to the Doe Run facility and walked through the Doe Run facility?
They were.
In fact, I think, are you in one of those photos in the distance with booties on?
That appears to be me.
And do these photos give a fair and accurate sense of how that facility looked on the inside?
Yes.
Move to introduce.
No objection.
We'll show them introduced.
Thank
Admitted.
you. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to just show you some of these photos, and you can maybe describe just what we're seeing in some of these photos. What is States Exhibit 36B?
Appears to be a hallway within the facility.
So were you in that facility and did you walk down this hallway?
I did.
36C. what does 36C show us?
That is the locker area within the facility.
And I want to also show you 36D. What is 36D?
That is an additional locker area within the same facility.
Is there a reason why one locker room area is blue and one is brown? Or do you not?
I am unsure as to the reason of the color coding.
I want to show you what's been marked, what's been admitted as 36K. What are, 36K. What are we looking at in 36K?
It appears to be a laundry bin containing multiple jumpsuits.
When you were at Doe Run, did you see such laundry bins containing multiple jumpsuits?
Yes.
And 36M. What are we looking at in 36M?
It appears to be a pile of multiple different pieces of footwear, some covered in protective booties, some not.
And again, did you see that pile while you were at the Doe Run facility on the day you went there?
I did.
While you were at the Doe Run facility, did you end up seeing what some of the protective suits they wear were? The real ones that were fresh, never used.
Yes.
And did you look at had you already recovered this suit from the side of the road when you were at the facility? That we see in States Exhibit 51.
I had.
Did the suits that you looked at the Doe Run facility appear similar to the jumpsuit that you had recovered that we have referred to as States Exhibit 51?
Yes.
I think you spoke about a car that was at, on your first trip at Curtis Wainwright's house from which you recovered the Garmin?
Yes.
From which the Garmin was recovered? I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 34A and B. Is this that car?
Yes, that is the vehicle.
Move to introduce States Exhibits 34A and B.
No objection. We'll show them admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
States 34A. States 34B. Now, when you recovered the Garmin from the car, was it sitting in a warehouse? Was it sitting in a structured building?
It was.
So this car was in this building. Was this where it was when you conducted the search warrant?
It was not.
Where was the car when you conducted the search warrant?
That vehicle was in the driveway of Curtis Wainwright's residence on Chapel Hill Court.
going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 33B. State's Exhibit 33B. Do we see in State's Exhibit 33B the car from which the Garmin was ultimately recovered?
Yes.
Move to introduce State's Exhibit 33B.
No objection? No objection. We'll show it admitted.
And can we see the residence of Curtis Wayne Wright in State's Exhibit 33B?
Yes.
And I think I have a laser pointer here. I'm going to ask you, there's a little silver push button here. If you would just show us where Curtis Wayne Wright's residence is.
That is Curtis Wright's residence, and then there is a standalone storage shed next to it on the same property.
And the car from which the Garmin was taken, where is that in this photo? If you would just use the laser pointer
The
again.
vehicle in question is there in the driveway.
I'm also going to show you State's Exhibit 33A. Where is that taken? Where is that taken?
That appears to be taken from the rear of Curtis Wright's residence on Chapel Hill Court.
So is this another photo that was taken right where Curtis Wayne Wright's residence is?
Yes, it's directly to the right of the picture.
Move to introduce State's Exhibit number 30. I want you to keep
Okay.
that. 33A.
No objection. We'll show it admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
In 33A, if you can just use the laser pointer to show to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury roughly where Curtis Wayne Wright's residence would be in this photo.
It would be right there.
So that's the corner of it.
Yes.
And in the distance between the trees, what do we see there?
In the
If you hand
over
that
in
to-
this area between the trees,
Yes.
that appears to be a cell phone tower.
And when you were out there at the Curtis Wayne Wright's residence, did you see that cell phone tower?
I did.
Okay.
We were speaking about in State's Exhibits 33A and B, seeing Curtis Wayne Wright's residence from the outside. For photographs, let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 33C and D. Were photographs also taken at the inside of Curtis Wayne Wright's residence?
Yes.
And were these photographs taken from the inside of Curtis Wayne Wright's residence while you were in Missouri?
Yes.
Move to introduce State's Exhibits 33C and D.
No objection. We'll show them admitted.
If I could publish, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is State's Exhibit 33C. And this is State's Exhibit 33D. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. With that, I think this witness is still going to take quite some time, and rather than starve you out, I think we'll let you go to lunch. Why don't we have you come back at 2? So I know you have to leave the courthouse to eat, so I want to give you more than an hour so you can do that. So we'll have you come back at 2 o'clock. Please don't talk about the case with anybody. Look up any of the people or places involved, and we'll see you then.
I don't believe
All right, so this will stop here, and we'll pick up tomorrow evening. We'll do a live stream tomorrow evening. So I want to thank you all for being here and hanging out with me. Thank you all for those that came earlier that may be lurking. I appreciate all of you. That was interesting watching, although we will continue to be watching these scenes of this trial over time. The Jimmy Rodgers trial, thank you. It was a very nice day of hanging out. Everybody, take care and peace.